Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Temperature Advanced Control. Προηγμένες δυνατότητες παρακολούθησης θερμοκρασίας, κίνησης, τοποθεσίας. Vodafone Fleet Control. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος και διαχείριση στόλου οχημάτων. Vodafone Remote Healthcare. Πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, καταργώντας γεωγραφικούς ή άλλους περιορισμούς. Vodafone Smart Parking and Accessible Parking Monitoring. Εντοπισμός διαθέσιμων θέσεων στάθμευσης και αναγνώριση οχημάτων ΑΜΕΑ. Vodafone Sensing as a Service. Περιβαλλοντικοί αισθητήρες για πόλεις και δήμους για τη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Mobile Asset Tracking. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος περιουσιακών στοιχείων επιχειρήσεων. Vodafone Occupancy Control. Αυτοματοποιημένο σύστημα ελέγχου πληρότητας εσωτερικών χώρων για την τήρηση των κανόνων ασφαλείας. Smart Bins Management. Σύστημα διαχείρισης αποκομιδής απορριμμάτων για πόλεις και δήμους. Smart Water Metering. Παρακολούθηση κατανάλωσης νερού. Together we can.
Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Temperature Advanced Control. Προηγμένες δυνατότητες παρακολούθησης θερμοκρασίας, κίνησης, τοποθεσίας. Vodafone Fleet Control. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος και διαχείριση στόλου οχημάτων. Vodafone Remote Healthcare. Πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, καταργώντας γεωγραφικούς ή άλλους περιορισμούς. Vodafone Smart Parking and Accessible Parking Monitoring. Εντοπισμός διαθέσιμων θέσεων στάθμευσης και αναγνώριση οχημάτων ΑΜΕΑ. Vodafone Sensing as a Service. Περιβαλλοντικοί αισθητήρες για πόλεις και δήμους για τη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Mobile Asset Tracking. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος περιουσιακών στοιχείων επιχειρήσεων. Vodafone Occupancy Control. Αυτοματοποιημένο σύστημα ελέγχου πληρότητας εσωτερικών χώρων για την τήρηση των κανόνων ασφαλείας. Smart Bins Management. Σύστημα διαχείρισης αποκομιδής απορριμμάτων για πόλεις και δήμους. Smart Water Metering. Παρακολούθηση κατανάλωσης νερού. Together we can.
Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Temperature Advanced Control. Προηγμένες δυνατότητες παρακολούθησης θερμοκρασίας, κίνησης, τοποθεσίας. Vodafone Fleet Control. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος και διαχείριση στόλου οχημάτων. Vodafone Remote Healthcare. Πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, καταργώντας γεωγραφικούς ή άλλους περιορισμούς. Vodafone Smart Parking and Accessible Parking Monitoring. Εντοπισμός διαθέσιμων θέσεων στάθμευσης και αναγνώριση οχημάτων ΑΜΕΑ. Vodafone Sensing as a Service. Περιβαλλοντικοί αισθητήρες για πόλεις και δήμους για τη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Mobile Asset Tracking. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος περιουσιακών στοιχείων επιχειρήσεων. Vodafone Occupancy Control. Αυτοματοποιημένο σύστημα ελέγχου πληρότητας εσωτερικών χώρων για την τήρηση των κανόνων ασφαλείας. Smart Bins Management. Σύστημα διαχείρισης αποκομιδής απορριμμάτων για πόλεις και δήμους. Smart Water Metering. Παρακολούθηση κατανάλωσης νερού. Together we can.
Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Temperature Advanced Control. Προηγμένες δυνατότητες παρακολούθησης θερμοκρασίας, κίνησης, τοποθεσίας. Vodafone Fleet Control. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος και διαχείριση στόλου οχημάτων. Vodafone Remote Healthcare. Πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, καταργώντας γεωγραφικούς ή άλλους περιορισμούς. Vodafone Smart Parking and Accessible Parking Monitoring. Εντοπισμός διαθέσιμων θέσεων στάθμευσης και αναγνώριση οχημάτων ΑΜΕΑ. Vodafone Sensing as a Service. Περιβαλλοντικοί αισθητήρες για πόλεις και δήμους για τη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Mobile Asset Tracking. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος περιουσιακών στοιχείων επιχειρήσεων. Vodafone Occupancy Control. Αυτοματοποιημένο σύστημα ελέγχου πληρότητας εσωτερικών χώρων για την τήρηση των κανόνων ασφαλείας. Smart Bins Management. Σύστημα διαχείρισης αποκομιδής απορριμμάτων για πόλεις και δήμους. Smart Water Metering. Παρακολούθηση κατανάλωσης νερού. Together we can.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone, for being here, either in person or remotely. It's Saturday. It's too early for a Saturday, but it is a very good discussion, the one that will follow. It is a discussion that links this land, Western Greece. We are in Patras. We are in the Regional Growth Conference of 23, and we are on a day that the region is talking to Europe. And to be exact, not just we're talking to Europe, but we do plan quite largely its future. I'm pretty happy because in this framework, in the framework of this dialogue, and for the remaining 1 hour we have with us, and I'm taking them as they are next to me, Mrs. Nelly Paleologu, who is the alternate director of the Commission Bureau in Athens, Ms. Konstantinos Tsoutsoplidis, head of liaison office in Greece European Parliament. Then the region, Mr. Fokion, here's Amis, is the vice regional governor. Mr. Christos Gofas, coming from the European Commission, a senior expert, and he's responsible for structural changes, a very important sector, of course, related to Western Greece. Mr. Patrick Paquet is the head of unit responsible for Greece and Cyprus from DG Employment.
Very well aware of all the developments in the Greek regions and, of course, in our region. And last but certainly not least, Maria Voutsina, head of unit direct,
head of unit direct for Western Greece. And we would like to welcome her equally. I believe that we have a panel that may set the tone and tell us significant things about the present and the future, about how this region is going to make good use of the community funds in the days to come. My name is Giannis Papageorgiou. Thank you indeed for being here today. Let me start, first of all, by a comment of yours. Just a few words as initial remarks from Mr. Konstantinos Tsoutsoplidis and from the European Parliament. Mr. Tsoutsoplidis, please. Good morning, thank you very much. I would like to set the tone. Why are we here today and what are we waiting from that discussion? Along with the representation of the European Commission in Greece, we have decided for 2023 to go in every region in the country and discuss. On the one hand, the region, and I'm looking forward to listen to the Vice Regional Governor, what are the strategy on the development of Western Greece, and then from the European Commission, in what way, in what tools, in what resources we can contribute to implementing that project that has been drafted by the region. Why are we doing so in 2023? Why shall we visit all different regions? Why did we choose to seize the opportunity of RGC, which is an important, a very important institution for the public dialogue in the country? We're doing so because in May 24, we shall have the next European elections. This is a top moment for the European democracy, and what is at stake is not how we shall continue for the 21 Greeks that will be chosen to represent us. No, it's not even the preferences that we have in political parties here in Greece, but what is at stake is the political stigma, the political tone that Europe shall have in the next 5 years, in a moment that is of paramount importance. Well, look, why is it critical? Because it is in a crossroad now. Europe is in a crossroad right now. Europe was created to guarantee peace and achieved much more. It achieved a package of 3 achievements, one enhancing the other. In a nutshell, it achieved peace, democracy, and prosperity. However, either we understand or we feel, either we or the majority of the citizens, these achievements for the last many years are put in doubt. And Europe is trying to answer to the challenges that are lying ahead. In reality, what citizens want from us, they want us to continue and offer peace, prosperity, and democracy upon the new conditions that are being shaped right now, which are chaotic, but in reality, they are up to two things that we must offer. We must offer a cloak of protection against threats that right now are threatening to change, are threatening the life of citizens, literally, in the case of geostrategic threats, up to climate threat, climate change, which in essence says that our life will not be the same if we don't do something. And we are waiting from the EU to offer, how should I put it, a vehicle of progress in reality. That is, how shall we be able to adapt to these new conditions, seize the opportunities that lie ahead, because apart from threats, there are also opportunities. And all these things, we must make it without giving away our values, which is quite distinct, and it is our own, the one that we built during the last decades. For instance, this type of thematic is the one that will be in the next panel, where we're going to discuss about AI. This galloping artificial intelligence will change the landscape totally, especially for the young ones. That is why we shall have the discussion with the Youth Hub, ELIAMEP, and it will be with new people, with youngsters, because we can talk about technical adaptation, major political dilemmas, major ethical dilemmas, legal dilemmas, and the EU is the one that already has taken significant steps to lay the foundation about how we shall work in this type of world by taking into account our own system of values. So, in a nutshell, I would argue that in reality, the European Union was created as a cooperation, as a cooperative, I would say, that was to the best interest of all. Right now, its new mission is literally existential. That is, it is the vehicle on which altogether we can face new threats and seize the new opportunities. So this is of paramount importance to listen to you all, how this is implemented in Western Greece. Thank you. And we'll do it shortly. Thank you so much. Mrs. Paleologu, what about you? Ms. Paleologu, and I didn't keep it short, apologies for that. Well, I love your comments on Europe, but now let us focus on Western Greece. Now, Mrs. Paleologu, a few words from you when it comes to the European Commission. Thank you so much. We would like to thank you all because you came too early to listen to us. And we would like to thank the region, the Vice Regional Governor, as well as Europe Direct, for your support, the support given to this event. As Mr. Tutsoplidis said, we're organizing jointly these events to update, to raise awareness the people before the European election so that they can get to know what the endeavor is. So let us go to each region and see why the European Union is interested in each region. The tone has been set since the beginning of the EU, and this is to decrease imbalances between regions and have a greater social, financial, and territorial cohesion. Perhaps this might sound strange. The objective is for all regions within the European Union, but also within each country, domestically that is, to be able to reach a level of living similar one to each other. How are we going to make that happen? This will occur through the support of competitive advantages in each region, training within the region, health infrastructure, culture, infrastructure for culture, that is, and different actions related to the inclusion in the labor market. What about it? Let me tell you, this will happen through European resources that come into each region, too many other funds that are active in each region, contributing to its development. I am pretty sure that you know the NSRF. The new fund that took place after the crisis is the Development Fund. It is the Asylum Fund, the AMIF, that is the Fishery Fund, the Erasmus Fund. It is a series of programs that are trying to develop a region in a series of sectors. Like the RRF will also be helpful, trying to help youngsters to stay here, or helping the university to get in contact with the market, or helping new technologies and innovative actions. But is it so rosy? No, the reality is not so rosy. As Mr. Tutsoplidis said, constantly we are in front of crises that for the last 2 years are the following: the pandemic, the war, crisis that the EU, in combination and in contact with all institutional bodies, which is a very democratic architecture, was able to find a way and sort it out. Let me remind you the example of vaccines, how EU managed to buy vaccines. Now, there is also the free market, and we have the free will in the market, but this was a major achievement. These are achievements that happen and may occur. We might not see that in our daily life, but these achievements are amongst us. Why? Because there is a framework of the EU with specific values, protection of fundamental rights, equality, solidarity, democracy, that lay the foundation so that each country can be developed, and the same goes for each region. Now, what are the challenges? There are too many. Priorities of the EU right now are the following: green transition. What does this mean? It means that up to 2050, we must be climate neutral, that is, have no emissions of CO2. How will this happen? How will this happen? It will happen upon the change of the financial model in each country and of the EU overall. Will there be another way? Yes, there will be another way of consuming. It will be implemented, another way to manage waste, the use of water, the industry, a series of actions, transport, which is a great source of emitting CO2. All these changes take programming, they take schedule, and the EU will contribute so that gradually all member states and all regions would be able to reach this climate neutral Europe. The second challenge is digital transition. It's something that we can see in our daily lives. It will be elaborated during the next panel, but digital skills, let me focus on that, are necessary, especially amongst the youth, so that they can manage to meet all challenges that lie ahead. And last but not least, we're talking about a just transition. It's not easy. Climate change is not an easy challenge, and how we can, especially in Greece, go from a region based on lignite, I'm talking about specific regions in Greece, to a proper energy-wise activity. So there is the possibility here, based on different funds, first, to adapt to this new reality, and second, to be able in the social sphere for people to be able to meet these challenges. In a nutshell, I would say that today we shall celebrate 42 years of us being members of the EU. European Union and the Commission have helped since 2000, even earlier, each region separately. Many resources have come here, and if we picture that, if we visualize the pathway, what used to be the road, the motorway, linking Athens to Patras. It used to be very difficult, a very dangerous motorway. What about now? What is the actual image? What used to be the image of the hospital some years ago? So in every programming period, as we use as it is a jargon of different funds, we are building on the experience of the previous programming period and we move on. Resources coming from the NSRF for this programming period, that is from 2021 to 27 for Western Greece, amount to 628 million euros, and the population of the region is, if I'm not mistaken, 642,000 people. Do the math. We can make this comparison now. That was all by me. Thank you so much for your attention, and I wish us all fruitful proceedings. We will be here available for any questions or remarks. Thank you.
Okay, so in the Greek part of Europe, coming to our region, I'd like to talk with Maria Voutina. She's the head of Europe Direct, and I was thinking we were talking about the Euro elections in May 24. You will have to be talking about Europe going through various election procedures that do not really talk about Europe very much. So I'd like a couple of comments, an initial comment on Europe Direct, its activity, and then let's move on to our discussion about cohesion policy and the NSRF. So I think you've already said the main points about the priorities of the EU, which are mobilised through the European Commission and the European Parliament Office. Now, regarding the European Info Points, these are a great institution that's been operating for the last few years. It's a European Commission project. Across Europe, we have 424, and in our country, 14, I think. So in the region of Western Greece, we already have such a centre for quite a few years. I've been working there over the past 3 years. It has the DIP has a great presence in the region of Western Greece because it is part of the administration of the region of Western Greece, which is a local government administration, and it can thus boost its position and support its work even better, because as a local government organization, as already said, the region is management, the Regional Development Fund, the NSRF, the European Social Fund, which give significant resources for regional development. We've got a lot of transnational projects we've worked on over the past few years, and these help in extending our action and co-organizing various themes to promote the benefits of these projects. In the new programming period, we're in intense dialogue with the participation of the Deputy Regional Governor, Mr. Zaimis, for a lot of Interreg projects, and we've got other competitive projects. So they're dedicated to social issues, which we're working on, and this entire work is boosting the European Information Centre in the region of Western Greece. Other centres are located at universities, at various other organisations. So, just to say a couple of key things about what we do there at the Information Centre. We organise actions, we create publications, and we try to mobilise the exchange of information with citizens. We've got an open channel of communication with the European Commission and the European Parliament Office in Athens, and we try, through social networks and through the actions we organise, to mobilise and to make citizens in Western Greece more aware of European issues in the context and given the human resources that we have. It's also a host office for questions and queries from citizens of Western Greece, and we do try to give them answers. When this is not possible, we forward the questions to the European Commission in Athens, which handles them and with its greater experience, perhaps. The main thing that I want to say, based on my experience at the European Information Centre, is that we have a lack of information reaching citizens. And for this reason, especially our centre is focusing on communicating with the young generation, where a significant observation we've made is that the schools that often visit us to learn about information on regional projects or European initiatives that have to do with the younger generation, we note that there's a significant gap as to what they know about the European Union in secondary education. And this is a comment that I do want to make. I think it's important, and we do try to mobilise our schools and the departments of the University of Patras, which is here in the region, to be able to link one of the initiatives that we want to promote with the corresponding department. So Repower EU was worked with, a research bit of that project was worked with a research team from the Department of Chemistry, and it had, people found it very interesting, I think. That's what I wanted to say. So to sum up, I'd like to say that we will try to create greater awareness, come closer to citizens as much as we can in order to increase awareness, which is important, and we have a problem there. The European Union has to do with the everyday lives of all citizens, and for this reason, citizens need to know about European institutions, European affairs, and we see that there is a gap there, especially in the younger generation. That's what I want to say. I don't know if you've got any questions. I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and we're going to talk about money in the best possible sense, but programming periods, how the EU funds are used, which I'm going to give you a brief overview of the work by Mr. Pagoulatos and Mrs. Tipra. We've got 17.8 billion euros of EU funds, with about 20% Greek participation. The NSRF, based on the revision, this is the regional data for 22,000 projects in the region of Western Greece. And if we go, that's for Greece overall, sorry. And if we go to the region of Western Greece, we've got 1,800 projects, 44 million euros with EU money. But how are we going to use all this money? And in reality, how can you work with the central administration, and how can you do the best possible things on a regional level? This is what we want to do, and I know that the region of Western Greece is dedicated to achieving this. So I'd like Mr. Zamiimis to summarize the actions and the rationale so far, and to see what is to come over the next few years, the 21-27 period for this current, because the current period is actually being completed now. We've got the last revision of the last programme in this year. Good morning. Welcome to Patras. Thank you very much. Welcome to Patras, the capital of Western Greece. I'd like to go back a bit, starting with what Mr. Tsoplidis said, and I'd like to comment. I'd like to say that, yes, in 1980, when Greece signed the treaty for its accession to the EU, Greece wanted to offer on an ideological and geopolitical level as well. So I believe that this was an issue that was dividing European leaders as well. So I think that this is what we need to focus on now. So as Mr. Tsoklidis talked about three axes: democracy, peace, well-being, I would present the EU as a large lake, as a large mainland Mediterranean, which over a few years, over many decades, this fared well with, in terms of democracy, in terms of well-being, with an increase of GDP, etc. But various sources, various actors started throwing pebbles in this mainland lake. And these started creating waves in the lake. And we want to see how to calm the waters now. To calm the waters now, I believe that we need to have a constant dialogue outwards and inwards because the parameters have changed completely. Things were different in the 80s, in the 90s, in the noughties, and today. Obviously, the economy is one of the main leverages that determines policies, but I believe that policies should be defined from the bottom upwards based on citizen needs and businesses' needs, because it's businesses that are the tool for collecting money and redistributing wealth, and they allow for the existence of a social state, which does not exist without businesses. So in this sense, I believe that the European Union, in which I obviously support, I'm pro-European, and I would take it so far as to say that we have stopped with the federalization of the EU. We've stopped at the currency integration, and we've stopped looking at other issues we would look at. So we need to start discussing these again. And obviously, a good opportunity for that would be the European elections of 2024. But civil society, political parties, everyone should start talking about it. We had started building a European constitution, which we stopped. We've talked about a common tax system, a common security system. At the moment, France is in an uproar because of its tax reform. So do we need to go through the same thing in Greece? Should this not be a matter to be discussed overall in Europe? What about the war, the invasion of Russia in Ukraine? So what's the EU's external policy? How could we use this to stop or to prevent some geopolitical developments? In theory, we all agree, at least the vast majority of parties, socialist, liberal, it doesn't matter. I believe that we all agree more or less in the general direction. But we remain in this fantastic state of welfare. And actually, yes, the EU is the most democratic region in the world. There's no doubt about that, but that's not enough. We've got a huge economic power called China with a completely different socio-financial system. We've got the BRICS countries, which are playing an ever more important role. And in Europe, we are still trying to solve the problem by creating a different fund every time. I like funds, and we were talking about the cohesion fund yesterday. And I think that that's the pillar, not only for financial conversion between countries, but within countries as well, where there are inequalities. But I'd say that it's a pillar of democracy itself. I believe that instead of building new funds every time, we should boost the cohesion fund, looking at it through quality criteria, not only profitability criteria. So it's not about how much we will get to manage from each NSRF. We will manage to absorb the money we'll get from this programming period, but the important thing is, has society understood the need for quality indicators? Has society understood that you need to have social cohesion, economic cohesion and convergence across the level of societies? Have we talked about a uniform banking system? I think that these are the challenges the European Union should be talking about and not confine the discussion to the absorption of funds. I mean, we do want that, and I would like to remind you, 3 years ago, when we first started our term of office, all of us from the heads of the region had gone to the European Commission to talk about the priorities we set. And we had a specific priority regarding natural gas because the region of Western Greece is just now entering the phase of finishing the infrastructure networks in its 3 main cities. And the European Commission had said that this gas is not considered green. So they said they wouldn't provide funding for that. So they hadn't understood a basic need, which that it was not a need of the regional governor, but it was of the industries of the region of Western Greece. So these industries represent a large percentage of the country's GDP. I mean, we've got companies that use a lot of energy, and we don't want to send them to other countries. And we managed to do this because we completed this. We continued this project with the liquefied gas and with the pipeline. We obviously paid attention to renewable energy sources as well, because as you know, the region of Western Greece has the largest PV park in the country in Mesologi. It's an 100 megawatt park is being licensed now, and through this, free or very cheap electricity will be provided to farmers through various associations and municipalities, because almost all municipalities have signed for this PV park. And these things happen in combination, are combination actions. And so the voice of the municipalities and the regions should be heard when discussing such things with the EU, the European Commissions, and the Committee of the Regions should have a more key role. And I agree that the Cohesion Fund is a great thing. It's got a promise of giving 30% to the regions, but we don't know how and when. I don't know if this money will be to projects handled by the regions or concerned companies of the regions, or how. So we don't exactly know how we'll get this money at the region of Western Greece. But in general, I'm in favour of dialogue, and it has to be an inclusive, respectful dialogue. At the time of the Brexit a couple of years ago, which I saw as a huge blow to the European Union, but we never saw an important discussion on how we got there and what would we do to avoid another Brexit. It's no solution to just say, oh, British people are quirky and they just left. Thank you very much, Mr. Zaimis, for your comments. I think that it's the best institution that we've built. Yes, but I'm saying what we can do to improve it. Yes, you're absolutely right. So, Mr. Paquet.
You do have the experience in English.
The previous period with the upcoming one, there are more funds, cohesion funds, funds for development, funds for cohesion. You are mostly focused on the social cohesion. So we do need your remarks. And actually, what changes in the upcoming period?
No, thank you very much for inviting me to join you today. And I want first to thank the interpreters who are helping me to follow your discussion. And they're doing this very well. And I'm really happy to be back in the region of Western Greece. I was there already 4 years ago myself, but my team has been there several times last year for the negotiations of the new program, and also when we had the first monitoring committee for Western Greece in October, the first in 4 years, because we had this COVID period, which was so disruptive. And with the COVID period, you had a chain of crisis, which was really the background, the backdrop to our negotiations. And we had to figure out that in the new cohesion policy programs, we had to be even more effective in social matters in the regions. Why I'm saying this is because with the crisis, and this is what Christos will be developing, we had also an additional fund, the recovery fund. And there, in the employment agenda, they focus a lot on employment policies, on skills, but a bit less on social, because they know that this is the normal ground of the European Social Fund, which I represent here. And so it was decided that not only the regions, this was decided by Greece, that not only the regions would get something like indeed 1/3 or 30% of the whole cohesion policy funds, but within that, the contribution by the European Social Fund would be increased. And very specifically in Western Greece, this funding is increased by almost 70%. So it's a huge increase. To do what? To do at the same time preparing the region with specific actions to embrace new opportunities for employment and skilling. I will come back to this. But then more largely to be the program looking at all the vulnerable groups and people who have been left behind by all this chain of crisis, to give them new hope, to give them new perspectives, and to really actively integrate them back in the social fabric. So this is really the objective. And what is new in the new program is more money, but it's also a broader agenda. I think the first agenda is actually employment, because here this has been traditionally a region pre-crisis with very high employment. And you were hit dramatically by the crisis, and your unemployment went up very high. Now we see it finally drop quite remarkably in the last 3 years. And so the perspective is to go down much further. And for that, we need also to work again with a number of people who have now been moved further away from the employment and reintegrate them. I see here also a lot of young people. In a way, this is not what the program is doing. Why? Because we have a national program for human resources, which has the funding for the priority youth employment. We will have a panel at 1:30. I invite you to come back. We will discuss this in more detail. But to mention that it's not because there are also national programs that they are not relevant for your region, quite on the contrary. We really are encouraging the Labour Ministry to use these programs with a proper also regional targeting. And they are doing more and more calls which are linked to a particular region with particular activities in mind. And linked to that is the fact that we are developing in the new program labor market diagnosis to anticipate on specific needs in every region. So it's not just, training generally and in abstract of the realities, is really helping people to reintegrate a very effective pathway towards the labor market. So for us, this is really the top priority. And now, looking at the data, Western Greece is the region, I think, with the highest rate of poverty in Greece, or the second region. There is a competition, I think, with Western Macedonia. But you also have a number of groups, traditionally in big numbers, notably a very large group of Roma population. You have a number of settlements in this region. So this is where we enter into the social domain. The general objective of Greece is to reduce poverty quite significantly by 8% reduction until 2030. And in this region, we really need to make a difference with our programs. And we did already in the current program. Just to remind ourselves that, for instance, 5 years ago, it was decided to create community centers so that people with social needs would have one place where they could go and get a full array of services, information, be oriented really with regard to their individual needs or the ones of their family. In the new period, we're extending this approach with a stronger focus on children. They are our future. So really implementing what we call the child guarantee in Greece will go through the regional programs. And this will be really about identifying those families with acute needs and bringing them targeted solutions. Another important domain, I think, which we have achieved and will continue, that was so emblematic during the COVID crisis, is the support to the health system, the primary health care. And I'm sure many of you have already visited once for themselves a primary health care unit, a TOMI, or they have used one of these mobile units to get either a testing during the COVID time or a vaccine. This is now the new approach to really bring also the medical care much closer to the citizen, or the other way around, to help everyone get a fair access to the healthcare system. So I think these are a bit the main avenues. But if I come back to the Roma population, I think this is really acknowledged across all regions as an area where we didn't perform together enough. But the EU, with the member states, have really a high ambition by 2030 to make a difference in bringing kids to school over time without dropouts, to provide healthcare, to provide education, job opportunities. And in all this, for us, there is a huge untapped potential area, which is social economy. This is a sector which in some member states, like Denmark, and I heard sometimes people refer to Denmark as, well, refer to the ambitions to transform Greece into the Denmark of the South. Okay? Well, in Denmark,
we're very happy people.
In Denmark, they have 1/3 of jobs which are delivered through social economy enterprises, cooperatives, and various NGOs delivering services. And in many other member states, this was not done so far, and they decided to embrace the strategy, and over only a few years, many jobs were created in that sector. So there's a huge potential here because it's really at the baby, level of development so far. So, voilà. I'm stopping here. It's a message to the governor because I think this should be really on your agenda as a region.
Sorry, we have the...
Yes,
we have the highest program about social economy here. There was a big debate 3 years ago we should launch it or not. I was in favor. We spent more than 3.5 million, which is, according to our budget, is high. And we're being tested now to see whether all these companies will thrive, and we really believe in that. And I hope the other regions will go in that direction too. It wasn't easy though.
I can imagine, yes. Thank you, Mr. Vice Governor, for your commitment on this. And we're looking forward to continue to work with you very closely in this region. Thank you.
You can see this very often. I can tell you this dialogue online. Κύριε Γκοφά, είναι η πρώτη...
Mr. Goffas, it's a first. It's a first that EU funds are linked right now, not the ones of the actual NSRF or the social funds of the ESF, but funds coming from financing of the European Commission of the EU, and these are linked to reforms. I believe that this debate will become a reality even for the new tone of the MFF policy, that is growth funding for the next programming period, perhaps after 27. How important is it to be able to link what each region needs to structural reforms that have the money for that? Because each reform cannot happen overnight. You can order something and this is done automatically. What is the role of the EU on its own and in relation to each region? First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. I'm pretty happy to be here with you in this very interesting panel. Let me tell you that Achaia is my birthplace. I come from Aigio, which is nearby, and from Patras, from Pteri of Aigio. So I'm pretty happy to be here. Yes, first of all, what I'm going to tell you comes as a complementary comment to what my fellow panelists said, we have talked about priorities set in the EU. The RRF serves exactly these priorities and the objectives set by the EU. Now, recovery and resilience, recovery from the crisis of COVID and resilience against the challenges of the new era. This fund, this mechanism, is a mechanism that was decided after the COVID crisis, where the economies were shut down for 2 years approximately, with an aim to tackle or to mitigate the impact of this crisis for the economies and for human beings. Greece takes a big part of this funding, approximately 17 billion in subsidies plus another 12 billion euros and loans, which mainly are for the private sector. In other words, overall, we're talking about 32 billion euros, which will be added to the 26 billion euros that you said. I'm talking about money now, of the NSRF, almost for the same programming period. Furthermore, as you rightly said, it is the first time that such a fund, such a mechanism includes rather reforms and investments. I believe that we have 64, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 64 reforms and 160 investments. Right now, by investments, what do we mean? We mean investment measures that alone have many sub-projects. We might consider that this program of the RRF is 1,000 projects, 1,000 investment projects, and the number of reforms that we said. Furthermore, it is equally important to say that this program is managed in a specific way. In other words, we don't look into how each project advances and pay equally, but there are some different milestones, and these milestones come for investment. So every 6 months, Greece applies a demand to be paid. And every 6 months, there must be the fulfillment of some milestones, which might be related to reforms, but payment is overall and covers the totality of the projects, either in the region or in the central budget. They go to the central budget and then they are allocated to the different projects. This is the system as we have planned it. The program was approved about Greece in July 2021, and we're already 2 years ahead in implementation. Until 2026, this should have come to the end. There is too much pressure for the completion of the projects, and we should say that we're doing quite well. Indeed, it is impressive how quickly we were able to prepare such a wide program that covers all the different sectors. Afterwards, I can talk about some of these topics like energy, transport, sustainable investments on the environment, as well as a series of significant reforms. When it comes to employment and many other topics as well. Now, a last point about money, says the speaker. Already, upon the second installment that was disbursed in January, Greece has already taken the 37% of the resource of the fund. 11 billion euros? Something like 11 billion, yes, 11 billion euros. Now, but we said that this happened after COVID, to tackle the challenges of COVID. Now we have new challenges ahead. There's the war in Ukraine, there is the inflation story, and then the prices of energy, etc., etc. There will be a revision of the fund in the months to come upon the inclusion of the Repower EU that will try to include into the fund an increased budget and increased funding because we also should tackle issues of energy and challenges created due to the latest developments, among which inflation, because these projects that have been already adopted 2 years ago, right now, upon the recent developments, we have different problems to tackle. For example, a difficulty or delays in the delivery of systems that should be revisited. That is the RF and how it works. Now, if you want me to tell you something more, there are different sectors. Just a few words, perhaps. For instance, let's take what is of interest for this region, agriculture. In agriculture, there is a big program, big batch of measures in the RRF. A very important issue is the proper management of water. You know that in Greece, 85% of the use of water goes to irrigation, goes to agricultural production. Right now, networks, irrigation networks, are quite bad, and we have losses amounting to 50%. We have overuse of the aquifer. The management has a big program submitted to the RRF on the upgrade of the different networks, irrigation networks, followed by a reform of the way through which this will be tackled, because we don't want to go back to the previous situation. Now, talking about waste, you know that in Greece still 80% of solid waste goes to landfills. The RRF has a very important reform in it, the full reform of the way through which we manage solid waste in Greece. And there is an absolute cooperation between NSRF and the Recovery Fund, because the reform, which has as an objective the increase of recycling and the decrease of bearing waste. But let me tell you that investments in the solid waste sector will come from the NSRF. The RRF has not invested in that. We're talking only about reforms in the RRF. Unfortunately, there is an issue which is quite sad. What happened with the accident of Tembi, the railway accident that is in Greece? The RRF has a target to promote a transition. The transition from transport that are taking place through road networks, commercially and in terms of passengers, towards another way that will be more environmental friendly. And through the electrification of public transport, we can get there. And of course, if we opt for a transition towards the railway system, I hope that we will be helpful when it comes to the reform of the whole system of transport in Greece, so that we can have a greener future. I have more things to add later on, perhaps. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Pradagolo, Mr. Zaimi, Mr. Parquet, Mrs. Voutsina. Thank you very much. I hope that the dialogue we saw now, because it's always like there has to be a discussion between people to get things going. So I hope that the discussion between Mr. Paquet and Mrs. Zaimis is going to head in this direction. This is the best way to do things. And guys, and I'm saying guys because I see a lot of young people, the next panel is going to be moderated by Kostas Giannakidis, and he's going to talk about artificial intelligence and much more. It's one of the most interesting panels ever organized by the representation of the delegation of the European Commission. And I would like you to focus on this because we are already living in the future, and the panelists are here to talk about it. Stay here, stay tuned. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Kostas Giannakidis. I'm a journalist, and I am honored to moderate this panel on artificial intelligence. We aim for this discussion to go further with your participation. So, basically, if you don't participate, this will be a very quick discussion, and we'll all leave early. So, take your notes, bring questions, and we have a very interesting panel of speakers. I'm going to start with the people in the room. With us, we have Stelios Kipouropoulos, an MP for New Democracy, Mr. Vasilis Velkos, an entrepreneur working on software development. Good morning. And going to Brussels, is connected. We have Mr. Martin Ulbricht. Is that the way to pronounce your name? I hope it's correct. Good morning. So, yes, that's the way. So we'll have some introductory comments on artificial intelligence, and then we will start our discussion. As I'm a moderator and I can do whatever I like, I'm going to say a couple of words first as an introduction. So my view is that if the term artificial intelligence could be called something different, our approach to it would be completely different. So if we said the third generation of computers or Internet 5.0 or something like that, the fear and reservations of people against development would be more limited. So I believe that to a great extent, we are charging negatively our approach by using the term artificial intelligence, which is what we know as a human trait. And obviously, there's a fear of new things to come, and this fear has always existed. It existed when machines started replacing workers. It existed at the beginning of the last century when machines started to replace horses in the States. There was a huge debate of what humans are going to do, what humans working with horses are going to do. Those who worked in trading horses, etc. So there were a lot of people working there. We all know what happened. Then we went through the digital revolution, the introduction of computers. And I will talk about my experience. I started university at some time when a lot of you were not born yet in 1974, then with Orwell. So then 1984, when universities had started to have computers. At my university, a student group used to put wood on the computer room door because they argued that using computers was going to alienate people and do away with jobs. And this did not happen, obviously. So today, we are at what we call the fourth industrial revolution. So with artificial intelligence systems, which are impressive, of course. Of course, with GPT, which is in an embryonic state, is impressive. It's even when it's used for really silly purposes sometimes. We'll see the new Microsoft engines or other engines which will mimic emotional intelligence or will have an own opinion on morality. But all this can be regulated, can be defined depending on the needs of people and societies. It's not machines that will tell us what to do. It is us who will tell machines what to do. Of course, if we approach this on a philosophical level, we will see that we see machines becoming smarter and perhaps people becoming dumber. So basically, we are passing on our own intellectual tasks to machines. We're becoming a bit dumber, but new horizons are opening up for us. I don't feel any fear towards the future. I'm curious. I'm looking forward to seeing what's to come. So I will start the conversation not with the European Pavilion, not with the European Commission. I will go straight to our businessman, Mr. Velkens, because entrepreneurs can better describe what we should be expecting in the future from these things. Good morning. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say what's happened in this generation. So I was born when you entered university. So definitely, what we need to talk about what AI is in simple market terms and what its effect is in our daily lives. AI is a method that where machines software tries to mimic human perception, to do things that it can understand through human views, motion, how people move, how people think, and to head along those lines. This started entering our lives already. Companies are looking for this, and we want this thing. We're not dedicated to building the future, but to programming the future. From an IT perspective, companies really need people to have technological upgrades. They want people to understand technology, because technology is entering our daily lives ever more. So what you talked about human fear, what you said, we moved from humans to horses, from water to steam, to the automation of machines, and every change brings a natural resistance to change. It's a human psychology-based approach. So as a company, what we want to do in collaboration with universities, with authorities, and companies can do it on its own as well, and there are a lot of things that companies can do on their own, we need to develop computer and technological literacy amongst the young generation to have internal capability and capable people who can do their job. Yes, what I want to ask again is to describe us a picture of the future that we will see, or that our children perhaps will see, through the applications of artificial intelligence, and then to talk about how we can adapt to this. You want me to scare people? No problem. I can scare them easily. Yes, that's what I want. So what's now being prepared is the new generation Wi-Fi everywhere across the world, so access to the internet across the world. So this is started in Silicon Valley. The second part is to predict the future. What does this mean? Sorry, I'm using some terms in English, but it's part of our business modus operandi. So we want to predict the future. Our priority, and businesses as well, is health. So how can we predict based on security cameras? How can we predict accidents? How can we predict cardiovascular events? And this can be predicted using a simple camera on the street. I'm talking about things that we will all see. So we saw through the new version of some mobile phones that they can predict if we are about to have a health problem. And this scared us because it has access to our personal data. But by default, to move ahead, these machines will have access because it'll be publicly available data from now on. So, and without these, we cannot move ahead. So I'm talking about applications that have to do with what we will see directly, and talking about the job market, GPT. I have to say that automation, like ChatGPT, if you don't know what it is, it's an AI system, and you can ask it more or less whatever, and you can get more or less any answer. What it cannot do now, it cannot predict the future. ask it something about the future, it'll say, I can't. Yeah, okay, you can just get a Nuja board or something for that, or a medium. Yeah, okay, and I'm talking about things, not Chat GTP in specific, but things like that in the future. So tools that will help us learn things. If I don't know how to program in ASCII, I'll ask the machine how to do it. So it's very easy, and it's very easy for me to gain greater capability in the job market. So moving on to Mr. Kiporopoulos, who is a politician and a doctor. And I think that both his capacities are threatened by AI. So perhaps the job of a politician can be conducted better by AI systems in some cases, and the job of a doctor could become better, or the psychotherapist could become better in the future, because people perhaps open up more to machines. So I would like an introductory comment to tell us what you think of these things as a politician, as a scientist. First of all, I'm very happy to be here, and thank you very much for inviting me. For giving me the opportunity to talk about these very important issues in a high standard conference. I believe that we are a generation. I am a year younger than 1984 when you entered university. So I think that we are the generation of the Great Leap. I don't think we should combine the words AI with the word threat. We should not combine these two concepts. We should see them separately. The problem lies between the term revolution that you talked about. We did not have a visual projection of the future. So, for example, in movies, we have connected AI with the films we've seen where the future is a dystopic place, catastrophic, and where machines dominate over humans. So as legislators, we try to enter this process of building AI that's human-centric, that will help its users, and users will be those that direct it to be able to get a result faster. That's what we want to see, that AI will make things faster and with fewer errors. What humans will do is to guide it and to get a better result. This is how I see it. Now, regarding what Mr. Velko said, we are in a process, especially as regards the recruitment of staff for companies. Definitely automation and AI have a lot to offer because they speed up repetitive tasks. But here we need to think about one parameter. AI learns from repetition. So this repetition should see us humans inputting other parameters that AI does not input on its own. Because if we just stay at what is repeated, AI will try to achieve the best result, and it will forget the human social collaborative factor, creating exclusions. We do not want any exclusions to be formed. We do not want the future productive sector to be exclusive and to allow the entry only of people who have actually become machines themselves. So I believe that through the process of controlling the parameters, the factors, all the input factors, everyone is a producer and everyone has to take part in the production process. If we give this feedback to the machines, then we can avoid having exclusions. And at the European Commission, that's why we participate in the global effort of ACT for a legislation for AI to show that if in the future we do not have a human-centric approach, then this fear that you talked about will become reality. And then the exploitation will be from machines to humans and not the other way around. In medicine too, we should not be afraid of this. Human contact, such as psychotherapy, cannot be replaced by a screen or a keyboard for the time being, or in the future by a humanoid robot, because they do not have the psyche and the ability to share emotions as people have and to read between the lines of the expression of emotions. Obviously, in the medicine, a lot of leaps have been done, like Big Med, which can predict the change of proteins at specific sites in the body under specific conditions. We cannot move against development and evolution. We need this. We need this to become more functional, more productive, more collaborative. And perhaps just to be a bit more relaxed. I mean, we don't have to do things that machines can do in milliseconds by hand, but we need to be there to prevent machines from reaching a dead end and to, as we do with a horse, for example, we actually rein the horse to show it the direction in which we want to head for our future society. So I'd like to reach a central level, our online guest, Mr. Martin Ulbrich, who works on the development of EU policies on AI issues. And what I would like to ask you, Martin, is whether the European Commission is planning its own policies or it believes that there will be a global policy on AI issues. And in general, I'd like to hear how Brussels see, at a political level and a bureaucratic level, the matter of artificial intelligence. Just a first comment.
Thank you very much. It's nice of you to invite me here today. The European Commission has launched a strategy on AI in 2018, and that's not by accident. You know, AI moves in ups and downs. They have huge developments, and then it slows down. And in around 2014, 2015, there was an explosion. The current wave basically started with significant improvements. And the general mood started to believe that everything in AI was possible. So a few years earlier, in 2008 or 2009, there was a book by some famous economists who said that self-driving cars basically wouldn't be on the road for another 50 years. Too complicated, just not possible technologically. And then the advances happened. Then by 2015, everybody thought that by 2020, there would be self-driving cars on the road because AI had been developing so spectacularly. And you can't do that without AI. That hasn't happened. As we all can see, we're in 2023 now. And back then, of course, one of the big concerns was what that's going to do to the labor market. You know, if you have all of these self-driving cars, you've got plenty of lorry drivers and cab drivers, and all of them will be out of a job. Now, clearly, these fears were, well, unfounded. And actually, nowadays, people would be happy if you had more self-driving cars because you don't have enough lorry drivers. And I think we are currently revisiting that a bit with the ChatGPT. After the big hype of 2015, AI died a bit down, but now with ChatGPT, everybody's talking about AI again for the last 3 months. And people are concerned because they say, well, AI is so good. I mean, the speeches and the text they write is so good. This is going to put all of the journalists out of business and plenty of other people who work with text. It's not the same group. Obviously, it's different straight-up society, but it's still the same effect. You have a new technology, and you're afraid it's going to put people out of a job. Personally, I think that's not going to happen. For the same reason that it didn't happen on the lorry drive in 2014-15, is because you underestimate how much technology has to improve. I mean, there are certain things you all of a sudden can do, but then you realize that actually the job which people are doing is much more complicated than just the AI. And that gets me to the other point, which also was mentioned before. I mean, I think you said AI is not going to tell us what to do. We are going to tell AI what to do. But the we in both cases is different. We are going to tell AI what to do is we, the programmers, we, the people in the companies, we, the researchers. And the AI is going to tell us what to do is we, as in the worker in a factory, the worker in an office, which has a computer system. And of course, the computer system can't really force the people to do, but very often it's easier to follow that. Because if you come to the famous, well, it's nearly a classical joke by now, the computer says so. Somebody comes in there with a reasonable request, the computer says something completely absurd, and the employee just said, well, the computer says so, I can't help you. Because, of course, for employees, it's easier to follow what the standard procedure is, what the computer says. Because then you're right. If you deviate from that, you have to justify it yourself. If the computer gets it right, it's somebody else's problem. If you deviate from it and it's wrong, it's your problem. And therefore, there's a huge temptation, of course, that we leave too many of these things to computers. That's why in the proposal we've made for regulation, we have made in a proposal in 2021 on AI regulation on European level. That's why we are putting quite a significant focus on human control, human in the loop, so that whatever the computer does, in the end, there must always be a human who can either intervene before the decision is taken or can revise the decision, depending on the cases. In some cases, it's important that humans should have the possibility to check the decision before it has effects. In other cases, it's only possible afterwards because the computer is so much faster. So that's what I would like to point out at this stage.
Μάλιστα, ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον Μάρτιν.
Thank you so much, Martin, for this first remark. And having heard the first round, I would like to ask the audience to open it up. Anything to ask, please? I cannot see you because I have the lights in front of me, says the speaker, but I imagine that there is a lady in the room that wants to take the floor. Please, go ahead. Please use the microphone, though, so that it can be interpreted. Thank you.
Work for the RGC conference. I would like to ask the panelists a question. Does artificial intelligence create new discriminations and social exclusions, meaning that I belong to prior to the artificial intelligence generation? We have an example here in the conference, a simple example of the QR code. Many people that are prior to the artificial intelligence generation, well, it's a big issue. What is this little box that can give information so fast? Pictures from the conference. And what are the policies to eliminate these discriminations? Because we, the older generations, really are a little bit out of the market, labor market, due to this illiteracy that we have on all these new and very rapidly evolving artificial intelligence techniques, policies, and we are out of the labor market finally because the new generations are very artificially intelligent.
Νομίζω πως η απάντηση πρέπει να ξεκινήσει καλύτερα.
I think that the reply should come from Martin in this question. Martin is the expert to reply. Martin, please.
Well, I mean, in the context of AI regulation, when we talk about discrimination, we're typically talking about groups where you have features which you cannot change. women, men, etc., etc. What we're talking about here is like a lack of skills, which isn't really discrimination, it's a lack of skills. So what you need to do there is clearly an improvement in the skills. I mean, you've got the new technology, which has to be adopted throughout society. Not just for in your interest, obviously it's very important that the citizens, but also if you look at it from the other side, if you have companies or if you have public services, we're trying to offer these with the new service and a significant part of the customers cannot use them. That clearly is a problem for them. So it's a problem for everybody, which clearly needs to be remedied by improving the skills well, actually by two ways. One, making it user-friendly. I think QR codes is relatively user-friendly, but there are plenty of other AI technologies which are really not user-friendly yet, and where that needs to be significantly improved. And on the other hand, of course, there must be public measures to basically teach people how to use these. Having said that, in the meantime, there should always be a parallel possibility. So, especially if you talk, obviously, the public services, if there's one new technology which you cannot use because that skill hasn't been taught yet, there should always be another possibility to get that service in a traditional way or in any other way which is more easily accessible.
Any other question, please, from the audience for the first round? Yes, please, go ahead.
Inputs in this discussion. Well, I would like to generally ask all the persons involved, when it comes to AI nowadays and after the recent upgrade of the ChatGPT that we saw like literally in this week, there's a huge academic debate, discussion, if you wish, regarding how giving those tools to a mass audience, let's put it that way, to the general population, could actually influence internal and external security. So it's literally a securitized aspect. It has become actually a securitized aspect. That being said, I'd like to ask, can we suggest that the European Union is now secure from internal and external hybrid threats regarding to AI?
Okay, Martin, I think this is for you as well.
Sorry for monopolizing the interview. Nobody's ever secure from hybrid threats. I think that's a constant arms race, which has been happening, in traditional warfare for I don't know how many thousands of years, and ever since computers were invented, in that area and in hybrid threats as well. I mean, whatever the EU or any other country for the matter does today, tomorrow there will be a new threat. So there's only a best effort possible, and I think the EU has certainly significantly improved its best efforts. Whether that's good enough, I don't know. The mass audience. I mean, the interesting thing about AI. The problem is, one of the big problems of ChatGPT is what they call hallucination, which I think is a wonderful word. And words are really important in that respect. Let me come back to what the moderator said at the beginning. If AI wasn't AI, we wouldn't have this conference. I totally agree. If it was something called multi-layered deep neural networks, which is another way of describing exactly the same things, it's not that we would have a different discussion. We wouldn't have any discussion about it at all, because nobody knows what that. Nobody's ever done a discussion about TCP/IP, which is a very important part of the internet, because it's something people didn't understand, and therefore, it wasn't discussed. And so that's very important. And the same thing is now coming with ChatGPT. When ChatGPT is basically lying or just making things up, we call it hallucinating, which on the one hand kind of reinforces the image of artificial intelligence as something human-like. Hallucination is something clearly, but which animals, I don't know, but humans do it. Machines don't hallucinate. So if you talk about hallucinations, that kind of already suggests the kind of human-like thing. But more importantly, it basically is totally unreliable. I mean, not totally, I guess. I don't know what exactly the share is. So you can actually it makes things up. And of course, by training AI in different things, you can direct it in different ways. You can direct it to one way or the other. And that certainly is going to have some impact in the short term. In the long run, however, I wonder, what happens if people wake up to the possibility and possibility to the fact that, many of the things the computer tells them are not actually true. I mean, are just totally fake. I mean, not just, a bit exaggerated or, like politicians would do, telling you only 3/4 of truth, but totally invented. From A to Z, totally untrue. How much, what does that actually do to the credibility that people have of things that they get from computers? I think it's actually going to lead to a rehumanization insofar as that we will once again pay more attention to what humans say as opposed to what computers say.
Good. May I say to that, please? May I say something? May I add? Well, let me take the floor because we, as MEPs, we are responsible in the lawmaking of what is being heard here. To reply to the lady before, upskilling and reskilling are issues that constantly are set on the table, and constantly we must never forget about them. And then let me have the follow-up from the previous panel. The RRF parts were one of the obligations that we had to train again our people so that they will not lose this evolution in which we are. Does it suffice? I don't know. I cannot be certain, but it is a first movement. We must be there. We must be alert so that we can see laws that are being built, and these laws should be future-proof. These should be something that comes from the future so that we can be able to have an analysis of the future to implement today. Now, when it comes to skills and to safety and security, these are topics that we must look into. Maybe as said by Martin, right now people might look at it as a game right now, this whole situation. But gradually, they are trained in something that is ante portas. We must be there. And apologies, because I'm repeating myself, but in this reskilling, upskilling story, we must have a human-centric approach. Nobody should be left aside. Our training should be a tool that will set us and that will guide us to the future. Right now, women are only 29% of growth and innovation, research and innovation, says the speaker. If women account just for 29% of this global sector, if we don't do something to make them included into the STEM jobs, mathematics, engineering, science, then automatically they will be excluded from that sector. So it's up to us to look into the future and perform that procedure. In this future procedure, we only need people / machines that will execute without any humanism. If we go there, then there will be a perfect occupational community, but I don't believe that we want to, because then there will be people like me. If a machine was choosing in 100 time, and if we fed the machine with this data, automatically I will be excluded from such a community, from such a society. Do we need that? Personally, no, because I believe in the possibilities of people and the possibilities of human beings, in the dynamic of each person. So I do not want such a society. Then safety issues are very important. We are building those right now. We will evolve them right now. Luckily, machines are not that smart right now. That is why we must be very cautious when it comes to passing laws to see what we can create and how we can create a safe future. Yes, but before going to Mr. Valkos, I would like to focus on skills. We do not realize very often that the educational model that we are following is a model obsolete that goes back to the 18th century. Yes, even earlier. It is a teacher, a blackboard, and we have all the children to whom the teacher is trying to convey knowledge. A knowledge that largely is not useless, because there's no useless knowledge, practically, but is not properly used, I would say. On the contrary, we don't develop other things like empathy. like, for instance, some artistic critical thinking, says Mr. Kibouropoulos. Yes, continues the moderator, something that the machine cannot do, which is a very big issue. The other day, I was able to see in the US a company that demonstrated educational projects for the future school, and there was Obama in a hologram, and he was talking to the public about the issues of politics or about international politics. That is, there was a machine which they had fed any Obama material they had, and this machine could discuss with people. This will be, in a way, the school of the future. And I believe that there will be discrimination equally. The good school will be able to bring the good machine with much data and an involved algorithm, whereas the poorest school cannot catch up. And now let me go to Mr. Velpos and let me ask exactly that. How can you approach this procedure of skills that needs upskilling, reskilling, and how can you see the future on these axes? Thank you.
Okay. First of all, we should say that we've talked about a lot of things that if we connect them, if we fill in the dots, we'll have a great result. We talked about learning and skilling and reskilling. And before that, the representative of the central administration said that we need to set the basis for the future with constants. So starting with the skills, the critical thought, learn creativity, be creating a greater creation. All these things are human-centric. This is never going to change. Second, it's very important to see that whatever has to do with the future, like machines, but that's just like a black box term. We shouldn't be afraid of that. It's something that at the moment is happening in all our lives. I'll give some examples to be brief. So the third thing has to do with the fact that we need time to disseminate this in society. In our father's generations, and we should say that there was no mindset towards lifelong learning. In our generation, we have this mindset that we need lifelong learning, continuous improvement, being up to date. This is part of a young person's mindset. Even in our generation, not only those who are now students, I mean, it's not that I just study something and then I start my work. Yes, there is people say that people who are studying now will change perhaps 5 professions in their lifetimes. Yes, I think that statistically people are expected to change about 5 different professions, and people today are expected to change 19 employers and 5 different jobs because they might work in the same sector. So to connect it with a question we had from the audience, I want to say that all this needs time for skilling. There's a lot of things happening at the level of the local society from the state, and also things that we also have to be aware of. We have to be alert to what's happening to be able to follow the future, because we see that this will keep developing. So to give another example, because we've got our representative of medicine. So in medicine, how long does it take medical books to change? 40 years. In IT, 4 years. So the fact that IT is developing much faster than other disciplines, and because this is moving things ahead in other sectors as well, and as we're talking about medicines, one of the main things where application is where IT is applied is in medicine. So as a citizen, apart from I have to be constantly active and to learn new things, because I don't know that I will be left behind by technology because it's moving very fast. As regards our learning, we haven't reinvented the wheel. Obviously, interaction, the way things are done, and the things that universities offer, because I'm not going to compare universities of Greece with other countries. This is a larger debate. But the educational system now is focusing on vocational skills. And obviously, it's not necessary because we talked about changing professions. So we said that people now are going to do about 5 different things. So you understand that this means that it's not that I will do for my whole life what I do at the university. There's career changes at 30, 40, 50, 60 years old. There's no limitation there. So we need to be open to learning. Obviously, in a society, some people will be able to catch up much faster and others slower. This is obvious in a society. It's not discrimination. We need to understand that society will include people who are more tech-friendly and others who are not so much. So those will go a bit slower. This has to do with the local society, with the administration, local government, and European programs that try to improve the technology skills of citizens to allow them to use technology as a tool and not as a hobby. Yes, and this is very important. I would say that it's our responsibility as well, because lifelong learning, especially in Greece, it's not really part of our DNA. It's something that we still follow a traditional approach towards. These statistics are very useful, but I don't know if people truly understand that Greeks living in Greece who do not go to live abroad to become a cosmopolitan citizen to gain other experiences. So to what extent Greeks will change these 5 professions? So it's not just looking at the statistics, but to see how we can apply these statistics and to understand it in Greek reality. And I'm saying this because lifelong learning and changing professions, changing sectors, change the way I work every day is not part of our daily lives or our daily perceptions. So this too should be part of our reality. You know, parents would say that, Stelios, my child, you're doctor now, but you might become an engineer, you might become a businessman, you might become something that you will love, you will be interested in, you might work in technology, you might take steps towards something else, not always to be a psychiatrist from when you finish university to the day you die. So it's a process that we need to incorporate, we need to instill in our mind. I believe that any state, to avoid creating this discrimination, should combat. It should know what people it's dealing with and go and knock on each and everyone's door and say, we have a program for upgrading your skills. We know you're 50, 60, 70 years old. You're afraid of this. But there's a program that will help you overcome this fear, because I don't want to leave you behind. So it's an obligation of all citizens to have an open mind to accept this new reality, and of the organized state on a municipal, regional, and central level to say that I have built something for you, customized to your needs, to allow you to enter the new era. It's not easy. Nobody says it'll happen overnight. But in this era, in this process, because we do not want to see the continuation of discrimination, we want, talking as a politician as well, apart from a humanist. We want everyone to join us on the course towards progress, so everyone needs to try a bit more. This is a very important comment. I just want to present a two-dimensional statistic. Talking about career changes, and maybe some people don't understand this. What does this mean? To what extent can this happen? One of the most popular jobs in the States in IT is programmers with a background and degrees in psychology to be able to understand what they're building, which is addressed to people, to understand the human dimension. Because sometimes the public might not understand what these things mean. We talked about STEM before. This is very good. There's a huge need in the labor market, and obviously companies try to absorb people from outside IT schools, and also programming to talk about technology more broadly, because that might defocus the audience. We're not talking about programming only. We're talking about scientific partners. We're talking about psychologists in technology, people who can, designers, photo designers, lots of specializations, the liaison between technology and business. There's lots of jobs created there. So we need to understand how things stand. Not talking per se about jobs, but we need to understand the labor market and how it's evolving, because when we talk about an evolution, they might not understand what this means. We mean that job posts will essentially have to use technology to analyze things, analyze data. It doesn't mean that if people are not programmers, they won't be able to work in the future. Just to clarify this. And secondly, this has to do with a model that you talked about regarding upskilling and reskilling. One of the main models followed abroad is that some states, when soldiers finish their military service, I mean those who are professional soldiers, when they get a pension earlier, to avoid having them inert, what they do is that they upskill them with technology skills to be able to support the technology systems of the state, to allow them to be productive and not to just let them be pensioners. So the psychiatrist is going to become a life coach. These are two completely different things. No, I'm just joking, but it's a very fashionable term. Yes, each one is important for what they do. It's a different thing, a psychiatrist and a life coach and a psychotherapist. Very different things. Yes, understood. Yes, these are different disciplines, and when we ask for something, we need to know what we're asking for and what we get. And I agree. Artificial intelligence is not here to destroy us. It's a tool for collaboration for better progress. So everything is connected, as Steve Jobs said. So questions? Good, lots of them.
We know that ChatGPT and OpenAI, they were developed privately because, of course, the way innovation functions, there are many more incentives from capitalizing on them on a private level. However, we also see that AI has a lot of application for everyday citizens, and we see that it can improve the standard of living substantially. So for me, this begs two questions. First of all, concerning innovation and the private sector, is it important to have need to share culture between different parts of the private sector, between different companies? Is there currently, perhaps Mr. Dimitriadis, from your experience, is there a need to hide, to conceal certain information and capabilities? Or
different private companies and innovation hubs interested in sharing information and pooling them together to achieve the best result? And then from a public level, is it perhaps time to talk about AI as a common public good to be regulated at a collective level? Thank you.
Να ξεκινήσουμε από τη δεύτερη ερώτηση για το...
So starting with the second question on whether AI can be considered a public good. So I'd like Martin to answer that from a policy perspective.
Interesting question. I think one of the big problems, once again, we have with the word AI here is that this idea of that there is one AI. AI is a field of technologies, or it's a technology which can be applied to many different fields, and that means that it can be extremely useful and extremely useless. It can be extremely dangerous and totally innocuous. It can be totally public good and totally private. I mean, it can be anything. One of the things I mentioned earlier, the fact, the truck drivers example, and one of the reasons that you remember that we thought there were self-driving cars. One of the reasons that didn't happen is because you need different parts of technological advance. You need the robotics part, which didn't develop quite as fast, and then you need, for example, the image recognition part. Actually, most of the AI advances over the last 15 years, the ones which have really impressed everybody, are in two subfields of AI only, which is image recognition on the one hand, and speech processing, language processing, what they call NLP, natural language processing. In many other areas, the AI technology has advanced and therefore has become more efficient, but way less than these two technologies. And ChatGPT is, of course, based on NLP, and the next generation of you're going to get there is the combination of ChatGPT with images. So you can actually translate images into text into images, and then try to combine these things. But that's because these are really the two areas where AI has been advancing very rapidly, which is also why ChatGPT, this is now what everybody thinks about AI. 10 years ago, nobody thought about this as where AI was going. Now everybody thinks this is clearly what AI is doing. That wasn't obvious. That's just because this particular part of technology was developing more rapidly than the other, which is also why I'm very skeptical about any prediction of the future. It has been done so often, so wrong, and this time probably what we think about how AI is going to go in 2030, 2035 is most 99% chance that we are totally wrong. Having said that, AI does have certain common features, and that's why we have this AI Act, the proposal for a regulation on AI at European level. And that's also why in that AI Act we are making a distinction between risky and, between bad AI you don't want to have at all because we consider it's bad for society, but which is very, very small part of it. But which why we're making a distinction between risky AI and non-risky AI, and most of the AI is actually non-risky, because the AI, the kind of the status of public good or need for regulation or anything of AI really depends on the use case, what you're going to use this AI for, and that's really where the discussion is now. Obviously, with ChatGPT coming in a bit late, the question is then what exactly. And that is also a big question which has been discussed at length in the European Parliament. What exactly are the cases of AI which we consider dangerous, or not dangerous, risky, so which need regulation, and what are the cases of AI which are perfectly innocuous and where there's no need for regulation whatsoever?
Ναι. Κύριε Βέλκο.
Mr. Velkos, on both issues, yes. Yes, I agree with what Michael said. There is not one single AI. It's a very good question, actually. It's a kind of philosophical at this point, because I believe that in the future we will all in some way use AI. At the moment, I'm thinking that in many places in the world, internet is not a given, and not all people, all more than 7 billion people, I don't know how many we are, half of them have access to the internet, so to information. So how can we talk about AI. Unfortunately, we're talking about something in the future, which is happening now. But we still have the tools of yesterday. So we need to combine all these things, and we need to run ahead. I'll insist on this. In this development, we need to maintain our human nature, not to forget our emotions, to be human-centric, and this is a necessity. Because the largest fear is for us to become machines, not to be dominated by machines without emotions. And definitely, I'm using my psychiatric background in this comment, but this has to be with respect to what is termed as emotions. So to reply to your question, I believe that everyone in the future will use AI, so it will become de facto a public good. On the other hand, I believe that the state should be part of this knowledge so that companies can return this knowledge to the public sphere. So I believe that synergies between the public and private initiatives should go hand in hand.
When it comes to businesses now, yes. Let's be more realistic now. I would argue that AI didn't come now. We can have a poll now. How many out of you are using Netflix? Raise the hands. Okay. And you go online and Netflix suggests a movie based on which criteria? It's very simple. Yes. It's not a good algorithm because Netflix cannot get too much data. Okay, I had another example. Wait for me. How many out of you are using Google Maps or Apple Maps? Raise the hands. All of you. Good. Next, in this part, how many out of you daily, how many are using that daily? Raise the hands, please. All of you. Good. We're doing so to avoid traffic. Yes, okay. Do you know, so you get in the car, and so entering the car, the machine can tell that you go home, because this is a habit. So there is a suggestion. Would you go home? Let me start Google Maps. I mean that AI, it was said before, and let me stress it, we are there to learn the machines. This was said before. We give the data to the machines. So the only thing that machines can do, because this is a human aspect, is the only thing that they cannot do, rather, is emotions. They cannot read emotions. And we don't want them to read emotions, to be frank. But when it comes to the real dimension, let us not just focus on ChatGPT that will destroy us or will destroy our businesses. We have already AI, one way or another. We have smart home applications, and then if we speak to Alexa, to Siri, to Google Assistant, we already interact with AI systems. The simplest application that we can learn that AI is here is how we are using Google and some simple applications daily. And entertainment included in our daily routine. I will not judge the AI of Netflix. I will agree with you about Netflix. But from that point onwards, let me say that AI has already joined our life. But through ChatGPT, we had another approach because it is a more integral application, and that is how we perceive this difference. Now, when it comes to the other part of the question, whether companies compete, because also firms want to have innovative products, innovative solutions that will be to the benefit of the market. So it's a part of the equation as well. I am not mixing that because education was said before. Now, this was a reply only when it comes to businesses. Personally, prior to me asking the next question, I believe that one of the main sources of discrimination in the future will be which algorithm is used by everyone for his or her own life. The rich man will have an evolved algorithm. The poorer or the poor will have another algorithm which may not deliver equally. Because what we forget, or we don't know it, I would argue, is that gradually the mobile phone will become a part of us. We will meet even biologically with a mobile phone. It will become earphone and glasses. So it will be embedded in our body. Whoever has the best algorithm will have access to better information more quickly. May I please? Thank you, says Mr. Kibouropoulos. To what Mr. Velkos said, the problem would be in the pathway. We start, let's go home AI, but let us not link AI to the car. And if we want to choose another pathway, because this is what we want to buy flowers to our spouse, let's say. And the AI might tell you, no, there is traffic, you will be in delay. There will be the problem. We must avoid that. That is, AI should not take initiatives for us. We must be able to combine our own initiatives with the best result. I believe, very rightly you put it, that which algorithm will be used between the rich and the poor, if we are good enough, as mankind, we must lead the way, we must lead the algorithm in a way that this gap between rich and poor people to be mitigated, to be decreased. So we must not follow something that creates discrimination in the society. We must not continue this discrimination in a promising tool for the future. This is something that is a next challenge to face. Okay, any question from the audience, please? Any question, any other person, please? You will have the final question, my lady, I promise, but another question from a new face. The ladies in the first row, thank you.
So, as I understand it, the competition amongst tech companies is mainly concentrated amongst the big tech. So there's a very few people that actually have power over the way that things are progressing. And how, regardless though, the everyday person is influenced by AI because it's becoming a public, sorry, I've lost my train of thought. It's almost becoming a public product because we get to use it every day through Google Maps and so on. And my question is whether this power that these few people hold needs to start being translated into a political power, and to what extent should individuals have an ability to hold these people in these companies accountable, and to what extent do we, the users, have to have a say into how these technologies are evolving and how they influence us when we don't really have the know-how of even understanding how artificial intelligence functions. And a simple question is, a simple example is my experience with ChatGPT. When I logged in, for instance, I noticed that there was no banner for accepting or rejecting cookies or terms and conditions, which in the EU has the GDPR, which requires for all websites used in the European Union to have some kind of, give the users the choice to reject their data being processed in that manner. So we see OpenAI, which is the site that I use for ChatGPT, which I think is Elon Musk's site, does not adhere to such regulation. And to what extent does the EU and other governments have the power to control such big tech companies? And this power is very much concentrated in the very few, and we need to maybe translate it into a political power and increase accountability. What mechanisms can there be for this?
Ωραία, είναι tailor-made.
A perfect question, tailor-made for Martin. Let's start from Martin, and then Mr. Kibouropoulos.
Yeah, I had some problems. I didn't understand half of the text, but I think the issue, so there's definitely a problem, I think, which we have all observed with the, disproportionate influence of the large platforms, which in addition are all concentrated in one area, so you get a kind of group effect among these platforms, which is why we, on the European level, we have recently adopted or proposed and partially in the process of adoption the Digital Markets Act and Digital Services Act. So one bracket is like, this is not specific to AI. This is something which will happen in AI as well, or most likely in AI as well. But clearly it's something which has happened before AI. It's a simple network effect, which you have whenever you have digital. In digital, you have a fairly high setup cost and a pretty much zero marginal cost. which means that whoever has a system in place then has the advantage of being big, and it's getting bigger just because he's big. And then clearly that you need a number of safeguards in how far that economic wealth and economic power can be translated into political power, which is why there's a number of legislations which are currently being proposed. Having said that, one of the things you're noticing is that whenever you have, or which we have noticed very far, whenever we've had one of these, completely dominant monopolies which nobody can attack, then all of a sudden they were attacked. And we have had the issue of Microsoft a few years ago when it was clearly dominating the world, and then all of a sudden it wasn't anymore. We're seeing even Facebook and Meta is in a big crisis right now. So it's not because a company is very dominant today that we should always assume that this dominance is going to stay forever. It may be, so it's certainly something we have to keep in mind, but we have also to be realistic and see that what we see today is not necessarily what we will have tomorrow. GDPR, I think, I'm not quite sure what exactly you said there, but GDPR does of course apply to anything you put on the market in Europe. So if, for example, when Microsoft now uses ChatGPT in its Bing search engine, then that has to fulfill the requirement of GDPR as well.
Yeah. Good. Are you covered from the reply? Let me add something to that. Yes. Let us first explain something that is quite useful. I had prepared that for today because I was waiting for that question. So let us see where AI will apply massively, because let us not just examine the part of how we can perceive it. So let's see, in partnership with corporates that we said before, we can understand that AI right now, the bigger applications will be in healthcare, in pharma, industry, in education, in agriculture, in energy, in retail as well. Let's not forget about retail. We have been used to a B2C or a B2B, and right now, at this moment, we will go into a logic B2R or B2C, business to robot, robot to customer. There will be automation of procedures largely. The focus of the company and technologies will be on how they can automate procedures, how a product will better reach our hands, to put it simply. I was pretty sure about this question. Of course, finance is included into that. But the main part is about healthcare, pharma, education, agriculture, energy, that is, use as much energy as we can through AI. And there lie the biggest challenges that the states, the Commission, and all of us, we are trying to have this direction. Not about whether I'm going to have a better version of a mobile phone, or you don't have the money, so you have an older version, or obsolete info. We have been dealing with access to AI, which is the priority of all, and even the priority of companies. This is a holistic approach of mine to understand the bigger picture. AI is not just about a matter of money, that is, I will be lagging behind because I don't have the money to buy the best iPhone. No. The biggest applications that are being prepared, applied by the market, are in industries related to how the living conditions of mankind will become better. May I? Yes, Mr. Kibolopoulos, you opened a big question. It's huge. It is the basis for everything. It is fully related to what we're discussing today. GDPR. Let's start from that. Yes, I didn't talk about it. You're right. Is it good? It's a start. It's a start in a very difficult environment. And when it was institutionalized, the people were quite grumpy. Now we are in a review procedure because we have to start someplace. The issue is that too much data right now, and you know that in this room. are gotten just by our behavior on specific platforms of social media that we are using. So even GDPR is an effort to prevent something in a way that at the end of the day, when somebody wants to get our data, they can do so because we are giving this data to them. In the EU, I believe that we are in a blessed country because this is the country that respects at a maximum level and to the best continent that absolutely respects human rights. All of us stepping on European soil, we must keep that as a label on our forefront, respect to human rights, which also should be interpreted online, on the internet. That is why we had GDPR effort. Nowadays, we should see how this will be conveyed to all different environments, to all different conditions, from ChatGPT, and we don't know what this is, it's quite trendy as a buzzword. We don't know what this will bring, what it will do to us, and how it can be explained, up to the way we're using social media. So here lies the comment about critical thinking and training. When we are on a big platform, Facebook, okay, when we're on Facebook, and when we click on ads, there is no GDPR on that, but what does the algorithm do? It's not still AI, it's an algorithm. It brings back things for you to see on the same ad that you had once clicked on. Is it GDPR? Is this access to our personal data? It is. What about respect? There is no respect because we have given our consent. We have given the right to abolish that respect. So we must also be trained about how we can use that part equally. Now, we come as co-legislators in the European Parliament to build a landscape. The Digital Market Act, that is, or Digital Service Act, these are agreements 2 years ago that led us to how we can launch things and how we could use the internet overall. And now we come as co-legislators to say that right now we must build proper laws, proper terms that and proper provisions that will give the opportunities not just to big businesses but to SMEs as well, so that they can safely invest in this part, and they should not be afraid of the future, that tomorrow something might change or something might become obsolete. So I would argue that we should create both the terms and the conditions as well as the incentives towards SMEs so that they can seize this opportunity. Many of the things done in big businesses are taking place due to startups or spin-offs. Unfortunately, we don't have so many spin-offs in Greece, but in some European or some non-European countries, this is the case. I would argue thus that we must see how your daily mindset, your research approach, your scientific approach might contribute to that evolution. And let us not see only the big business which is out there as the giant which promote evolution, but let us see our own powerful daily mind, the minds within a university, and how they can contribute to the development of these businesses. And to sum it up, everything is about partnership. Nothing can move on alone, and nothing can evolve if we don't understand that we are on the same team, that we are co-creators of this progress. Thank you.
Okay, so we've spent 67 minutes discussing this. We'll have a few more questions. I think we have one from over here. I wanted to comment on this and to pose a question. My comment, no, I'll start with a question actually, which is a practical question. I don't know if it can be replied. Can AI predict the future For example, the weather forecast. Can we reach a point when we say that in 6 months and 1 year, based on forecasts or based on scientific facts? The second thing I want to note has to do with the human-centric approaches that Mr. Kipouropoulos talked about. This is very important. As a professor of chemistry in medical chemistry, my work was to form molecules as fast as possible for various diseases. AI will definitely help a lot in accelerating the process because AI will bring together the whole of humanity, like the DNA, which is a common language of all humans. And I believe that in the course of evolution, we could reach a point when we will be able to predict the future. Obviously, it's very difficult because AI cannot mimic the trillions of cells in the brain that collaborate with each other amazingly to get the result of us seeing each other, talking, etc. So this is my comment. Congratulations, though, for this excellent session, and to Mr. Kipouropoulos, who actually replied to a lot of questions with his comments. I don't know who can reply to this. Mr. Verelkus, perhaps, regarding predicting the future? Yeah, we talked about this a bit. At the moment, AI cannot predict the future. We can predict various things, teaching things to the algorithms, but based, at least in my field, in companies, I collaborate with more than 75% of IT companies in Greece. I know what's happening in Greece and the States and in the EU. I represent Greece to lots of companies at the Silicon Valley, so I know very well what's happening in Greece and abroad. At the moment, to reply with a simple sentence, all discussions reach the conclusion that we cannot predict the future. In the stock markets that are writing software to predict what's going to happen, it doesn't work. I had a discussion last week with a consultant of a Silicon Valley company, and we were talking about this, the pros and cons to reach a decision on certain topics. And I said, you know, if we knew the model, we will either all be rich or we would have solved the social problem and everybody would be happy with what we have, how to get it, etc. So the future cannot be predicted, at least based on the IT data we have so far. In the future, obviously, I cannot commit with an answer. In the process of evolution, it is destined, it's destiny to see what will happen tomorrow. We just don't know it. This is how I believe things. There's a kind of fate. There's a destiny. We just don't know what it is. Yes, you're talking about the evolution of an organism, of life. Do we believe in fate? And if there's a set destiny, this is a very philosophical issue. That's slightly a heretic view. Yes, okay, this is a different debate, obviously, but I believe that at some point we will be able to predict the future. Yes, based on today's data, we cannot predict the future. For sure.
For a second?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. I think we should distinguish two things. I mean, one is pattern recognition. And that's something AI is extremely good at. It takes large data and it makes connections which are there, mathematical connections, any kind of patterns, which are there, which have there been all the time, but which we haven't been able to see because we didn't have the data, we don't have the computing capabilities, we don't have the time to do all of that. And to that extent, if there are such patterns which we haven't found, it could be, in theory, be able to predict. I mean, that's how the medical in the medical domain it works. Right? It's going to find better medication. It's going to find better treatment because it's able to combine things in a way which we hadn't been, would always. I mean, the solutions AI will find would have worked 1,000 years ago, but we weren't able to find it 1,000 years ago. That doesn't mean that it can predict the future. It can only predict the future insofar as there is a pattern. So if there is a pattern, it could, in theory, predict the future because it has recognized the pattern. So if, for example, the weather was regularly happening in such a way that if you have enough data, it turns out that every 25th of December at 13:55 there's 16 degrees. Every time there has been a full moon 3 days before and the football match has been won by a certain team, it could, in theory, predict that. But of course, there is no pattern, and therefore it cannot predict the weather for the weather by itself. And then for the rest of the future, it can't predict anyway. But it can only predict certain things where it can build on patterns. I mean, one of the things that AI is good for is, for example, distance maintenance. It's fairly, because there are patterns, it's fairly good at predicting when a motor is likely to break down, or whether it needs some maintenance, or when the tires need repairing. Of course, these are always probabilities, never 100%. But in that respect, it can be fairly efficient and probably better than humans. Humans have always used that as this kind of thing by a rule of thumb. This tire has 100,000 kilometers, so it's probably going to need replacement. AI can do that much better by saying, okay, this tire has been so many braking moments. It has been running so far. It has been running on that ground. There has been an accident. So it can tell you much better than that. So it's got some kind of predictive power. But that remains really limited to specific cases and where there is a pattern it can recognize.
Yes, there's another thing, that logical paradox in what you're saying. If we could predict the future and intervene, then we wouldn't have predicted the future. We would have formed a hypothesis, and based on this hypothesis, we would have acted, so thus changing the future, which would not be predicted. It's a logical conundrum. So another question. And this will only take one other question. How many questions do you have? We don't have time. If you're quick, okay, we'll have time.
Here as well?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So my question is the following. How can we ensure that we can avoid algorithm bias, especially in healthcare, where clinicians in some cases need data from an AI system to make ethical or accurate decisions to benefit the patients? Thank you.
Ουσιαστικά
What you really need is to get the right data. Now, the problem with that, of course, is that in AI, generally the right data depends on the application. On a very simple case, if you want to have data, the example we always use in general that data discrimination may be justified, or maybe depending on the cases. If you have a dating application, you might want to discriminate according to sex. You might want to put women in one case and men in the other case. And for medical, of course, that can be the case between women and men. It can be the case between old and young people. It can also be the case for different countries. Some countries in the world have a large number of people who cannot digest milk after a certain age. In other countries in Europe, that is very rarely the case. So in order to get the right, to make sure that there's no discrimination, you have to make sure that you get the right data to feed into the algorithm. And there's no single general rule about that, because, as I said, it can be, depending on the case, it can be either totally unacceptable to make any discrimination whatsoever, or it can be totally required to do discrimination, because otherwise you won't get the good results. So there's no simple answer to that question, I'm afraid.
And just one very quick thought. I think that at this point of time, what we want is to have a very quick calculations. So we wanted the AI to tell us that if you choose this direction, you have, let's say, 50, 60% of survival. If you have the other way, you have percentage of survival 65. So you have the mind, you have the two, but you have yourself the mind to choose the A or B in order to have the least risk of survival.
Okay. Πρώτη τελευταία ερώτηση.
One question there. I would like to ask that now in the modern ecosystem of AI, there are at least 20 chats, not only ChatGPT, which make image creation, etc. So it's important. Many times this model is trained on human data. And for example, I can go to an AI model and say, make a drawing based on the style of X artist, and it does. And this artist might be alive, and they might lose money. For example, if I'm an artist, if I'm a book illustrator, is there a legislative framework that's going to be created for this so that someone irrelevant cannot use my kind of artwork style? So first, Michael, please reply to this. And, oh, sorry, and sorry, Mr. Kiparopoulos. Yes, it's very, today people view this as a game, but the same's happening with NFTs. We consider that someone who has an NFT, why not copy it from an image? It's the same thing. No, it's not the same thing. Copyright and the fact that this has my signature, even the fact that I will put my signature and not yours will change the work, and it'll have a different result. And because these are serious issues with a lot of financial implications, obviously, we are in the process of creating laws. We're in the first steps in this direction.
There's that of course is a very hot topic right now. You may have heard that in the US you have already had the first lawsuit. I think Getty Images was suing ChatGPT. There's generally to the copyright treatment of data you scrap on the internet or from databases. In order to use it, there is a regulation for that. In Europe, it's the text and data mining exemption, which allows people to use this data, unless the copyright owner or the intellectual property owner has objected to that. Now, the question, of course, there's a question of enforcement, and that's one of which is currently being discussed in policy circles, I think. In the US, you have the fair use exemption. So I think ChatGPT is basically has been building itself very much based on the fair use exemption. How that actually legally works out remains to be seen. I mean, as I said, there has been the first lawsuit in the US. I would expect others to come, maybe in Europe, maybe in the US, and then we'll see what happens. And in parallel, of course, there's political discussion referring to how far the current regime is still appropriate in the face of developments like very large models, which really didn't exist 5 years ago.
So we have 3 minutes only for one last question, which must be very quick. Sorry, I can't give you the mic back. I just want. Sorry, I can't hear it very well. He doesn't have a microphone. The professors talked about predicting the future. I have something to ask. Is it is our brain the technical, is our brain actually the artificial intelligence created by someone else? This is a different debate. I have a theory that we all live in the colon of a dog, but come on, this is not serious. Last question from the lady. Sorry, she doesn't have the mic. Are there the state mechanisms? We know in Greece, the job center, for example, the job organization, that these use EU funds for, say, 8 months or other policies which are very obsolete. How smart is Europe and its institutions here in Greece to be able to move ahead in the future with such policies? Very quickly, because we don't have time. This is why the job center became the workforce organization, and its president became the coordinator of all actions that will define whatever's going to happen this year as regards upskilling and reskilling of Greek citizens. That's why the EU set 2023 as the European Skills Year. And this is why we're conducting all these efforts to collaborate, to coordinate member states. There are a lot of member states. We shouldn't just stay on a national level, and we should work abroad with others. And this is the aim that we want, not to repeat errors of the past. Okay, so this is it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Martin Ulbrich, for giving us his view from the European Commission, Vasilis Velkos, Stelios Kipouropoulos, and all of you. This has been recorded on a video. We've made a comedy to be seen 50 years from now. The viewers then will definitely be laughing if they ever see it. So enjoy your weekend.
Καλημέρα σας, κυρίες και κύριοι.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're very happy to be here in this very hospitable place. And this panel shall follow a discussion that opened before. I believe that you all enjoyed the role of AI, that is, the social changes that this will bring about, as well as the challenges faced by our societies, facing a plethora of changes and artistic growth. We're talking about the fifth, sixth revolution. It can be all together. Anyway, this panel will focus on different issues of political impact. In other words, we need to see beyond the social impact of AI, how this will also affect the political interaction, the political dialogue. In other words, are there any reasons to worry about the quality of democracy in the decades to come, in the years to come? We've heard too much about the future. If we can predict the future, whether AI will help us to take safer decisions about the future, I think that all these topics touch upon the sphere of politics, the sphere of democracy, what type of administration we can think of about the next day with the assistance of AI and technology. These are the topics that I would like to raise. Of course, quite superficially, because I'm pretty sure that if the previous panel raised the bar, I am pretty sure that this panel with these speakers will be equal to that. We have with us Mr. Kalogiru from the Technical University of Athens, professor of economics, technology economics. So we would like to discuss with him, of course, the financial impact and the political impact. Mr. Agouris from Patras University, who is a specialist professor on the development of software linked to the quality of artificial intelligence and the impact of it, and Mr. Dimitriadis, Chief Innovation Officer of the Future Cuts, but also consultant at the Special Secretariat of Programming in the long run and Design in the long run Foresight Division of the Hellenic Public Administration. Indeed, when I first was informed about the establishment of this department, I was quite impressed at the existence of such a department, and I'm looking forward to listening to you. How can you take the next day about different interactions? But let me mention a historic element. I remember that when in 2008, President Obama first used social media for his campaign, back then we were skeptical about where this could lead. Then, in the elections of 2014, we saw information about the involvement of some bots on some accounts to impact the final results of the 2014 elections, and ever since it has been a source of concern. Some shadow or dark guys undermine our democracy. This is just an aspect for our discussion. Well, I went too long, I'm afraid, says the moderator. Let me give the floor straight away to Mr. Kalogiru to start. Thank you very much for this invitation, first of all, for participating in this panel. And we have old friends and new ones. I believe the topics that you've raised, since we have listened to that before, this is quite interesting. I will seize this opportunity to start from something that was discussed towards the end of the previous session, that is, whether we can predict. Let me say that at least when it comes to people in the community dealing with technology economics, where I focus on, the easiest thing not to prove true is technology development. These technological developments should be seen throughout history. The most characteristic things to say is that in 1899 in the US, the Congress Bureau on Patents sent a letter to the then president of the US and said, "We have invented everything practically. Let's take into account that back then we were talking about the second technological revolution, that is electricity, telecom, etc. And luckily, this was not the end, and it shows how many times we can prove ourselves false. Now, following World War II, in 1947 or 8, IBM said that there will be no big computers, there will be only some major computers. The CEO back then of IBM said there will be 8 to 10 big computers that will be owned by some states to maintain their healthcare system, etc. And the most impressive thing is the following. In 1978, that is 3 years before the first personal computer came, the CEO of digital equipment, which was the one building the biggest systems back then, a bit bigger than the personal computer, he said that no way, even if technology helps, this will not pass, because nobody wants to go at home and work from there due to the existence of the personal computer. He was not right, because IBM and Apple were launched, and this company shut down, despite the fact that this was a good company. Very good companies that follow a proper line, a proper trend, then they are losing it because situations change. So I am saying that instead of forecasts, let us better understand what happened, because AI is linked to a new technological revolution. From the different classifications, it is believed to be the 6th technological revolution. The first one goes back to the Industrial Revolution in Britain in 1770 or 1780, and technologies that first came up that were the use of machines and energy due to water. I'm saying so because the first phenomenon, that is, this whole story, sets a big endeavor. The relationship between humans and machines. Back then, energy needed to move all these things. The muscular energy of people was replaced, but also animals' energy was replaced, because many times they were using animals that were able to help to do the work. And let me remind you that back then there has been a big revolution in Britain that was smashing machines. If you see it through history, they were not right. But on the other hand, we're talking about a fear to lose jobs, which exists even today. The big players dismiss many people, which means something as well for the future. It's not a simple thing. Let me tell you, the first big imbalance is that these big firms, which mainly are located in the US and in China, there's a problem with Europe, because Europe doesn't have a big player in these things. That's why many people argue that we have a type of intellectual monopoly. That is, there are some big players that have in hand knowledge, and they are writing the rules of the game, using as a raw material our data. It is tremendous. All of us, the millions or the billions of people dealing with the internet, using a personal computer, are giving data which are used for free. It is a big problem that one should see. Now, if we look into the different tech revolutions, the previous one, which was the revolution based on electronics and computers, we can argue that some parts of AI are the continuation of this revolution. So many problems are in between, and that is why not all start from scratch. Consequently, here there is one dilemma, that is the relationship between mankind and machines. Until now, we have been talking about the first period of machinery that reached the personal computer level, but many people are afraid that now we're entering a new phase, the second phase of machines, because at the beginning, what was replaced when computers came out? The routine jobs were replaced, and some others that one way or another could be simulated, but not what we see today, that possibly a machine might become more powerful than human beings. It is an argument that circulates, and it's quite ambiguous. That is, the machine has won the best chess player. He was an American, if I'm not mistaken. Kasparov, maybe. But the reply to that is that a machine might work as a a complementary asset of mankind. If Kasparov had a machine, possibly he could win, which is a hope. That is, mankind and human critical spirit and empathy, what was said before, could be the reply to that. They could be our salvation in order not to be found in a world that it will not be that nice. Let us stop here, and we'll come back at a later stage, especially when it comes to the state and the services and the different algorithms and so on and so forth. But imagine that my colleagues will have many things to say on that. Thank you so much. I think that you gave us this macroscopic vision, because many times we are looking into the trees, but what about the forest? What about the social changes as a result of development? This is no news. This has been happening for the last 3 centuries at least. I believe that you passed us the ball, you gave us the relay, and now what about your colleague? Yes, thank you. First of all, allow me to thank you and the organizers for this invitation. Indeed, when you contacted me and you said, please come to have a discussion on democracy and AI, this was a big challenge to me as well. My own point of view, and let me add to what Mr. Kalogiru has just said, is exactly the one that technology should interact with human beings. More than 40 years I have been studying these topics as well. And AI is one of the topics that we're truly interested in. Let us not stick in mankind's hope, in mankind's interaction with technology, but we're talking about the social fabric and how this impacts democracy. To set the tone, and let me continue this concern, he led us back to the 18th century and the subsequent tech revolutions that took place back then. I would like to give you a definition about how can we define as AI, because this is, first of all, an artificial, or rather a technical term, I would say. It is an area of IT, computer science, that is, which has a lifespan of 70 years, since 1950. It is our quest. We need to find machines that are intelligent enough and have characteristics that usually can deliver for mankind. They can solve problems that require some type of intelligence as a term, because in our daily jargon we link that and we might mix it up with any tech evolution that is taking place in our era. As a term, AI, it has gone through different phases, through different stages. And the same happened with tech revolutions. So we had AI different phases. In the 60s or in the 70s, we can see that we had experienced systems in making baby steps, etc., etc. And then there was another era of a decay. Nobody talked about it, that is. And then another era came when we started collecting data. It was the 90s, due to the internet, due to the telecom networks. We start collecting too much data. Back then, we started developing algorithms of machine learning. I get too many examples. I can train an algorithm, and in turn, this algorithm for a new example may draw some conclusions. And now, in 2010, in this new decade, we evolved the volume of data. We must be quite cautious because we're talking about democracy. Who is the owner of data? It's not each one of us. In the previous panel, this has been discussed. They talked about imbalances between big firms and governments. Perhaps this might concern us. That is an oppressive, non-democratic regime. How powerful is it? And even a democratic regime, how dangerous is it to deviate? We must be quite cautious. So data. And today we are allowed to train new generations of neuronic networks of quite a big volume that we can feed with a big volume of data. Let me give you an example. Last night I asked ChatGPT with how many words have been trained. I didn't know. I could look it up, but I asked ChatGPT itself. It gave me a figure. It is 2 trillion words. You can see the volume. How many encyclopedias are included in that? 500,000 Britannic encyclopedias are included in that, which is a big volume to train that machine. How many neurons do you have? I knew that because I have been studying to these new language models. 150 billion. It reaches the different links that the human brain can do. And you can see this size, 150 billion. GPT-2 was 1 billion. You see that this is exponential as it grows. So we need big volume of data, quite complicated to different, there are different categories, transformative neural networks, special categories of technology that we can train in patterns. You know, that ChatGPT does not understand what it's saying to us. It's not like previous systems that could be represented as variants on a database. No, they can understand. Statistically, it puts words one to each other, and then this looks like a sound speech or a sound phrase. However, its mindset is tremendous. Let me give you an example in order not to tire you any further. Here in the University of Patras, my office is next to that building. We want to see in the final exam period, some weeks ago, that is in February, we wanted to see how ChatGPT would do in different tests. And let me here include another imbalance parameter. We gave the exam, the points of test in English or in Greek. On average, the score was in between 8 and 9 out of 10 for a Greek university, which means that we're talking about an excellent student, better than the average student. When we give it in Greek, it goes a bit below, from 5 to 7, because ChatGPT is not well trained in Greek, which should also puzzle us as a country. I mean here that imbalances are introduced that come from who is the owner of the data and who has technology. GPT-4 that was announced 1 week ago is more close than one. A last intervention, what happens with open data and open policies? And I will come back. I think that
we've set forth the important issues, and I am going to ask you, how can we use this technology, first of all? And secondly, and this is an issue that we discussed, how can society protect itself? And I take it as a given that we want to protect ourselves from the abuse of such technological advances. Mr. Avoudes talked about issues that have to do with the use of technology by autocratic regimes. How can we protect ourselves from such phenomena? Thank you very much for inviting me. As a foresight professional and practitioner, I could not leave the question about predicting the future unanswered. A key tool we work with at Foresight is that based on the fact that we cannot predict the future because we don't have one future. There are multiple futures. The science is called futures studies, in the plural of multiple futures, the desirable, the probable, the possible futures. It's a wide range of possibilities. And through foresight science, what we do is, shall we say, as much as possible, reliable scenario about the future to allow ourselves to protect ourselves and to prepare in a changing world. We are living in a VUCA world, in a volatile, uncertain world, which is very challenging, as they say. At this point, we should say that all of us in this room know that, and we understand that artificial intelligence is transforming all sectors of our lives, our entire reality. So it could not just avoid transforming democracy, and it's important to transform it because through artificial intelligence, we can use democracy as a tool to allow for collaborative processes because we don't all have access to data, or examples such as fake news, climate change, through small or large problems such as climate change, where we should not be talking about climate change, but about climate crisis now. So we could use AI as a tool to help us bring substantial results through governance. AI is a part of computer science. Obviously, it's entered daily life through ChatGPT and closed systems. As we said, there's not one single AI, but many. And what I want to set the term explainable AI, which is a type of AI where users understand the steps. And we're not talking about a black box like in airplanes. We're not talking about a neural network where we don't know how the synapses are made. Explainable AI is not as developed as neural networks and transformers, which at the moment are used. But setting this term and looking at it from the approach of how can it help governance? How can we have a better decision taking? And we reach three pillars. The first is education, training, obviously our children who are living in a digital world where digital and physical are of the same value. We did not grow up in such a world. We are digital migrants, not digital natives. So a gentleman I was talking with in the future, he's over 60, and he said digital illegal immigrants, but we now want to train everyone in public governance so that public officers can use these tools to the benefit of a more inclusive type of governance, to put chatbots, which, yes, we've been talking about this. Yeah, there's a chatbot and I can talk to it and it advises me on what ironing board to buy. But to make this into a truly more collaborative process, because 16-year-olds are not going to enter a consultation to read the Bill of Law, but they will talk with a chatbot, which, with a natural language and LLP, talk to it in its language, even in its way of talking. The second pillar is big data and open data. We, as a society, should open up data for our children because it's through openness that we get innovation. We cannot be at a regional conference and talk about closed data. We need to have open data for young children, for children at villages even, to have access to the same tools and to the same volume of data that young people at Los Angeles have. So accessibility and obviously inclusivity. If we do not give inclusivity tools, then AI will be the basis for public participation by everyone, because through this large volume of data, it can reach a point where a democratic governance cannot reach. So to sum up, what would you think if we could have the view, not of voters necessarily, because sometimes voters has a negative connotation, but even of the remotest village in a big collaborative process through AI. We can do this through AI, and we should, to have a possible future, a desirable future, to do this. Thank you very much to all three panelists for their comments. I think that you've outlined the context of the discussion. So talking about the consultation, democracy is built on representation and consultation, which in our country, I would say we're probably lagging behind other countries. So I would like your opinion on this issue. Can the progress made, Mr. Miltiades already said that it's much easier to engage younger generations. Very good, but we don't want to leave anyone behind. We want to have a just transition. How can we achieve this? Can AI ensure, and technology in general, not only AI, ensure a higher degree of consultation and democracy, not only in Greece, but everywhere? And based on this, let's start again with Mr. Kalogeros. Yes, I think you rightly said that AI and learning, machine learning, is, of course, a very important part of this. But as we said, to get these to work, we need the internet and now IoT. We need various other techniques, some of which existed in the previous technological revolution that started in the 70s with when Intel announced that it was making a more reliable processor, and every 18 months its capacity would grow. So the concept of consultation, even in the municipalities in Greece, although we're moving ahead at a much slower pace, this was a target for some municipalities, at least managed this, for digital municipalities in the agenda of the municipal council to have these issues and to have a type of consultation. So as regards consultation, I think that technology supports processes. The main thing has to do with the stakeholders, municipal authorities, citizens, what agenda they will set. So this is not very different to the past. What's different in the public sector has to do, for example, when some techniques are applied in the sense that I hire someone based on AI criteria. So perhaps sometimes we don't know the criteria set by the AI and what data they were based on. So what we talked about before, and there too we have a big problem because that has to do with the transparency, trust, things that even without AI we need to discuss. And of course, things that have to do with the authoritarian regimes. China is a good example. It's very advanced, but in China, no matter where you go, with a picture taken of you, they can access your file. So you don't have a bank card or something. They can find you directly. As you understand, in an authoritarian regime for centuries past, because the emperor in the years past was even more authoritative than in other neighboring regimes. So it's very dangerous for democracy and for human rights and institutions. A few years ago at Harvard, an excellent study by Zugov, I think it was called, talked about the surveillance society, showing how many things can easily, in an authoritarian regime or in a regime that might be pseudo-democratic, so illiberal, what's happening in Bulgaria, for example. So there it's very important to have transparency. I would like to stress what has to do with the Avia. It's a very useful tool, an on-site, a website for transparency. And it's been critiqued that over the past few years, employees of the public sector don't want to use it. I'm not sure how much this applies. But I think that the Avia tool is very useful because in the evaluations, Greece used to achieve higher positions and now it's dropped on the list as regards information society. So this has an issue we need to discuss. Okay. To take the question a step further, so we have a consultative democracy which can benefit in collaboration with technology, and then the efficiency of governance. So the efficiency of governance lends legalization. So there's performance-based legalization. So I would like a comment to help us understand to what extent these technological progresses can help in improving efficiency and the higher legalization of a political system, because citizens, apart from the democratic procedures, are interested in the results as well. So we want our daily lives to improve. We saw this very recently with the GovGR revolution. So things that we now consider self-obvious, and we are so happy to have this even at such a late date. But can we take this a step ahead to improve governance as a means to improve the public acceptance of the political system? Okay, to comment on what we heard, what you've said about consultation and the manner in which new media allow citizens to intervene in decision-making is a great idea. We're talking about liquid democracy. There are various terms used. And I will focus on what Mr. Dimitriadis said just now. We have consultation in any legislation in Greece is posted online and citizens can discuss it, but very few do so. As you said, that nobody reads a technical text. We need to speak the same kind of language. And Mr. Kalogeru talked about the Avia, which was revolutionary for our country. It's the example of open data in public governance. But what happened? And we saw the Tempe tragedy a few days ago, and we all wonder, it was a national catastrophe. It's not up to one person who made a mistake at this train station. There's wrong handling, superficial treatment, inappropriate people. We see this across Greek society. So the question is, we have the Avia. All decisions, the Avia works, the website. So any decision is posted on the Avia website, but the Avia is not a tool for the contribution of citizens because it's a big lump of data which are so difficult to manage, and these do not lead to conclusions to clearly see, for example, that the OSCE does not work properly. AI could help in this. There are patterns, but we just can't see them if we visit every PDF of every decision by every state organization in the country. The concept of the Avia was revolutionary. It took us ahead as a country as regards open data in public governance, but its use requires new interventions to allow us to reap results clearer and to help citizens in their own language to collaborate and to participate, because they can participate using the language of the bills of law, etc. We need a new type of communication between citizens and the public sector. And I believe that AI, yes, could be the role of AI there to process these open governance data and to convert them into specific results for evaluation that are more easy to understand. Yes, I want to say something else about this. Why do systems become obsolete? Because people don't use them. So if a system is not designed with a human-centric approach, it cannot reach the maximum of its potential. So that's why in the Avia, it was a great breakthrough. GovGIA was a great breakthrough. If we had, during the COVID pandemic, the QR codes that were so talked about, which is a 30-year-old technology, if we did not have them, the pandemic would not have been contained. And, you know, we might not want to believe it. Just a little square will help in reducing the number of cases. So all that has to do with AI, if we move towards a human-centric design, we will have more just, more transparent, as you said earlier, and more equal approach to the democratic system. Because yes, big data or AI or bill or notes could be a great weapon in Southern Korea, for example, but in the other case, in a democratic society and in a deeply democratic system such as Greece, in Greece, we have, at the level of ethics of AI, we have a great advantage. When there are philosophical issues to talk about, we are the country that gave birth to this. Although sometimes I say we might have given birth to democracy, but it kind of stopped being part of it after the 1821 revolution. So we should always approach all technologies with a human-centric approach. From the side of the experts, we should say that yes, but how will end users understand this? And of course, from the side of governance, we should say that if we don't have humans at the center, this will become obsolete, not as a regime or as a political system, but we won't be used. Yes, we have the little stars in the Avia. Yes, but I won't read thousands of PDFs to see if there's a problem. This needs to be easily digestible so I can participate. So we should design systems that are human-centric. Okay, so after this comment, just a quick third comment to give then the audience the opportunity for questions. So I just want to ask, what would you worry about in the context of the broad use of AI in political interactions, political reality? Would it be, for example, that a third party meddles in internal affairs if they have more advanced AI? Would you worry about alienation of certain citizens who do not have access to technology? What are the risks? Very quickly, just a bullet point form. I believe that in general, what the British say about post-truth politics, that's all the fake news and all these things. I believe that this has to do with the culture, the prevailing culture now, because I think that, yes, we should move ahead. And one of the problems that we have today is that everything is an external present, that as Hawksworth, the great British historian, had said, that now we are living in an endless present without a past and without a future. And today lasts for one day and then we forget everything. The second issue has to do with the fact that we should finish whatever we start doing. Because as Nico said, the Avia website stopped at some point. We didn't complete what we were doing, and they need to be updated continually. So this is perhaps, there's another misconception in Greece. We vote in a law and we say, okay, this is going to be done. But this is a complete misconception. It can render a good law useless, because what we need to look at and how it can be applied, what are the forces that need to be mobilized to enforce it, and what results we expect. So I think that these are the two key points. Then these are the two main risks. So you said, what worries us? What scares us? I'll give you a couple of points based on the literature I read. There's a book by Pariser called The Bubble, which creates this problem. In an effort of the media using AI to personalize our interaction experience with the internet, social media, using our own data, as said, they're creating a digital bubble, which is creating the problem of an echo chamber, which says that when I enter a room and I can hear my own voice reverberating, so I get my view returning as I had expressed it. So they do create this, they create this bubble, and they send us the information that we want to listen to, what I heard before. They send us friends who are in the same political spectrum with us. So this creates the feeling that this is the absolute truth. And this creates fragmentation and polarization in society. And this is a risk to democracy. When I envelop myself in a bubble, I feel that this is my universe, and social cohesion is lost. and democracy can be at risk, and many other things can be at risk, like innovation. If I'm closed up, I can't think of new ideas, and new ideas come through dialogue with different views, and we lose this. And I feel that this is a real risk. The power of a small regional country like Greece is small. Google and, the big data, The Economist has been talking about this since 2010. It's like we now live in a data resource-driven economy. This is Bink and Page, who developed the internet algorithm, the ranking. They made a clever browsing machine. This is how the whole empire started. And they said, okay, but now how are we going to make money? This is a clever browsing machine. This is a charity work. We're going to help people. But they couldn't think that the data they gathered was such a large source of wealth. But there is a symmetry between small regional countries and these colossal owners of big data. Europe, as said before, is an oasis of democracy and a good effort to keep data open. GDPR is, the Americans are kind of jealous of the GDPR and they want to mimic it. Steps have been taken. Excuse me, because we're talking about the legalization of the democracy. Say in China, an autocratic regime without a culture of urban democracy as we have, this is a very highly legalized in the eyes of the public there. Yesterday, Macron passed in a new law to increase the age of retirement from 62 to 64 years. And there's almost a revolution that they're going to tear down the government. And, we say, okay, the French, it's 65 here, it's 67 in other countries. We've got an aging population. But in a rationalistic discussion in the public sphere, we should see this. It's very easy to delegalize a political system, even in a democracy. Yes, GDPR is very pro-European issue because, especially through its international interactions, especially with Asian countries, they talk a lot about the transfer of know-how through a corresponding legal regime. So this is an advantage for the European Union, even when sometimes it can be an obstacle.
So what scares you? Yes, I would end with the future. Data says, one of the pioneers of foresight, every successful idea for the future should seem ridiculous for the present. So right now, as we speak about AI, what scares me is the issue related to bias. That is, whether and if we train these models with wrong data, then we will end up with either any data that a third party will have a specific political positioning or a specific view. Let me give you an example. If right now we train an AI model with the literature of 1900, women will not vote, they should be at home, and we will not have a democracy per se. So the view of this model will be a totally obsolete view for today. That is why we must take good care of the following, either through AI, through different procedures that we can explain AI, or through new models that we have not invented yet, to bridge the sphere of democracy that is the one that keeps us tight, and take a step further to build transparent procedures that can be inclusive for everyone without having neither echo chambers, no bias, nor any other small dot in what our children can define as one good future. Good. Let me thank you all for your interventions. I think that we have 5 minutes for questions, 2 or 3 questions totally from the audience. Please as targeted and as short as possible so that we can get the replies by the participants. I see here there's a person over there, another person. Okay, go ahead. 3 questions will suffice. Let's take them all 3 together to give this possibility to our speakers to reply. Thank you. Hello. A problem faced by modern democracies, especially a problem that we see in Europe, is a crisis in trusting institutions. Here, through AI, of course, avoiding technological determinism, we have the possibility to impersonalize bureaucracy, reinvent a bureaucracy 2.0, as described by Weber. And this could work as a factor so that trust in AI could be interpreted into faith to democratic institutions so that we can have a democracy of consensus. Thank you. Next question, please. You have a microphone. Good. Off microphone. It cannot be interpreted, I'm afraid. It is off microphone. Thank you. The question is off microphone. It cannot be interpreted. Thank you.
Θέσατε πολύ ωραία θέματα τη διαφάνεια. Θέσατε το θέμα τη διαβούλευση μέσα στη διαφάνεια. Όσε φορέ αποπειραθήκαμε για κορυφαία θέματα, είτε είναι τα νομοσχέδια περί φυσικών καταστροφών, είτε είναι για την κλιματική αλλαγή, είτε για του γενικού κάρτε, δεν είχαμε ποτέ καμία συμμετοχή απάντηση. Δεν ελήφθη τίποτα υπόψη. Το τελευταίο νομοσχέδιο για τι φυσικέ καταστροφέ, τα μισά εξωτεράτρα ήταν υπηρεσιακέ κατατάξει μετατάξει ενό άχρηστου σώματο που έχει μυθοποιηθεί κακώ κάλλιστα που λέγεται πυροσβεστικό σώμα. Οπότε κανεί δεν αξιολογείται, κανεί δεν λογοδοτεί και τελευταία χώρα κατέβηκε 9 θέσεις στο επίπεδο της κακής νομοθέτησης. Γιατί από την πολυνομία, την κακονομία και την αστυνομία έχουμε λίγο. Το δικαστικό σύστημα είναι και αυτό σε κατάρρευση. Δεν τολμά κανείς να το πει. Υπόθεση Γεωργίου και άλλες υποθέσεις. Στην Υγεία δικάσανε τον Δημάρχο που κάει και τον Δήμαρχο που μαζί περιπτώσεις απ' έξω. Στο μάτι γίνεται ακριβώς αντίθετο. Επομένως, εφόσον κορυφαίοι θεσμοί πάσχουν και εφόσον υπάρχει μια στρατηγική αξιολόγησης, διαφάνειας, διαλόγου, συζήτησης, τότε κάνουμε όση τεχνική νοημοσύνη να απάντηση και όση τεχνική ιδιοφυΐα να απάντηση, όπως με τη smart cities και τέτοια, δεν πρόκειται να κάνεις τίποτα. Αν δεν κινητοποιήσεις τον κρίσιμο ανθρώπινο παράγοντα και δεν επαναλειτουργήσεις τους θεσμούς εξ υπαρχής. Δεν λειτουργεί το σύστημα σε όλα τα επίπεδα. Συγκοινωνιακό κυκλοφοριακό λέμε. Δεν υπάρχει κυκλοφοριακό συγκοινωνιακό σχεδιασμός. Δηλαδή λείπουν τα
Να σας ζητήσω να κλείσετε.
Please come to the end. Please, what is the question?
Ο καθηγητής, αλλά δυστυχώς δεν υπάρχουν αυτιά. Οι Γάλλοι ανακοίνωσαν
να σας ζητήσω να σταματήσουμε εδώ πέρα να πάρουμε το...
Let us take the third question to move on. Thank you and get the replies. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Please wait for the microphone to come. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will take the thread from the 2 previous speakers. And let me say that in a recent experience I had in another conference with foreigners, there was the question that in a city there is a referendum and 51% is in favor of replacing all politicians by AI. I would just argue that views in the room, because afterwards there was a workshop, to have a view on different people and faces, the views were split. It was tremendous for me. But stepping away to previous questions, we could put AI in the debate, but how? And how can we train the new political leadership? And not just that, through these new tools so that we can break citizens closer to democracy and upgrade its quality. I don't know if you can suggest anything to that, please. Thank you. Good. Let us turn back to you. Mr. Dimitriadis, let's start from you. 3 topics that are related with each other: efficacy, legalization, and rather impersonality of public administration, and the operation of AI. Please. We are concerned with tomorrow. It's democratic to lose our trust in institutions, and always, if politicians were more credible, the more and more we go to tomorrow, and politicians become worse. This is not a lack of democracy, it's the main principle of democracy. That is why we are here, to see how through AI, through what has been heard during the panel, and through the brilliant views of the colleagues, can we truly take the threat, not to reinvent democracy, but also to do what Microsoft says, that is co-pilot. We can have a co-pilot in the democratic procedures, that it would be pity to lose train, like Web 1 or Web 2. We must have this co-pilot and not demonize it, as we demonized nuclear energy and we put it aside due to an accident. Good. Mr. Vouris, 3 questions. They had common points, I would say. The concern of that person about consultation, focusing on local governments, the personality and putting technology in the forefront. We will need more time to reply to that, but a very quick thinking is that would we like a robot to be the prime minister or the mayor? Would we? Something that is informed, has all the data, can take logical decisions to the point. Would we want that? No, we cannot even imagine that. We want politics, and let me quote Mr. Dimitriadis now. I would want to be accountable, to be able to reply to me, but would we want our judge, because it was heard that courts do not work. Would we like a judge to take a decision based on the logic of big data only? We took this data, so I will decide about you, I will convict you, go to jail, or your house is taken, etc., without being able to explain that ruling? No matter how rationalist this may be, the question is not rhetoric, because more and more in many countries, I don't know whether by necessity we will move on following these steps, they have co-pilots. Judges have co-pilots in many countries. In the US, there is the book. There is the book of Catherine Neal is the name. The book is Weapons of Mass Destruction. Yes, I know it. It's a brilliant book. I would urge you to read it. Many different examples that were taken by a judge, many court rulings were taken by a robot judge on many issues related to our lives. And this proves that it was more unfair to black people. So, if I have a mayor, a robot, or an AI, I'm scared at that. I believe that democracy, politics, need the assistance of tools, of modern tools, but we must have a politician in front of us so that the politician can be accountable. And the politician should build this system, because the problem of legalizing and trusting the relationship between the citizen and the administration is a critical point in this type of democracies that we have in Europe. In that sense, I would argue that the example of what has been heard is quite logical. But to make the comment for the first person, the more we get to know the politicians, the better democracy works. I bring an example of more direct democracy. Switzerland, we don't know the prime minister, nor shall we ever learn. And this back and forth, this dark back and forth, I remember when I was lining up to submit my tax declaration, it took us many hours. And this back and forth with the civil servants, I think that there were other risks. Whereas now, it is more impersonal. I click on a button and I can submit my declaration, but it can be more just. Thank you. Now, when it comes to the dilemma that I said in the beginning, about the second era of relationship between mankind and machine. Complementarity is the key and not replacement of human beings. This is the central guideline. When it comes to consultations, indeed, first comes critical thinking that always should exist, the update that must exist, not just by consuming data, but through data, trying to go to information and then knowledge. This is a big issue of culture, education, operation of institutions, etc. This doesn't mean that if we quit all that, and your question is quite good, if we want a robot as a mayor, the robot has no critical thinking like a human being until today, and I hope that this shall continue, has no empathy. So I think that the issue is that we can get organized as well as possible. The discussion should take place in a way that at the end of the day we could encode what we are saying in the different dilemmas, and that is why I believe that AI technologies, but also all remaining technologies of the sixth technological revolution are of use. Okay, and in that optimistic tone for co-creation, co-piloting, when it comes to political procedures, I would like to thank you for your interventions, for your ideas. I think that you gave us food for thought. And of course, thank you all for your presence and the questions that you raised. I'm sure that we could have been talking for hours, but now we must go to lunch. I think that we must take a rest. Thank you so much. Let us continue following the agenda of the conference. Now, we've heard many things about reskilling and upskilling. Some panels will follow on that after the break. Thank you so much. Enjoy the break.
Εξαιρετικό. 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 Μ' άρεσε πάρα πολύ.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us resume a very important discussion with a very important person. We have with us, it's an honor to have Mr. Leonidas Koskos. Mr. Koskos is president of the Hellenic American University and president of the Hellenic American Union. He's a lawyer, an expert in law. He has been present in the industry in Greece, abroad, in Europe. For the last many years, he has been dealing with education and training. It's an honor to have him with us, and we would like to thank the organizers and Mr. Luludis because they managed to bring here in Patras, in RGC, Mr. Koskos. Thank you very much for being here, Mr. Koskos. Let's start straight away with our topic, the topic in which you've dedicated your life, that is education. We have been listening about growth, sustainable growth. Could you please orientate us? Could you please enlighten us? Thank you. I would like to make a distinction between upgrade and scaling up. If we talk about education related to growth and training are similar things. It's not just numbers. Growth means education, it means knowledge of the citizens, it means information of the citizens, and it means participation of the citizens in the procedures, the financial procedures. And we're talking here about responsible people. Now, the discussion about ESG, which has become trendy, is not a technocratic discussion. I'm deeply concerned because many times I see the managers just ticking the boxes that evaluated, assessed some of the results, and they are not facing the essence of sustainability which exists in ESG, that is the respect for the environment and the participation in safeguarding the environment from the side of businesses and people, but also the issue of social intervention that a company might have and social offer that a company should bring, not to get advertised, not to get promoted, but participate substantially in these procedures. Third point, which is certain, is governance. Governance of a business that should be done in a responsible way so that the administration should be held accountable and the business itself should be held accountable towards society. These are the topics related to education and mainly training. Yes, this would be my question. These are deeper points that are rooted in school. Am I right? What type of school might we bring? What kind of school might deliver these kind of citizens, executives, workers? The problem of education in Greece is that traditionally it was linked to the establishment of the modern state. We're talking about the period after 1830. The Greek state, the modern Greek state, to meet its current needs, was forced to organize specific educational standards that produced civil servants. From one point onwards, though, a vicious circle started. Clientelism that needed proper civil servants started to have too many civil servants and not always responsible ones. And the educational system was organized and was based on these needs and on these evaluations. However, education and basic education should have a sole purpose, not to prepare candidates for the entry exams to the university or to the technical university. They should prepare responsible citizens, and there is an issue that is the whole educational system on its basis is built into preparing professionals that will be absorbed eventually by the state. it is not oriented towards the preparation of responsible citizens. What is such a system about? It is about a system that consists of autonomous, detached schools. Yes, how can we get unstuck? What does this mean? It means that an autonomous school is governed in an autonomous way. It is self-governed by its principal and by the team of teachers. And of course, all students participate, not in the form of a party system, but they participate in the form of responsible citizens who participate in the management, participate in the management of resources, they participate in attracting resources. If there is such a school, this is a school that substantially would collaborate with the market, with production. Yes, there is a problem with the university. Yes. Article 16 is not an article that simply abolishes, you mean the one of the Constitution? Yes, that simply puts a stop to private universities and perpetuates the monopoly of knowledge for public universities. It is an article limiting the independence of university. The ideal university, according to Article 16, is a public utility company, a legal entity of public law that is ready to accept any intervention made by the state about who is going to enter, who will be the citizen to be prepared, the intervention of the state in how it works, and the indirect control of the state through funding. So it's a fully controlled system of education, yes. And even free university should be evaluated, and this evaluation should be proper. We don't talk about evaluation again of a typical click in the boxes, that we have so many teachers doing that research and so on and so forth. Evaluation of an educational unit, either at the level of primary, high school, or university level, this happens based on graduates. There must be measurement. What was the level of knowledge and efficacy of a child that enters the university and then of a graduate? Of course, within the evaluation criteria fall as well the possibilities to be absorbed directly by the market, not by the public sector, be absorbed by the market, by the private sector, that is. All these criteria have not been discussed. I'm talking about the evaluation criteria. Again, we're talking about a typical evaluation, about which I would say that reactions are not fully wrong, but since both sides, the ones reacting and the ones that want to bring evaluation, they haven't thought of the proper criteria of evaluation, and they haven't thought of that having at their heart the student or the pupil, because these should be at the center of the educational approach. Why don't we have this debate to have a more free? I cannot reply to that. I cannot reply. I'm trying to make the discussion. Yes, can we provoke that debate? What would be these powers, these forces? Well, the reply is information, information, information. Vis-a-vis proper information and critical thinking, we shall concentrate forces, teachers, first of all, and professors. They will be interested in experimental schools. Experimental school, is there some light of hope there when it comes to the standard schools? Yes, there is a central control. There's a central control starting from the ministry. There are different committees, different councils. And you know, there is a trend of monitoring how this school works. You know, a model school is the school that is experimenting, you know, within a general framework. This is what will define teachers, and the principal will define jointly, along with the students, of course, what is the way that they can reach knowledge, the knowledge of the level that they want, that will be according to the curriculum. Okay, you think that there is, in the near future, is there the possibility of broader consensus? Because it takes the political will so that we can move on with this kind of innovative reforms. Or are we in front of a dark alley, a dark room when it comes to education? I don't see the need for any political party consensus. What I see as a need is the information of the society and the mobilization of the stakeholders. That is, I am a liberal. I believe in citizens. I believe in what the citizens, outside of political party blinders, they can look into their interests and they want to promote them. Yes, upon the recent tragedy, the accident, we see that the society can be mobilized, students as well, students community can be mobilized, but towards a direction which will be heard. Can there be any result? Can we take a step further or not? Or shall we repeat ourselves? What is your view on that? Mobilization and intense reactions are a positive step, but we must take the next one, which is, well, that is, there must be proposals and ideas, talk about actions that will come from the youth, that indeed can claim specific solutions. Let us not wait from the politicians to give solutions. They haven't given solutions until today. Are they going to do it in the future? Without putting the blame on the political system, of course, because the political system is needed. But it is also necessary to include citizens in that. This need is not perceived by all. They are self-restricted in the role of a voter or in the role of a puppet of any political party. They believe that they should be a member of one political party and then chase what the political party wants. No, this is not the key. A responsible citizen should understand what are the interests of what are his proper aspirations and priorities, and then they should be imposed as an autonomous person. Now, let's bring the discussion to what we said before. There is an increase, rather, there is an awareness amongst the youth when it comes to the environment and climate crisis. Do you believe that this could become the trigger of such a change in mindset, both for the society and the market? I will give you a general reply. Any movement that comes from the citizens, to me, it is an absolutely positive step. The issue now, and the question that is created, is what stops us as citizens, as people, as adults? What stops us to take these initiatives? Again, we will come back to education. Is it a matter of education, or is it about structural or institutional safety valves that do not let us to thrive and don't let us to undertake these responsibilities? Let's go to school, the autonomous school, that is. The idea of an autonomous school and the reality of an autonomous school can be sought by students in cooperation with principals and teachers. That is, the world involved with education. This is again something that truly depends on the will of the stakeholders. You cannot get into any interest if you don't project them yourself. Not just interests, but also this goes for ideas and different needs and realities. Good. And now let us come to the labor market, that part, or to the industry. You are an expert on that, besides in the private sector, not only in the industry. We can see that there is a need of specialized experts, executives, but on the other hand, we can see a huge brain drain, especially in the previous year. It was an unprecedented one. In your view, how could we counterbalance that? How could we tackle that? The need for specific HR and the reverse of brain drain. How can we get into brain gain? We have not fully understood that society evolves. It evolves not a society of civil servants, but a society that will be active. That is, a society with a freelancer, the one who is responsible and moves within the production sphere, must revisit 3 or 4 times in the next 50 years his or her whole professional career, go back to the school desks, or upon his or her initiative, they should retrain, upskilled or reskilled, get added skills, and they should be added to his or her profile. Greek society is based on the system that I got a degree, I got a diploma, and with this paper, I have a ticket for everything until I reach 100 years of age. We see that the same happens in the French society. The same mindset leads people in the streets in order not to increase the threshold of retirement from 62 to 64. In Greece, we turned that into 67, and in many other countries, it is at least 65. So we must all understand that this is where we are going, this is where our life goes, and the life of young people especially, or the life of all of us. Yes, okay, but we, one way or another, we lived easier eras when, according to this degree, we could move on. This has changed. A final question, because we don't have any other time. It seemed to me like we have been discussing for 2 minutes. Time's up. It's not good. Okay. Are you optimistic about the future? At least for our country. Do you think that things will change? You must give a positive message anyway, but please be frank at the same time. I am optimistic, as I have always been, because I believe that sometime citizens will take the reins. Thank you. Let's stick to that. Mr. Koskos, thank you very much. It was my pleasure. It was an honor, Mr. Koskos. Thank you indeed. Thank you very much. We'd like to thank the organizers. It was an honor to have Mr. Koskos with us. And now it's the lunch break and then the next sessions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Temperature Advanced Control. Προηγμένες δυνατότητες παρακολούθησης θερμοκρασίας, κίνησης, τοποθεσίας. Vodafone Fleet Control. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος και διαχείριση στόλου οχημάτων. Vodafone Remote Healthcare. Πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, καταργώντας γεωγραφικούς ή άλλους περιορισμούς. Vodafone Smart Parking and Accessible Parking Monitoring. Εντοπισμός διαθέσιμων θέσεων στάθμευσης και αναγνώριση οχημάτων ΑΜΕΑ. Vodafone Sensing as a Service. Περιβαλλοντικοί αισθητήρες για πόλεις και δήμους για τη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Mobile Asset Tracking. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος περιουσιακών στοιχείων επιχειρήσεων. Vodafone Occupancy Control. Αυτοματοποιημένο σύστημα ελέγχου πληρότητας εσωτερικών χώρων για την τήρηση των κανόνων ασφαλείας. Smart Bins Management. Σύστημα διαχείρισης αποκομιδής απορριμμάτων για πόλεις και δήμους. Smart Water Metering. Παρακολούθηση κατανάλωσης νερού. Together we can.
Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Temperature Advanced Control. Προηγμένες δυνατότητες παρακολούθησης θερμοκρασίας, κίνησης, τοποθεσίας. Vodafone Fleet Control. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος και διαχείριση στόλου οχημάτων. Vodafone Remote Healthcare. Πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, καταργώντας γεωγραφικούς ή άλλους περιορισμούς. Vodafone Smart Parking and Accessible Parking Monitoring. Εντοπισμός διαθέσιμων θέσεων στάθμευσης και αναγνώριση οχημάτων ΑΜΕΑ. Vodafone Sensing as a Service. Περιβαλλοντικοί αισθητήρες για πόλεις και δήμους για τη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Mobile Asset Tracking. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος περιουσιακών στοιχείων επιχειρήσεων. Vodafone Occupancy Control. Αυτοματοποιημένο σύστημα ελέγχου πληρότητας εσωτερικών χώρων για την τήρηση των κανόνων ασφαλείας. Smart Bins Management. Σύστημα διαχείρισης αποκομιδής απορριμμάτων για πόλεις και δήμους. Smart Water Metering. Παρακολούθηση κατανάλωσης νερού. Together we can.
Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Temperature Advanced Control. Προηγμένες δυνατότητες παρακολούθησης θερμοκρασίας, κίνησης, τοποθεσίας. Vodafone Fleet Control. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος και διαχείριση στόλου οχημάτων. Vodafone Remote Healthcare. Πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, καταργώντας γεωγραφικούς ή άλλους περιορισμούς. Vodafone Smart Parking and Accessible Parking Monitoring. Εντοπισμός διαθέσιμων θέσεων στάθμευσης και αναγνώριση οχημάτων ΑΜΕΑ. Vodafone Sensing as a Service. Περιβαλλοντικοί αισθητήρες για πόλεις και δήμους για τη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Mobile Asset Tracking. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος περιουσιακών στοιχείων επιχειρήσεων. Vodafone Occupancy Control. Αυτοματοποιημένο σύστημα ελέγχου πληρότητας εσωτερικών χώρων για την τήρηση των κανόνων ασφαλείας. Smart Bins Management. Σύστημα διαχείρισης αποκομιδής απορριμμάτων για πόλεις και δήμους. Smart Water Metering. Παρακολούθηση κατανάλωσης νερού. Together we can.
Πάρα πολύ ωραία.
Great. So let's start. Thank you very much for being here today, and those here and those watching online. I'd like to thank you very much. I'm Nikos Ipophantis, and over the next hour, we will present this very interesting issue that we are going to talk with our experts about, on how young people can acquire all the skills required to be able to be employed in the labour market, to connect with production, with industry, and to move ahead, to develop these skills and to create products and services. So how can the EU funds be used for this purpose? Because, you know this very well, it's not enough, and this happens across Europe, it's not enough to have finished a university course, but you need to know how to do the job at hand later. This is an important issue. Let's not forget that this period, no matter who I talk with, at least at my job, no matter what sector I'm talking about, commerce, tourism, industry, factories, they say, I'm short of staff. There's an unemployment rate of 10 to 12% in Greece, but we don't have specialized employees. So, without further ado, moving on to the presentations, I would like to present the head of the unit responsible for Greece and Cyprus, or DG Employment, Patrick Paquet. Thank you very much, Patrick. Welcome. Then we have the Deputy Governor of the Greek Public Employment Service, Giorgos Karachalios. Thank you very much. Then we have Niki Dandolou, Special Secretary for EU ESF Programs at the Ministry of Development. Then we have Eleni Giotis, Secretary General for Employment Development of the Ministry of Employment. Thank you and welcome. Then Mr. Savas Papadopoulos, Project Manager of ELIAMEP, the Coordinator of EU Youth Hub. Yes, thank you very much. Welcome. And Mario Zafiropoulos, a PhD candidate of Ancient Greek Literature and Philosophy at the University of Patras. Thank you. So starting with the presentations, we know what we're going to be talking about. Thank you very much to the organisers for having us here today. We will start with Patrick. So, please take the floor. So.
No, very good, very good. I just need to put this away, otherwise it doesn't work. Many thanks for inviting me to this panel. I'm so happy to be with you here in Patras. 2 years ago, I did an intervention from Brussels, from my home, and it was a bit painful, and it's much better to be here, to see you all, to visualize also the audience. So let's talk about a topic which is very important, I think, for a number of people here, in particular the younger generation. Indeed, this is for us at the heart of the employment focus of the new programs for the European Social Fund Plus, which I represent, but certainly it's not me doing it. I'm doing it with my partners. They are all here, and we work very closely together. And what is very remarkable is that we are starting the period actually on time. I spare you the details, but Greece was really a front-runner member state in preparing for the new programs and embracing new challenges. And what was extremely important in this work was, first and foremost, to establish well-founded strategies that would then guide and give the orientation for the actual operational work. And here I want to really commend the authorities of Greece of having put together a brand new strategy for active labor market policies, one for youth employment, one for vocational education and training, and one for lifelong learning. And all this backed in legislation, but also backed into very concrete actions-oriented priorities. So here we are, and this work was done, I must say, in a true European spirit. It was really very important for the authorities to work closely, not only with the European Commission, but with partners across the European Union. You know that Greece, unfortunately, regarding youth employment, is still, with Spain, the member states having the highest unemployment. Yet it has decreased quite markedly compared to the black years of 10 years ago. But, you know, we're still only 10 years after the peak, and we are still there with 28%, more or less. It depends on the months. It goes down in summer, but it goes up again afterwards. Youth unemployment. So it's really extremely important to build also on success stories of other member states, and I think this is also what we at the European Commission are providing, reference points, exchanges, and there will be even more so in the months to come that I can confirm to you by my colleagues of the coordination. So we have a very good basis to work on, but the challenges is high. I mean, next to the high youth unemployment, you have the magnet, the attraction that other member states represent for young people of Greece, who can sometimes see very well that they can get more of a job opportunity, also higher earnings in other member states. And so here comes again, as a permanent feature for the Greek society, this risk of brain drain. And I must add there, because we're going in all the regions, we have programs in every region of Greece. And what I hear from, for instance, we had discussions in West Macedonia recently, West Macedonia being this region of delignification, their young people are going. I was talking to an interlocutor yesterday who comes from a town. There used to be 36,000 inhabitants, and today there are only 30,000. It means the population is going down, and who has gone? It's the young people. So clearly, when we talk of all these things, it's not Greece in isolation. It's Greece in an environment which is extremely challenging, extremely competitive. And hence we need to now use the means we have in the programs to do better. The means are important. We all agreed that to put youth employment as a top priority in the programs, you will be spending more amounts than in the past, but based also on a landscape of which is renewed, like DEPA has been reformed, and I think this is one of the agencies which will play a crucial role in the coming years to make this happen. So let me just, on this, focus just on a couple of methodological things that can be improved. Well, first of all, what we need to tackle is the transition to work, the mismatch of skills. And in relation to that, there needs to be also an approach very early on to offer a range of focused, targeted trainings to young people to harness, navigate the digital transition and the green transition. Any job, even that of a pure accountant, will include environmental management skills because you need to be able to put that in the books and to also use it in your spreadsheets when in the financial reports. And this is valid for almost any profession. There will be a greening element there, or a digital one, or the combination of the two. So for us, a key thing we always mention is skills anticipation. And what is very interesting is that in the new range of programs we have now for the new period, we have also some means to establish diagnosis, not only at national level for skills anticipation, labor market needs, but also at regional level. And this is the last point I wanted to come to in this introduction. opening the floor to my colleagues who will tell you much more than I can on these topics, is how we tackle the fact that, for instance, the youth employment program is a national one, but it's relevant for all these people in the regions. And can there be a design which captures better the needs of certain territories? And also conversely, when we activate these national programs, can we measure that they had the right impact across the different regions? And certainly, I would like to see this for Western Greece, which is a booming region currently in terms of employment. Comparatively, it's really going down faster than elsewhere. And hence, this region will also face quickly shortages in some sectors. And hence, there needs to be the right sort of support by DEPA and other agencies, and certainly also of the training landscape to accompany this movement. Voilà.
Thank you, Patrick. Κύριε Καραχάλιο, νομίζω ότι η κουβέντα...
Mr. Karachalios, I think we can start the discussion from where Patrick left off. He set the outline. Yes, through these programs, our youth should be able to enter the labor market. So you're designing these programs. What are you going to do? Since 2019, there was a great progress because we had a strategic approach. We decided to make the most of the EU funds to allow, to the benefit of Greek citizens, and it now clearly appears that the way we've implemented these programs has helped reduce unemployment greatly. At the moment, it stands at 10.8%. 3 years ago, it was about 17%. So this shows that the approach and the dedication of DEPA, the public employment organization, to the objective of promoting jobs and reducing unemployment. In this context, we tried to make the most of RRF funds to reform our organization, the OAED, which people just saw as an allowance-giving organization. Yes, just that. And at the moment, I believe that with the opening up of DEPA, we clearly target at creating many more job posts and quality job posts. Tellingly, an interesting figure is that over the past 4.5 years before today's government, we had an average job creation rate of every month across the country of about 750 new job posts. And now we have 2,400, which is more than triple the rate of new job creation. Having said that, the strategic objectives from the outset of DEPA were to reform the environment for vocational training in collaboration with the Ministry of Labour. And we have created a national strategy for skills. And based on this national skills strategy, we are promoting wide-reaching programs for training, especially in green and digital economy, aiming to bring people closer to the labor market, especially young people. In parallel, we are forming the traineeship schools. We're renewing the curricula to avoid having obsolete courses. For example, in the older books, we still had how you turn a light bulb to place it in a lighting fixture. You understand that there's a constant effort needed to make things, bring them up to date, up to speed with today's reality. We've also undertaken a huge effort to renew and modernize employment programs, especially for young people over the past few years from 2019 onwards. We've spent about 450 million euros to create about 55,000 new job posts for young people under the age of 30. As you understand, there's a huge effort involved by our organization. All this, of course, is not in an isolated approach. It's an overall upgrading of the organization in infrastructure, in digital tools, in especially during the pandemic. The digital reorganization of the organization was very, very fast. I don't think that anyone can complain that they weren't served with quality criteria and quantitatively as well, as they should. And we now place a lot of emphasis in evidence-based policy, so in using evidence, trying to see what the labour market is now, how its condition is, to predict as much as possible market trends, and then to direct young people to sectors, professions that will be useful in the labour market of today and tomorrow. At the moment, we already have a tool, a platform, which has more than 250 dashboards analyzing the labour market, horizontal, vertical, in many different ways. So I think this is a kind of brief presentation of what we do. And I think I can stop here. Yes, obviously, we'll have the questions. Mrs. Landolo. Hello, thank you very much for inviting me. This is a very interesting discussion. I hope that it's interesting to the young people attending. Definitely, the EU funds, we have a lot of experience with those in the country, and in the coming period, we'll start with a new NSRF period and the new funding opportunities. These are a great opportunity to support our task and curb unemployment amongst youth. As you know, Greece had great difficulty in this issue, and as Mr. Karahalios said, over the last few years, there's been a great effort, and it's been proven by the numbers, there's been a great improvement. At the moment, we still have a high rate of unemployment compared to the EU average. So all the programs that Mr. Paquet talked about will help. And how? At the moment, the European Social Fund for the next period has, it was a national political decision towards the European Commission, and the Commission agreed. It was to give more than €1 billion for youth unemployment through the next NSRF period. To achieve a general upgrading of the country. And this is allocated to the various sectors dictated by the strategy, depending on the relevant ministries. They will dictate the directions we need to move in. And then we also have the mechanism for diagnosing market needs, and this is an initiative implemented through the European programs with the responsible ministries, which will help us tackle the issue that we will talk about later on, and it's been discussed in all panels at this conference, regarding the mismatch of skills. And you said as well, Mr. Epofadis, this is what we're studying, and we can have specific approaches to this problem. In this direction, the OAED, or DIPA now, has been working tirelessly, and we're in the happy position to have implemented very quickly and much quicker than we thought. And we see this based on the financial figures of the NSRF programs, which are monitored very, very very quickly at a national and level and at the European Commission, and with a good collaboration with the European Commission, as Mr. Paquet said. And I would like to thank him personally for his kind words. And then it's important to say that we collaborated in a great way with the European Commission to manage to be amongst the first in Europe to have these funds available. And these are what our responsibility is as the Ministry of Development. So we wanted to give these resources to the other ministries to implement these policies. So we are optimistic. And the next step, and there's a lot to be done there, but we have some specific parameters that allow us to be optimistic. These are what was already said by the Deputy Governor of DEPA. We have the funds. And perhaps we had some funds before that even, but now we have the new strategies, we have new tools, we have modernized the PA system, which is a future-looking organization, and as regards policies, it's truly an employment organization, not an unemployment organization. It's a human resources organization. This is what we need to tackle youth unemployment. Because, for example, a problem that we had, and we have to a lesser extent now, is that the programs that were to be created by OAED or DEPA, by definition, were addressed to unemployed people. But the young generation, I mean, it's a technical issue and it's a matter of substance as well. They might not be technically unemployed yet if they're graduates of universities. So we want to collaborate together, and this is a challenge in our short-term future, to design cohesive programs that will concern the young generation regardless of how and where we can operate as the level of European policies to bring together the whole range of things we can offer. So young people can gain information about what program is best for them, to select it. The programs for new jobs will continue. As Mr. Kalahalios said, we will still have these. We'll have internship programs for companies, traineeship programs, upskilling and training programs. So the issue is, and what we want to do is, to have these programs through the NSRF, the RRF, as was said before. We want them to have these programs, a menu of suitable programs for each different need that are open and available, and to streamline this flow of offer of programs to meet demand. So as you understand, this is a huge national strategic decision, but essentially the basis for this is the fact that we have the digital tools, we have the strategies at the beginning of the programming period. So these are available from the start to place these on this basis to make them even more useful. Because, of course, we invested quite a lot of resources. It's not the first time we have such programs, but we did not always have the impact that we would like to. And at the same time, with the help of the Social Cohesion Fund as well, we are modernizing the level of these the standard of these programs in terms of quality and in terms of certifications. And it's important, I think, that young people here know that there has to be documentation for the skills of each person, especially this generation is faced with the need for different certifications for skills and standards and competition there's a highly competitive world in which they are called to work. So the clearer they have set their objectives, their goals through their personal plans, and the better they know what skills they can be offered, depending on each person's background and what they want to do in their life. So this will help bring youth unemployment further down with specific objectives, not only for beneficiaries, as Mr. Paquet said, of these European fund programs who will be placed in job posts or will find work or will receive training, but at the end of the period or over a reasonable amount of time, we want to have an even bigger impact on the true unemployment rate for the youth, with young people being placed in suitable positions to the benefit of themselves and society. Yes, of course, this has a lot of work that you need to do and a lot of collaboration. Mrs. Yotti, so you're at a key post. What's your opinion? Thank you very much. Yes, exactly. This is the role that it needs to start playing. The equal opportunities employment secretariat started about a year ago at the ministry to coordinate policies, to develop policies and to coordinate funding tools, because there's a plethora of these, as we've heard. So since we have, and we've had very good collaboration, we've got the funds. Now we have the big race for their correct use, for the right programs to emerge, be designed with the right specifications to bear the right results. As regards the condition in Greece, we heard what my colleague said. Unemployment in the country has dropped quite a lot in recent years, but youth unemployment remains a bit higher than the European average, so we are dedicating our efforts to improve this in the coming years. Another employment feature is the mismatching of skills with what the labour market needs. It sounds a bit strange for people to requests to come from companies saying that we are missing specific skills, and at the same time, in the unemployment register of the VIPA, they have more than 1 million unemployed. So we are very low compared to the European average, compared the matching of skills with the labour market needs. So we have the whole framework, as said. There's the 2020 law on the improvement of vocational training and education. There's the other law that reforms the operation of the VIPA and introduces reforms for the personal skills portfolio of each person, for the introduction of universities and not only private foundations in certification schemes, to create a system providing better training, and at the same time, there's a lot being done regarding the mechanism for diagnosing market needs. This mechanism existed and operated. And at the moment, we're trying to upgrade it to interface it with other available systems of the Ministry of Education for the tracing of what skills graduates acquires, data from the Statistical Office, from the Labour Office, to cover all aspects. Now, moving on to the young generation. As you know, there was unemployment for youth employment, the youth guarantee since 2013. There was a strategic plan. Some actions took place at the ministry over the last few years with the funding of the program for the period of 2014 to 2020. We've seen the approval of a program for 60,000 people in various economic sectors. There are other programs as well, but
with some delay in their planning and design, and we are using the lessons we learned from the delays of the past to design better programs. And the better design should include the social stakeholders and civic society. An action that we are starting now to be able to have the best input for the following period is the mapping of the young generation, which is very important to take place on a regional level. And we're asking for the local government's contribution in collaboration with the Central Union of Municipalities and Communities. We have 4 stages. There's a mapping of what the young generation is doing and what training they need. This is advertised to see. We have consultations with young people, and in the 4th stage, the young people are promoted to the job market. So this is a comprehensive training consultation service for young people. This is what I want to say. That's all I want to say at the moment. So we've
Mr. Papadopoulos, 25 more minutes. Yes, thank you. Now, youth unemployment in Greece is quite high, amongst the highest in Europe. Just for us to understand that, I realized that it was the totality of the domestic unemployment multiplied by 2.5. To me, it's very important to this discussion related to youth empowerment and employment. It's very important for me to be here. What I'm scared is not to lose yet another generation. To be more specific, there is a very important name for the youth, the generation of crisis, subsequent crisis, and multiple crises during the latest years, and there is a specific term, perma-crisis, used by the former president of the European Commission, Mr. Juncker. And this led many young people, especially in Greece, the most productive force of the country, that is, to be exiled from their country. Personally speaking, a friend of mine for many, many years was waiting to leave this country in order to find a better job. I imagine that many people and many others have similar examples in mind. At the same time, we had the 4th industrial revolution that still keeps on. In spite of the many perspectives that this brings, essentially it has led to a volatile financial environment. To be more specific, the technological competition has led to the loss of different jobs, and this still continues. Nevertheless, new posts are brought to surface. Different data and conditions of the past are no longer valid, whereas present condition in the future may also become obsolete. If we do not tackle these points right now, there will be imbalances. Imbalances will lead to impoverishment and radicalization. Let us go back in time to imagine how Trump was elected in the US due to the loss of jobs, or even Brexit. So we can say that there is a big question: what should we do? I believe that altogether we must think of education as point number 1. In essence, that is, make the link with the labor market and cultivate the culture of qualitative lifelong learning. At the same time, as properly said, skills. Skills could, that is, let me rephrase as the speaker, we must invest in digital skills and soft skills, which are very important for the labor market. Last but not least, I believe of paramount importance to discuss about the labor opportunities amongst the youth. Give a podium so that youth should get to know some different work environments to be ready to get out into the labor market as it is today. And to come to the end, I believe that we must analyze all data that we have around us, think of innovative policies, moving on with researching data that shifts, put the issue of youth empowerment and employment. This should be quite high on the agenda, so that the generation of crisis should not be characterized as the lost generation. Thank you. A brilliant remark. Thank you very much, Mr. Zafiropoulos. Well, I would like to thank Peloponnesos newspaper and the organizers for this honorary invitation to be a member of such an important conference and in such a very interesting panel. Due to my capacity, I will try to present with as simple way as possible a scheme on modern reality that is based on three principles, on three remarks, so that I can end up with a proposal that will be related to the retraining and the development of skills for our youth and to fight the phenomenon of unemployment. I will start from remark number one. It's not always me, it comes from sociologists, modern philosophers, and Harari. We live in an era of uncertainty, volatility. But there is a very interesting point in all this. Contrary to other eras of instability, right now human beings do not know how things can be in 2061. What I mean by that? Changes are so radical, either at the scientific or at the technological level, but even upon the sanitary crisis, that we can be certain for nothing. What does this mean? It means that retraining, reskilling, and upskilling are not just something good, but they are necessary. Now, remark number two. It's related to will, retraining, upskilling, and reskilling, both for youth and older ages, is an internal process, and it is the fruit of an internal way of thinking. What do I mean by that? Whenever there is a crisis, wherever there is an uncertainty, nobody can start at this point reskilling or upskilling, but it is an issue that is absolutely and directly related to lifelong learning, to a culture of lifelong learning, which should not be examined separately from the primary and secondary education. Now, third remark, which is the most important to me. We will talk about the psychosocial vulnerability of the modern subject. If we manage to retrain our HR constantly so that it can adapt to these changes, is there anybody to guarantee prosperity or any situation of well-being? This is a big question, but what I can tell you is that to be able to achieve prosperity, there must be the proper psycho-emotional training and composure. What do I suggest? Apart from the issue of tech skills, and beyond the issue of green skills, which are very important, for sure, we must enhance the different curricula of reskilling and upskilling towards one direction, the direction of moral, behavioral, and psycho-emotional characteristics, which can be supported by two examples. Example number one. Interviews in the labor market have a more intense psychosocial approach, and the second point is that you know it better than I do. In big firms and big companies, both domestically and abroad, there are people coming from the mental health sector. There are life coaches and others who not only have a view so that they can trace the moral strategy and the policy of companies and businesses, but also to empower the will of self-determination and self-development of HR. Why? If there is such a will, then the person will constantly evolve, and the more the person evolves, there will be more benefits for both sides. First side, individually, I will become better as an individual, and secondly, I will have more benefits to share with my company. Allow me now to have a philosophical, social, or societal remark that will be very important. I will try to classify the stakeholders of this program into three main groups. Obviously, there are not only three, but to save time, I will try to group them. Group number one. This group consists of people who truly have a culture of lifelong learning, and they are truly interested in being evolved, in being educated to thrive in their academia. They participate consciously in these programs, which are very important. Second group, it's not quite sure. They are skeptical vis-à-vis these programs, either because they don't have the knowledge or because there is a funny relationship of trust, historically proven and documented, between the Greek citizen and the Greek state. And what happens now in this case? They participate in these programs because they believe that possibly there might be a benefit for themselves, empowering their resumes. And since we live in a condition of intense competition, then there can be a potential benefit to fight unemployment. And now group number 3, which is the most important of all. I'm pretty sure that Mrs. Dandolu will agree with me. Group number 3. Group number 3 doesn't know anything about these programs. They are not interested in lifelong learning, not at all. And possibly they simply participate in these programs to get a smaller or bigger financial reward because these programs give a funding to all participants. This group number 3, why should it be of our concern? Because at the end of the day, we must study to what extent we are willing to evolve and not just to complete or fill in our resume. We must become citizens, but what do I mean? We must have a conscious decision so that we can be able to evolve overall. I believe that this was a first remark of mine, more philosophical, but this can help at the practical level of application and implementation. Okay, who would like to go first? A first comment, please. Mrs. Dandolu, what about you? Because perhaps, okay, maybe you. Let me say that, as you see, young people have taken a step further, not only 1, 2, or 3 steps further. Yes, but we can get into the gist of it. Many issues have been raised. Let me talk about the last point. I tried to elaborate on that before. I agree with you. First of all, let us map, as Mrs. Yoti said, let us map to whom we are talking and have the proper tools to address them. And then in a framework of a global strategy, which is our own job, to make the distinction and tackle it properly. It's not an easy exercise to do. We have an organization that from an allowance logic in the past, we are talking now to an HR-oriented logic. We need to take a step further. Here we're talking about life coaches. Can you imagine that? It's valid for professional coaching. And the consultants of OIF for the CVs of the unemployed people will enter this logic and this procedure. But we must channel them institutionally and through the Ministry of Education. We had a similar discussion yesterday at the panel on education. Today we're talking about employment of youth, and we're taking the relay from yesterday. Of course, education should be included in that. You are right. We were in a meeting of the deans, and we were saying, how can we truly update all teachers and all alumni about some skills programs? There must be an integrated database to communicate with them, not only institutionally, but there should be some source of contact with them. And then we should be able to talk to our youth who are not members of a university. How can we find them? I agree that soft skills are at the horizontal menu, for sure, as we all know from our job, regardless of any sector that can be included in the programs and in the curricula. Our own difficulty, which can be seen under the consultation phase, is how we can certify these programs and how they can be checked in order to avoid any quality problems. It is very important, but since we're talking about soft skill, many times there is a problem with certifying the very typical degree, the very typical diploma. For instance, a diploma of an electrician. Certifying somebody with a specific mental skill, this is a very delicate matter. So there, we shall follow the example that can be seen in other best practice in other member states, and then these could be added to other horizontal skills like green ones and digital skills that OIF has already done. I believe that these menus should be prepared, and I think that we must address them in a unanimous way, either we're students or youngsters of the educational framework, because, you know, we have a different approach vis-à-vis the low-skilled people and different approach for the ones that have the skills. The challenge is for all competent ministries with the different bodies to have a mutual understanding in order to have a program for each one. What we said before is hiding a big need of cooperation and partnership in the Greek society. These are not easy things to implement, of course. And I believe that as youngsters, we need you by our side so that you can help us when it comes to mapping this area. At the same time, with our tools, because, you know, we cannot establish just an institution that will inform everybody. Okay, yes, let us ask Mr. Karachalios, what about DIPA? What about the Greek Public Employment Service? I understand the philosophical framework set by our interlocutor. I'm not sure whether he's talking about a public policy or about a policy that will be driven by companies. We can have a dialogue. I think that we can have a dialogue between us. You can intervene at any moment. We have the possibility to have a free discussion. Okay, I will take really after that. Let me try to say the following. For the first time, we saw a national skills strategy. This national strategy has 5 pillars. Obviously, we focus a lot on digital and green skills, but also there is a focus on horizontal skills. The resources coming from the RRF lead us towards this direction because this is the direction of the EU. Nevertheless, our domestic strategy covers practically everything. Point 1. Yes, but there's a question here. Okay, please finish that, and I'm going to ask you later. Well, at the level of skills, we have now the advice people, consultants, how we give advice and how we lead the unemployed person right now. Because for the first time, the legislation has been quite open and they allow us to offer pieces of advice to unemployed people. But how we can lead unemployed people so that they can find what they need and what is needed by the labor market. Already there are programs through DG Reform, and through them we can renew our consulting services, coaching of unemployed. The coaching of unemployed people is one of the main parts that will be included in this new philosophy of our consulting approach. And of course, there is this psychological trigger that the unemployed wants to take a step further. This is going to be added to what we are already doing, which is what? Soft skills, consulting services on soft skills. Already we have started the different workshops throughout Greece, and this is quite successful because there are workshops throughout Greece of 20 or 25 people to be able to update them on how they must write the resume, how they can present themselves. So all these pieces are pieces of empowering unemployed people and how they can truly smoothly enter the labor market. Mrs. Giotti, you wanted to add something? Please, go ahead. And then Mr. Zafiropoulos, you will reply. Yes, it is very useful, this targeting made by Mr. Zafiropoulos. Indeed, we need to pay attention to the growth of horizontal soft skills for the unemployed and the people who are employed, because regardless of what type of different expertise one has, these skills are the basis for a proper professional life and the well-being in the labor overall, which is proven quite often through different examples. For instance, how a person is approached in the working environment, regardless of how well this person is delivering. And this might be helpful for the employee, him or herself. Another intervention, but I forgot about it before. When it comes to young entrepreneurship, it's another field. It's yet another field which is truly enhanced by European policies quite rather now these days, along with the OECD, there is a EU Entrepreneurship Policy Academy that is for the next 3 years. There will be an academy of policies to enhance the activity of young people in young entrepreneurship and in youth employment. In the kick-off meeting that took place in Brussels the previous week, two were the main conclusions. One, related to the need of networking of youngsters everywhere through this forum of European youth, we can exchange good practices. And point number two, there was a very important parameter that is introduce some rules of young entrepreneurship already at the level of schools, so that young people can get acquainted at the level of secondary education about how they can become entrepreneurs. Again, there is a role of DIPA here, that is channel this part of education of young people towards the needs of the market. This is the toughest equation. Let us not fool ourselves. It's not just about Greece. This is about Europe. So Patrick will make the final comment, but Mr. Zafiropoulos, you have the floor. Well, let me reply to Mr. Karachaios first, because in reality, I meant both private bodies and the public sector. I know that Mr. Karachaios is not competent about primary or secondary education, but to me it is a continuum, and I must confess that. Now, from that point onwards, what I mean to say from my experiential view, because I come in contact with pupils, I am a member of the academia, and at the same time, I have the chance to be member of these panels. I believe that all these curricula and all these programs should touch upon the people. People should understand that they should participate, and to do so, become more commercial, hotter. What do you mean? No, I don't mean that. I mean that they should become more effective, more targeted, and they should flourish their own content. The better they will become, the more effective the programs will be, more and more young people would want to participate in that. Well, this has a practical aspect and too much job from different services. Obviously, yes. But you know what? If we look into the reality per se, we will look into the gaps that exist during the first steps of education. To me, I salute all the different efforts that are taking place, and I'm very happy about them. But I believe that there is a problem in how we are facing knowledge at very young ages, so that a citizen could develop and reach the level that we want. I believe that if we manage to embed all that into our educational system, we shall have a totally new society with a different mindset. Everything will be best. Mr. Papadopoulos, what about you? I agree, and I had an idea now. Something came to my mind. Right now, there is the following paradox. We have one of the highest unemployment rates. Okay, we got it, we know it. Nevertheless, employers keep on saying that they cannot find personnel with the necessary skills for vacancies. So I wonder, why is that? How is it possible, since there is HR available, how can they find the proper personnel? I agree with what has been said until now, and I believe that the different authorities should spot the way the market is moving, and they should try to constantly upgrade and reform the educational system, and they must lead it towards upskilling and reskilling. Mrs. Dantholu, please. We have 4 minutes. So let us come to the closure of that. Well, yes, we have brought up skills again. It's not a coincidence. We have for the first time the workshops of skills in schools. First step, of course, but still it is a step. We have these skills workshops in schools. We must enrich the content, and the Ministry of Education is constantly putting new classes in these labs, and it will continue, as well as the ESF through the new NSRF, so we can evolve with this initiative. Let me tell you that in 2023, we're talking about the European Year of Skills. Already, with all my interlocutors here, we co-organized a conference on skills with the European Commission. I remember that sometime we had online 7,400 people or a conference on skills. So this link, why don't we have the personnel that we want? It's a big discussion linked to education. We said before that our universities did what they do. That is, the world is changing. If you don't adapt to that, you will end up with alumni or graduates who are unemployed because you have no relationship with the labor market. Of course, all this is a huge exercise to do, but we have the possibility from these resources, and based on strategies and tools, we can get it better. You know what? You cannot predict the future, especially in the era of ChatGPT, and we go from one version to another. The only thing we can do is to have the necessary skills, adequate, evolved skills, and as Europe says, we must keep on evolving to face the future or any crisis that might occur. We are not prophets, and I should say that even the mechanism to diagnose the labor market is not a crystal ball. It depicts the needs of the present, but these needs might be different tomorrow. The educational systems may not shift from one moment to another. For sure, we must have basic skills, and then we must adapt where needed so that we can meet the needs of today and tomorrow. Furthermore, young people, as Mr. Paquet said, we can study them per region. In Western Greece, there is a hub, which is quite vivid, etc., and dynamic, but especially young people are the nomads par excellence in the region of the country and throughout Europe. So this is for sure a big exercise. Pretty good. Mr. Karachalios, very briefly, apologies to intervene. We have 1 minute. Okay, very, very briefly. And the framework of vocational training has been fragmented in our country. There has been an effort through this administration and through this government to build a coordinated system. Today we have a National Council on Skills, and there is a national coordinator that is the governor of DIPA, of the Greek Public Employment Service. So it is a system that we can also ask for accountability. There is a national skills strategy, we have a national coordinator, so that all these policies that are defined by the country to have a specific target. That was all. Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. Patrick will be the final speaker. Patrick, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. No, thank you very much, and to the interpreters to allow me to follow this vivid discussion. It was most interesting, and I think it's always good to have this exchange also with younger people who I think depict very well also some of the perception gaps. I fully agree with you that there is quite a dose of skepticism also in the workforce. Why would I go for an upskilling, etc.? I'm well in my job, but at one point this needs to be accompanied. So I see a couple of drivers for that we need to work on. One is very much we have had the conversation that on all the youth employment actions, we need more and more to have also other players or other partners to help in the programs, and in particular civil society, youth organizations, who can do this intermediation, and that young people don't necessarily talk to the state, but rather to a counterpart who is closer to them, to precisely then get into, for instance, a training opportunity. I think that's key. Another thing is to work on the incentives, and I fully agree, getting a revenue is a tricky thing through a training. And I think the main incentive to get into a training should be to get a certification. And this is now in the new system being tackled, because too often there were open-ended trainings, but now it's trainings to get this extra certification. And I come to the point of the employers. I think they have a responsibility too. If they will develop with the adult learning target that we have to self-train their staff, they might gain confidence. They can also uptake young people and train them themselves. I was always fascinated by the UK, where you could graduate in philology and get to the city, you know, and do trading, whatever, become trader, if you had this taste for it. And this is because they didn't evaluate the competences on a strict terms, but on a potential terms. Yet, I think every young people here need to think about their own profile. Having an academic outcome is essential, but it's then worse in the labor market, often only with a combination of, I've done a bit of NGO work, I've done a bit of volunteering, I've done a traineeship, and I've taken this certificate in environmental management because this is where I see the future. And this then is also the guarantee for the employer that that person is a learner, eager to learn, eager to adapt. So I think it goes a bit both ways, but certainly we need to get this whole chain right. That was my last thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ευχαριστούμε. Λοιπόν,
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for all the panelists. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day. It was a pretty quick hour. I wish you all the best. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers. Let us now have the next panel. Thank you.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας. Είμαι ο Γιώργος.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the manager of Data Consultants, George Haramat, and I'm the moderator on reskilling and upskilling session for the competitiveness of human resources in the fourth industrial revolution. I would like to thank the Peloponnesus newspaper in the region of Western Greece for the 11th Regional Growth Conference, in the framework of which this session is taking place. I am happy to host in this panel 5 experts in the field. We have Dimitris Vergados, the Director on Public and Media Communication of SEV, the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises. Dr. Lukas Zachilas, Head of Department for Vet and Qualifications of SEDEFOP. Nikitas Georgiadis, Sales Account Manager at Cisco. Kostis Katsanevas, the Director of CareerGate. And Argyris Tsikopoulos, CEO at Junior Achievement Greece. Welcome. So, reskilling and upskilling is the title of the session, and this is important for improving the competitiveness of businesses, improving competitiveness of human resources, and competitiveness of the entire Greek economy. It's a multi-layered procedure, and we want to see how we can approach this. Mr. Vergadis, let's start with you. How important is reskilling and upskilling for Greek businesses in a growing economy with growth prospects? What are the skills Greek economy needs, and how can this problem be addressed? Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to this excellent event hosted at a site dedicated to knowledge, such as the University of Patras. Obviously, yes, there's a great need for this. And if we want to see this in figures, I will tell you that in 2019, before the pandemic, when we conducted a survey as SEV on a large number of member enterprises, we saw that one of the main problems is that of covering job posts. So essentially, seeking employees with the right skills. If I remember correctly, 1 in 3 businesses said that we're missing executives with specific skills. And I'd like to note that these are innovative export companies, extroverted companies, had a greater need for this compared to the average. This has not changed because it remains very important, because a new survey we conducted, Business Pulse, which measured developments in the field of businesses in the last year and their prospects for 23, showed that the fourth most important factor concerning businesses, and especially knowledge-intensive and industrial businesses, concerning what they need to have a competitive advantage, is finding HR with suitable skills. And imagine that we had the energy cost, which remains a crisis, inflation and price increases, and geopolitical upheaval. So this is a very important problem still. It's not easy to manage it, and obviously we need short-term, mid-term, and long-term strategies to tackle it. The big driver for this need to move on to reskilling and upskilling, as will be discussed, is to changes in technology and demographics and geopolitical strategies and things to do with disruption in supply chains. All these together are problems, challenges that create risks and opportunities. So how do we tackle this? In the sense that I think we've understood the issue on both sides, on the supply side and definitely on the demand side. So if we want to understand how to tackle it, and what we're doing at the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, This is the greatest association of employers in Greece with businesses from across the economy as its members. So we are developing a series of policies and actions to tackle this issue directly and in the short and long term that have to do with having the right public policies. What we seem to need as a main principle is that, at least as regards the first level, which is technical skills, because there's a gap there too, we need people with technical specialization. We don't have them on the market. You can't find such people easily, and there's a problem with supply. The educational system does not create people who can cover these posts, so there too we need to intensify our effort. So in figures, about 10,000 people are missing from technical specialization. So I mean service people, electrical mechanic specialists, automation specialists. So there's a big gap there which we need to address, and the change that took place with the technological institutions that were abolished does not help tackle this issue. Now, as regards the mid-level skills, we have a great gap there regarding technological specializations, and of course, where we have a huge gap has to do with high specialization skills and cutting-edge technologies. So I would say that we're missing about 10,000 people in these sectors based on our survey in the economy. So I want to note that across all these sectors, we have a shortage. This is tackled at the moment through reskilling, so with internal staff, but we need more in this field because it seems like the reskilling programs and upskilling programs within the business sector are mainly implemented by larger companies, especially in IT and industry. Why? Because it's kind of obvious, because these companies are more exposed to international competition, so they have greater skills for highly specialized staff. So I would say that it's a main factor when you're in the cutting edge of the growth. You need the people who will be able to support this, and this is what we're after. Now, as regards what we're doing, and in a few words, in all these fields, we do have actions to be able to mainly to set the ground to move ahead. So an initiative for technical specializations is skill for jobs. We start with automation, electricians and IT application specialists, because there's high demand for this from across the industry. They seem to be the top skills missing. We ran a program with EVP, the educational part of the SEV, and with Economic University for IT. We had the first graduate, 60 people, who most of them have started working because the program included training with a curriculum based on business needs. And it gave them the opportunity to work at businesses, and most of them has indeed started working, at least for an 8-month period, and then the businesses can keep them on, and they seem to want them. And this extends to the regions and to other technical skills. As regards the issue of high specialization, we've created a new platform. All this, you can see it online on the SEV page, so IG at Work, which connects business needs in IT and industry, mainly in highly specialized skills with the corresponding supply from Greece and from abroad. one aim of this initiative is to reverse the breed drain, bringing people back from abroad. We do have other programs as well for AI with member companies, and another two programs. One is run by the Panhellenic Federation of Pharmaceutical Companies. It has a program for the retraining of issues on compliance and regulatory issues. They've got great needs there. And the ESA, the Greek beer company, has started an innovative traineeship program. This cannot be covered here, but obviously we need there to people mainly from technical skills and mid skills. There's an overall need for digital skills, because if we have a horizontal problem across sectors, it's digital technologies are required by all people. I used to work in an industry. Now, wherever you work, you need to have digital skills. So overall, I have to say that what we want is to connect the educational system with the needs of businesses. This is what all advanced countries do, and how this program covers specific needs of specific professions. So you were very detailed in describing how important it is for Greek companies to see reskilling and upskilling. But Dr. Zachilas, is this only a Greek trend, or is it a European trend? What are the trends across Europe? What's happening there? What could be used in Greece? Thank you very much for inviting me here. This university is my alma mater, so I'm happy to be here. I represent the European Centre for Professional Skills Development, which does European-level research. We see what all member states are doing in specific sectors that have to do with the labour market, training and education. And we conduct research on needs for skills, forecasts on trends in the future. And perhaps here I'd like to start by saying that developments today have changed all that we knew in past decades, taking into account the changes that the pandemic brought and will bring in the years to come, because some changes are here to stay. Developments such as wars or a financial crisis, all these dramatically change the models we use, so forecasts are highly doubtful. Despite this, we continue to try, first of all, to listen to the needs of the labour market, because we are kind of balanced between the labour market and training and education. So we listen to the needs of what Mr. Vergathos is talking about, and then we try to see how this in turn can be converted into best practices with examples from various countries. We should say that our country has a lot of problems, but it's not alone. Looking at a European level, we can see that there are countries that traditionally, because they have a history of century in this field, they tend to collaborate and thus to better meet market demands. On the other side, we see that a large number of countries, even developed countries who have this tradition, have problems in adapting to recent developments and to the multi-crisis, is the perma-crisis that we're experiencing today. So we see that the way we gather information from the member states is through national plans which are drafted to tackle these challenges. We see that in the dominant priorities of countries, there is a focus on flexible and resilient training, giving skills that will be able to tackle these changes, because we understand that these systems cannot meet this fast pace of change, not only in Greece, but everywhere. Training and education needs time, and this creates lags compared to how we can cover our needs. which means, and this was said before, there's an emphasis on horizontal skills, on the ability to evolve what we are learning and to update our knowledge. And these are keys that help in this direction. On the other hand, and this is perhaps where we have some problems that don't exist traditionally in Greece, an open consultation with the labour market, the ability to see the needs of the market and to have the programs adapt to these needs would be ideal. Unfortunately, the systems are quite slow in the sense that the overall process sometimes might take years, and in some sectors of the economy, this is a luxury they can't afford. So this is one of the problems we need to overcome. I want to say that on a European level, something that I believe is very interesting is, first, the political focus given to the issue. On the 9th of May, we will have the start of the European Skills Year of Skills. This is going to start on the 9th of May, last for a year, and it focuses on actions that focus on the need for skills. The personal individual learning accounts, which again provide incentives to make the most, financial incentives, to make the most of updating one's skills. And the third is micro-credentials, which are essentially a new thing, which is very interesting because it offers the ability with quality assurance to gain bits of knowledge which are necessary either to gather, to acquire a skill, or to cover specific needs. I think I was on time. Yes, you are. Thank you. Mr. Georgiadis, we heard that one of the main shortcomings has to do with knowledge-intensive technologies. What about this shortage of staff? How does it affect the long-term strategy of companies and their growth prospects today? Good afternoon. I too am from the University of Patras, 3 out of 3 so far. So the previous speaker said that 2023 has been set as the European Year of Skills. In our technological sector, so the IT companies, we have to do more with digital skills as people specialize in this. In reality, Europe, compared to America and China, lags behind. And they are looking for specialized staff, and correspondingly, Greece lags behind the rest of the European Union. In the Deloitte study in December, we see that from 2023 to 2030, there will be a shortage of 7,000 to 7,500 IT specialists, which of course means that this is destroying our long-term and mid-term plans. So it's a key reason, and we see this in the labour market as well, although Deloitte has quantified this, we find it difficult to find field engineers for the things we're designing. We're talking about the digital transformation, but this cannot happen by pressing a button. There's a need, there's the need for design and the need for implementation. So over the past few years, because of the crisis as well, many things take place en masse in IT, in the private sector and in the public sector. And truth be told, that in the projects we implement now, in the design and in implementation, we're missing people. And this is something that we feel every day. Yes, it's very important what you're saying about the long-term strategy of each company to have appropriately trained staff. Mr. Katsanevas, you have a better picture of the labour market overall today. through CareerGate, the platform where you are the scientific director. So what about the changes in the labour market over the past few years? What are the key features outlined recently? So what are the changes? We can all see this. The main change in the labour market is the progress of the change. Like a living creature, the labour market is evolving. Conditions and demands are changing, which means that we too need to continuously adapt. And I think that the previous speakers talked about this. The new generations, I'd say, are faced with they are called to sign a new contract for their career, and it's much fuzzier, and they don't have so much buying power as in previous generation. The previous generations, our parents say, they had a specific career course to follow. They would study, they would get specific set skills, which they would utilize across their career. The new generation cannot do this. The only way to find a job that will satisfy you is lifelong learning. So through reskilling and upskilling. There are two interesting points here. It's the fact that skills have an expiry date in the sense that modern surveys tell us that if we haven't updated our skills in 2.5 years, we will no longer be competitive against someone who has more updated skills. The second interesting point is that now young employees will switch careers at least 4 times. And I'm not saying going from one bank to another to work, but change sectors, and this is very different. This requires gaining different skills. So in this new world motif, employees with updated skills will make it, and those who let their skills expire won't do so well. How do we see this change? According to the World Economic Forum, we see, the survey has not finished, but 65% of children in primary school today will be working in jobs that do not exist yet. This sounds strange, but we will have the same sectors, we will have the same jobs, but we will have a requirement for new skills which we cannot even imagine now. So the employees who will suffer the greatest pressure and who are the most vulnerable to these changing profiles of skills are kind of specialized skills in IT, health, industry, and construction. For example, this example has helped me understand how the great impetus of the fourth industrial revolution, talking about the more developed countries, obviously, because Greece always lags behind, especially as regards the labor market trend. So talking about architects in the construction sector, in the States and in other developed countries in the East, talking about the construction industry. So architects need to know how 3D printers work because they kind of print out whole buildings, which means that a highly educated architect with a simple certification or reskilling or upskilling will learn how a 3D printer operates and include it in their plans to be able to build such a building. While unskilled laborers working in this building, because of this automation, perhaps there were 20 jobs for these people, and now there will be 4 based on this survey. So we see that new technologies will create different sorts of pressures on different types of jobs. And I will finish with just one thing. The employers' demands have changed. We've heard a lot about soft skills. This is true. By 2025, creativity, critical thinking, and resilience under stress and flexibility will be amongst the most sought-after soft skills in the labor market, in Greece too, in any sector, in any job. So this is what soft skills are all about. They're kind of diffused across all sectors of the labor market. According to a manpower survey, we've seen an increase of 160% by employers for critical thinking skills. Large companies have now suffered a loss in their company because their employees have not applied critical thinking at work. In conclusion, and I'd like to end with this, young employees must learn new skills, upskill their skills, but that's not enough because now we can't just be good at our work. We have to also add soft skills, creativity, critical thinking, and other such skills to be able to be competitive. Thank you very much, Mr. Katsanevis. You described a rapidly changing labor market where employees need to continuously upgrade their skills. But this is an issue that only has to do with older employees or younger employees as well. And what skills can be developed from a young age?
Thank you for the invitation. Work in the University of Patras. Let me make the link. Yes, I'm pretty happy about that. So I have also a connection with the University of Patras. I liked what the previous speaker said because they passed me the ball to play about what we are doing and saying, I come from a body which is Junior Achievement, the biggest training organization right now worldwide, training 14 million students in more than 120 countries. It has started over 17 years ago, so we have solid foundation in this part of getting connected with the industry and the labor market. And what I need to put on the table is that we're talking about reskilling when we haven't solved the problems of the main skilling for our students right now. I know, and we know that the labor market has specific needs. Companies have specific needs, yet in schools where young students go to study, 1 out of 4 students will study a pedagogic faculty based on the data given by the Ministry of Education. So 1 out of 4 graduates will be a pedagogue, a professor that is, when we have the fertility problems and employment rates in our country. And in other categories, there are big gaps. We are talking about AI. We want to prepare our students to be ready to compete machines, to have their soft skills that have been already mentioned. And the school has the main structure and the main form that it had 30 or 40 years ago when we finished school. We're talking about what has already come to the market, and in small ages, still we are following the classic ways of teaching. How can we change that? How can we link children with the labor market? Can we give them examples and exercises that will make them cooperate with each other? It's a big problem. We enter in the class, the first problem that we're facing is that children cannot cooperate. In our programs, children are building their own businesses. During day 1, we have a class with 20 students, 20 CEOs and 20 companies. If we are to create one company, one partnership, a big step worldwide, not just in Greece. It is a problem that exists at the European level with some exceptions like the Nordic countries or countries like Germany or the UK, to tell the truth. So I believe that a step, and you know what, before that rather, the students of the senior high school in 4 or 5 years will be in the industry, will be working. A step to make is to invest in these ages along with all other actions already mentioned, so that we cannot perpetuate the problem that is already obvious, but let us rather try to solve it from scratch. This is an important point to put on the table to put in a discussion. Some actions are being done by the ministry, but the pace is quite slow. Thank you very much. We will come back to that during the second round of questions. Now, let me now come to a more practical topic. Mr. Vergados, from the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, what we can see in the market that big businesses or medium enterprises need personnel with specific skills, and they have demands which are disproportional vis-a-vis the package that they are offering to these employees. Is it something valid? Is it something that you truly want to see how it can be solved? First of all, before I get your question, let me say that indeed the foundation to be able to tackle problems that are present today or tomorrow, the key is the school. And let me tell you that the job done by Junior Achievement Greece is very important. Now, let us come to your question now. Right now, as we all know, there is a worldwide competition, which is how you can attract or maintain talent. And this is a competition in which Greece participates. But it is a fight, it is a struggle where we are one player amongst the many. What you are saying can be seen in different sectors under the following sense. I will not agree that there are not packages offered to the market. And let me here tell you that if we see a domain that I said before, that is the technical specialties for today, but also for tomorrow, I can tell you that quite largely, to a large extent, due to the fact that we have no offer and we have a big demand, there are many important incentives for people to go to companies, and even there it's difficult to find because there are choices. Let me also tell you that there are examples of businesses in Attica. They chose not to go to Inofita, but go to Metamorphosis instead. These were technicians, especially due to the fact that the money was better in Inofita, but they opted for going closer to their homes. So geography plays a role. There are too many vacancies, not just in Athens, but also here in Patras. There are too many vacancies, but still the same problem exists. If we examine some other skills, then I should tell you that when it comes to the sector of production, industry, and high tech, there are very important packages, not just the remuneration, not just the wages. It's a whole package that is being given by important companies, young people, and to employees to attract them. We must say here, it's not just about the Greek market that wants these talents. We're talking also about the international market. If you compare what the Greek market can give and what one can find abroad, differences are significant because other factors get into the game. For example, taxation incentives, especially for vacancies of high specialty. We have a bigger burden taxation-wise and social security-wise vis-a-vis what happens abroad. So this is competition. They go, they get abroad. On the other hand, it's true, and let me here add another point, make the link to the objective and the title of our own panel. The businesses that implement reskilling programs of high level are increasing their employer brand. That is, they can increase their reputation for the market. Mainly young employees want this type of business. It's not just about money. It's a whole cloud of offers and things related to a perspective that play a key role in the choices that are made today. Anyway, what we must look into is how we can improve offer in specialties that right now our economy does not have. However, we are in need of those to take the step which is productive transformation and green transition, and also high specialization. The other day, We saw the announcement by the European Commission on its policy on critical raw material. And if you see the proposals of the Commission, a big part is about skills. So that if you need to take the step further in production, which is industrial self-sufficiency, that is be able to produce more and have critical raw material in and keeping that in your homeland, you need skills and vacancies that you must create. Practically, and in concluding, let me repeat that the key in this whole effort is the better link between education and the needs of the market, so that we cannot have people that will go to professions that will be automated. The big capital here is what will happen in labor that concerns us all. What will happen in labor, and how can we combine human mind, human brain to machines? We have the iconic technology of AI, but we haven't even thought about about what is happening right now in this sphere, which is a sphere to be seen. And then, on the one hand, we must create the prerequisites, and on the other hand, we should move on quickly with policies and regulations that will quickly improve the attractiveness of vacancies in Greece, which goes through taxation, labor, and social security matters, both for employers and employees, so that this country can be more attractive. Much job should be done when it comes to the businesses. There was a period of crisis. The memorandum and this whole era played a role to that. Furthermore, in Greece, we have smaller businesses, size-wise, businesses which do not produce high-tech or internationally products to be commercialized, so that we can create vacancies that would give more money and would pay more. In any case, investments made by big firms, investments that are ante portas from abroad, mainly at the level of technology, can create the opportunities so that you can offer better jobs, highly paid, but also offering bigger satisfaction. It's not just about the money. And mainly a perspective to have a development of the employee, especially of young children. Mr. Vergados, I keep the fact that Greek businesses have the will and they want to find properly trained personnel, offering to them the incentives to have it with them. But it's difficult to find that right now. Now, let me come to you, the next speaker. The lifelong learning, Mr. Zachelas, and the reskilling, upskilling programs. It is true that in Greece, they do not deliver as much as we would wish. How could this change? What could be the changes brought in this sphere so that we can yield better results for these programs and bring the specialization needed to the personnel? If I replied directly to that question, it would be the $1 million question. There is no panacea. I will start by commenting some points said, and I think that they are related to the question that you have raised. First of all, in the CEDEFOP study, we're analyzing vacancies online, millions of vacancies, millions of jobs online. We see the content skills-wise, what the labor market needs. We have observed a conclusion that is very important. It's not just about jobs that shape learning itself, that is what we learn, what they learn, those really skilled, change the jobs themselves, which shows the complexity of systems. That is, some needs can be faced, but the evolution of different employees may differentiate the job itself, which is a spiral of development. A second part is related to systems, quite rightly. You mentioned that our educational systems are quite obsolete. I would argue that in reality we have not changed the model after the French Revolution. Our educational systems are 200 years old. What is of particular importance, though, is that these all changes, regardless of the framework, systems, incentives found, should focus on the most critical factor, which is teachers educators and professors. Regardless of the content, curriculum, technologies, this whole program and this whole design should, or rather will be led to an impasse if we don't properly educate all stakeholders. Now, to come back to the Greek reality, of course there are big problems. Problems are mainly at the level of continuous learning, that is reskilling or upskilling. The initial training plays another role, and it's quite slow, but it is able to meet demands. I believe that in Greece there are some systemic problems. We are trying to fight them, but still they exist. Everything depends on the central structure. There is no devolution to give the possibility to different bodies of reskilling and upskilling to shape largely different curricula. Everything is centrally designed, which is rigid, a scheme that works in many countries. That is, what are the skills and competences that I need? Okay, this might lead to a curriculum and to a certification. This scheme theoretically might include all stakeholders, but in reality it doesn't work likewise. The chambers and all social partners, as well as employees, should participate in that, having a substantial role. Many times we're talking about a typical participation. What do I mean? I mean that there must be an independent effort, create a culture of renewal when it comes to these programs. And of course, it takes time, which we don't have. Thank you. Mr. Georgiadis, in today's environment, high-tech companies, how are they positioned to face the issue on their own, that is reskilling and upskilling? What are the initiatives that could help towards this direction? The private sector, should it develop targeted programs of reskilling of the HR? Yes, in Cisco we have been doing so. I will bring an example. Well, it's a top. So the CEO of Cisco, Jack Robbins, that is, in a joint announcement with Mr. Margaritis, he has announced that Cisco will train 225,000 people in the EU in the next 3 years, in cybersecurity, of course. But this is the tip of the iceberg. Cisco has been doing so since 1997. In 1997, there was the creation of Cisco Networking Academy, having as our logic to train engineers, meaning that these people will establish and will work on our products. In the long run, this has evolved in such a way that courses and certifications are totally acknowledged by the labor market and by the IT companies. This program is available in Greece. It is a program for free in the framework of CSR. Cisco gets no money out of it. And there is the logic lately that we can put into the game so that these lessons can also include universities and municipalities. Apart from Cisco Networking Academy, we have created lately a platform which is named Talent Bridge. All these certified people, that is, people who have gotten their certification on their skills on IT, will get on the platform. They can upload the certification and their CV. Automatically, they get into a pool of potential employees that can be employed by our partners across the globe. Certified people have access to a big labor market. On the other hand, our partners can benefit from that, knowing that this person, the person that they will hire, knows the solutions, knows the products, and it is universally acknowledged in the IT market. This is what we are doing for many, many years. Thank you. Now, Mr. Katsanevas, what has been said before, it's overall the change that should be brought in the educational system to have a better link with the labor market. You, through CareerGate, you have a better picture of skills. that will be needed in the next time period. So, where should we focus on? Where the education system should focus on to be even better linked with the labor market? Vocational training, period. And Mr. Georgiadis passed me the ball greatly. Since technology is very important for the labor market and skills on technology are important, there are other different jobs which don't have any employees. Right now, in the shipping industry, there's a big gap. Even the Ministry of Education has a curriculum that helps you to get trained and become a technician to repair ships. And let me also mention another point which is of equal importance before going into education and talk about vocational training. Now, I'm looking at a graph here on my mobile phone to see the flip of the coin, that is businesses. What are the demands that they have? What are the vacancies created by the companies to create that incentive amongst the employees so that they can risk it or upskill? I see that in Greece, pertaining to the ratio of posts of high skills per sector, while we lag behind, apart from education and health. This means that we must look into the demands. What are the vacancies created by companies, not only upskill or reskill skills? Let me reply to Mr. Dzikopoulos. Now, the school orientation as a reply to the serious matters we have in linking our educational system with the labor market. I would bring it up as the main issue because, in my view, this should become an institution mainly amongst the secondary education, and perhaps we can collaborate about it. And even across all tiers of education. Growing up, we had some models of successful professional people. It could be a grandma saying that my grandchild will become a doctor, a lawyer. There is a grandma, 99, saying that my grandson will become the prime minister. Still, I might have a father that invites us to be a civil servant or to work for a bank. The most important feature here is that worldwide, the diachronic belief of parents is that the jobs of their time will be also the jobs of their children and the ones of the future. Especially in Greece, some people believe that going into a university is the only way out to have a successful career. Obviously, this is not 100% valid. So many of us, and going back to vocational training, opt for jobs and studies that do not express ourselves, they do not match our interests, and we're doing so to satisfy some parents and satisfy some social norms, get into a shape, into a framework. And please bring to your mind if you have opted for jobs in your lives that possibly don't match your interests. Above all, especially in Greece, children take decisions without proper guidance by any professional, without having acquired a true self-awareness during their teen years, and without any objective view on their jobs of interest. Indeed, according to a research conducted by the OECD, published last September, 52% of children in Greece don't have access to vocational training. So the first thing to do is to institutionalize school vocational orientation in the secondary education and in the other tiers of education, and overall for that to become more accessible even for the private sector. Now, our remarkable educational system, I'm not being ironic, there are some flaws. The educational system in our country marginalizes general education classes, and students focus on the classes that will be examined at a pan-Hellenic level. There should have been a bigger guidance and more appropriate guidance. As a result, we have many students in the universities, and 1 out of 3 students never finish, or they're quite late in graduating. Pioneer in Europe. This means that children have not made a proper option. And of course, even the educational system itself, in tertiary education, has some flaws because it does not incentivize people to finish their studies, and there's no proper information and any link with the labor market. A very important issue is how skills amongst the Greek employees do not match the needs of the labor market. We see overtraining, overeducation amongst young people. 1 out of 3 work in some jobs that are matching an unskilled person, and respectively we see lower skills compared to the labor market. Another important point is that tertiary education is mostly based on exporting scientists in different sectors, whereas vocational training, as I said before, is quite low on the radar, which means that we do not produce people on technical jobs, that is carpenters, for instance, whereas there is a need in the market and there is a disproportionate number of students or graduates in jobs that are already overwhelmed. So the system, the educational system, should, without any doubt, focus on vocational training, offer more professional rights, which is very important, guarantee academic and professional rights so that we can incentivize our children to follow these jobs, and for us to have an access of education throughout all tiers. Tertiary education is not the only solution. Let me give you another solution before the end. We must use our data. Something that we mentioned before. There is a brilliant organization, amongst others, like CEDEFOP, for instance. This is called Mechanism to Diagnose the Needs of the Labor Market. Public institution collaborating with YESE, and it falls under the umbrella of the Ministry of Education, which might identify and quantify the needs of the labor market. They have delivered in an exquisite way. Online, you can see the data they have collected. I wonder, though, how are we going to use this data? Is there a direct communication with tertiary education? Do they speak one to each other? Can they feed this information to anybody? How this is used at the level of the ministry? So I would like to propose a new project for these organizations. That is, find the necessary labor posts based on each job. You're doing so. There is this information available, and subsequently, you can define the proper number of students to enter each faculty. These are some steps that, in my view, are very important to be implemented directly if we need to shape a society that will offer an added value to all. The only thing which is certain is that skilled professionals who have opted for their professional activity based on their interests and talents are more effective, more satisfied, and they're saying so. They have better jobs, they can offer a better added value to the society, and of course, they can upgrade the financial status of the state. And let me come to the end with a piece of advice, both for young people and for the ones that want to have a pivot in their jobs, that is, become what you are, not what you think you are. That is, opt for jobs that truly are of your interest, the same goes for your studies, and that match your talents. Of course, by using a golden rule, you can meet the needs of these jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will stick to what you said, become what you are. And I think that a lot of young people over recent years are interested in, and they become entrepreneurs on their own through startups based on the data we have. 9 out of 10 startups fail after a while. And I'd like to ask Mr. Dikopoulos, is there a possibility to diffuse this business culture from a young age to improve the possibilities of success of such ventures? I will reply this question, but I just want to make a note on the previous discussion. We see through the contact of schools with parents, with students, over the past of the crisis, parents directed their children to the more traditional professions, which are not the solutions to the problem. So we moved to traditional professions, which were professions of the past. So we were afraid, and we guided our children wrongly as regards AI. My son's in high school already. He started using his computer to write his work. So we are lagging behind reality now as regards entrepreneurship. A great step has been taken in Greece. If you asked me 5 or 8 years ago, I would say there's big reaction by the educational community against what for them was a very difficult word to swallow, entrepreneurship, because this word was connected with negative connotations, with thieves, the entrepreneur thief benefiting to the detriment of society. I think that this mentality has changed, and because a lot of people don't want to see their children leaving abroad, they want to keep them in Greece, so they want new jobs created. And because this generation sees greater motives for building something for them, something they love, and what they've studied, not something completely different. For example, I study philology and I work as a secretary. I will create something that I like. So we see a shift towards having children that want to set up their own companies. And here there's a double gap. One has to do with the training of the children, how much we can prepare them through educational programs and school programs like the ones we implement, giving them a first exercise. You can teach children what it means to conduct a market survey, to see what's innovative, what our competitors are, to make a marketing plan, a business plan. These things, I think that many of the grown-ups that now set up a company, how many years do I need to wait to make money? How much money do I have to invest? Nobody teaches that, even at universities. Even at the vocational high schools, who will go to open up their own shop? They don't get this information. So that's why we have such a failure rate through entrepreneurship programs. I will tell you that the people participating, 1 out of 4 of students is going to set up their own startup, and 60% will not fail, or we will succeed in the second or third attempt. So how do I set up my own company? I think that we can teach this, yes. It can be taught not only as regards how can I create my own company, but because the startup ecosystem has a specific model of operation, fast, efficient, it's taught as regards to finding the right workers to work at this company. Going to work at a startup, you're not a public officer, you are an employee who takes part in what's happening. You're not an entrepreneur, but an entrepreneur. So you function as part of the very company. So I could say that based on our examples, in Greece, after 17 years after Odysseas Kyriakopoulos brought JA, Jay has been working for over 100 years globally, and I think that there are many startups in the Greek ecosystem that come from children that finished our programs, and that's a hopeful message for us. And it makes us hopeful for the future of the country. Thank you very much. In these 60 minutes, we try to approach as much as possible upskilling and reskilling. It's a multifaceted issue. Thank you very much for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending. Good afternoon.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Είμαι ο Σπύρος Συρμακέσης. Είμαι καθηγητής στο...
I am a professor at the IT Engineers Department of the University of Patras. Welcome to the third and last day of the Regional Growth Conference, a conference that started on a romantic note and it's now an institution after 10 years and is starting to come to deliver discrete results that have effects on all our daily lives. We have a very robust panel now where we are called to discuss an issue that not so long ago would seem a bit strange, that has to do with entrepreneurship culture in universities. Many times at amphitheaters we've talked about this, so it's time to see whether the private sector is actually looking amongst our graduates for people who will have the entrepreneurship mindset. Not necessarily to want to become entrepreneurs, as was presented in another panel with a big tummy and a cigar, but with an entrepreneurship mindset. And we'll see what we mean by this, because I think that our panelists are going to show us what is meant in each of them sectors. So I will start with Haris Arabadzis, who is account executive at Huawei Technologies. Mr. Arabadzis has a long CV and long professional experience, more than 30 to 35 years of commercial experience, with various degrees in economics, politics, law, even technology. He has a highly international profile. I would say that his passion is to develop companies. And although he's at Huawei now, he started very early on from a very well-known company in IT, which is IBM. And he has a great career, so it's great to have you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your invitation, and I'm happy to be amongst colleagues from other companies and with a new generation of people who will be, I believe, the backbone for development and transformation in this country towards something better than we leave behind us. I will say, hopefully. Next to him, we have Eleni Drakopoulou, Human Resources Director at Athenian Brewery. Mrs. Drakopoulou is in this position because she truly has evolved business models over the years in her career in the private sector. At the moment, she is Human Resources Director at Athenian Brewery since 2018. But she went through Coca-Cola, Green Cola. She moved to different offices in the company she worked for with the sole aim, which, as you can see from the position she's at, is to develop a different culture at these companies, giving them a more dynamic business model. And at least for our students here, it is a great joy to have you with us. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is my honor to be here amongst young people who are the future of entrepreneurship in Greece. So I'm happy to share experiences and views with my co-panelists. Next to her, we have another academic who also has a different profile. He is Athanasios Katsis. He's a rector of the University of Peloponnese. He's a professor in the Department of Social and Educational Policy. I didn't invite him because he's my rector, but because his past is in the private sector. He actually worked at the World Bank, so he has a different perspective. In his DNA, he has a different kind of policy for how academia should develop. And I think that he started to bring this to life with the various actions at the University of the Peloponnese. pioneered by him. And he's a different sort of rector to that we usually see at other universities. And with the very few questions I have at time to ask him, I'll try to show you. Thank you very much for being here, Rector. Thank you very much. I'm happy to see quite a few students here. And I don't know if I'm a different kind of rector. I don't know if I'm a better rector. Well, this remains to be proven, but we will try to show the positive aspects of the collaboration between the two approaches. Thank you very much for inviting me. We'll see this at the end of your term if you're a better sort of rector. Next to him, we have Konstantinos Takos, Director, Head of People and Change at PW Consulting, PwC Greece. He has spent quite a lot of his time abroad in large European companies. He is at the top of a consulting group, People and Change Consulting of PwC, Deep 4. He is here because he has helped many companies transform their profile. He has long experience of the structural and other changes that can take place in an organization, especially as regards innovation design. And we're interested in that at the University of Peloponnese. And I would like to thank him for being here today. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. And I'm glad to be amongst very interesting, shall we say, colleagues in a broad sense. Thank you very much. The next guest is Nikitas Georgiadis. He's Sales Account Manager at Cisco. He might look young, but he is actually been working in the training sector at Cisco with the armed forces, and he is responsible for the systems running for the local administration. Some of the people here had heard him last year presenting Cisco's innovative solutions for smart cities for the CASA study of Cyprus. It was very interesting. So he's coming back to where he returned because his alma mater is here, the University of Patras. It's good to see him. His experience is more than 10 years on IT technologies and communication technologies, and he has offered extensive solutions for the public sector. Thank you very much for your invitation and your kind words. I'm glad to be here again amongst young people and great collaborators on the market. And at the end of the panel, I apologize for leaving him for last because I think last year you were at the corner. You're always the last on the panel. It's Stelios Mantas. He's a principal at Deloitte. Mr. Mantas is specialized in cloud computing, cloud technologies at Deloitte and how these are developed. He works in analytics and technology strategies. His career has included various projects on digital innovation, and he has helped the development of the financial sector in Greece and in Eastern Europe. So we have another one of the big four companies on our panel, and I'm proud of this. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be here with distinguished colleagues and amongst the younger generations, the future executives. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to start with my questions because I've got a countdown timer here, and you can see it. So as you understand, you know the risk we're at. So let's start with you, Mr. Ramadis. At Huawei, at the University of Peloponnese, we have a strategic relationship, and thank you very much because you have been stood by us in training quite a few of the children who are here today and the pupils. And this is, you're not only in a relationship with educational institutions, you've invested a lot in Greek universities. At this stage, as I see it, I believe that you're focusing on technology. Is there a parameter in this educational investment you've made at universities that has to do with entrepreneurship? Yes, definitely. It's very important for most young people who will follow careers in some international company like Huawei or Cisco or Deloitte, large companies, not to lose an integral part of their personality, critical judgment. For us, critical judgment means entrepreneurship. And no matter how good you are as a technician, as an engineer, no matter how specialized your skills are, it's very important for the company, at least the one I represent now, and the previous companies I worked at, for people to show entrepreneurship spirit and an entrepreneurial mindset. Perhaps it's an integral part of what we want, especially now where we're experiencing a technological revolution that has to do with AI, and an entrepreneurial mindset will become a key feature of people who will be called to work in large companies like Huawei. Based on this experience you have and this action, I think, I kind of grew up in the university, grew old at the university, in the sense that entrepreneurship was perhaps frowned upon at universities. Of course, there's a change in the legal framework since the summer of 22. Huawei is a global company. You have a presence in many very exotic countries. We were talking about what's happening in China, and I'm impressed. I feel very jealous about what we don't see here in Greece. But this problem that we have, that entrepreneurship is frowned upon in Greece, have you seen this abroad in other countries? Or maybe the opposite, a culture for boosting entrepreneurship at foreign universities? At least based on my experience, the concept of being frowned upon, which existed in our country, has vanished for years and years ago at other universities abroad. Definitely, entrepreneurship, especially in Asian universities, which I work with as part of Huawei, entrepreneurship is the most important thing. So it is a foundation for many innovative actions that the company develops on a technological background and a human and systems management level. So we are looking for this actively. We want to stop this from being frowned upon, and I believe that this no longer exists. It's a pity because many Greek universities do not have the advantage of having collaborations with private companies to be able to provide more useful things for the market. And I hope that gradually this will become reality in Greece. And I believe that if someone persists and survives, they will start to see this activity outside of universities in Greece, and they will see a difference between how we work in Greece and other countries. Great. Because we're recording everything we say here, and I want this to be recorded as University of the Peloponnese. I want to record the proposal you made to the rector for the connection of the University of the Peloponnese with universities in China for R&D. Yes, definitely. This is a program which my company has set targets for, and it has set activities, actions that we really want to implement with Greek universities. Definitely, we really want this. We've recorded this. You're committed now. Yes. Yeah, and you're committed, yeah. Yeah, you're committed. That's the important thing. Mrs. Drakopoulou, It gives me great joy to see you here. As you see here, we've got a few women in the audience, so it's good for them to see a woman among so many men. So at the Athenian Brewery, and I mean, you've been at other companies as well, so you're very experienced. What do you believe the skills that have to be developed at universities are for us to have a new generation that will be market ready at your company as well? I believe that that's the $1 million question, and I've worked for more than 20 years in HR, and it's always the same questions. What skills do universities need to develop to help the market? What brought us here today is not what is going to take us into the future. So definitely, this is always evolving. So what we're recording today, if we have this panel next year, the skills might have changed. I remember many years ago when my father, I was still little, and my father told me, if you're a good girl, you will find a job. You're good, you're hardworking, you're organized, you'll find a job. In my generation, when we started growing up, they started saying, okay, you need to have a degree. Now things have changed a lot. Now one degree and being a good child are no guarantee for a career in the private sector, which I represent, or more broadly in the labor market. COVID has changed things a lot, and I think that if we had this conversation 3 years ago, I might have talked about different skills. Businesses have changed a lot over the past 2 years, and COVID definitely accelerated this change on the labor market. There are two types of skills that need to be developed. Technical skills, which through the various schools you get technical knowledge as required. And I would like to add to the technical skills, with all due respect to my colleagues in IT companies, digital skills that we need to learn about. I'm not going to talk more about this. I think that my colleagues will talk more about this. But I want to talk about soft skills and what's required to have a career. And it's something that when young people come to the company, we are trying to find, we find great people, and I'm sure you all are the people here, but sometimes we say there's something missing. So what are we looking for? First of all, communication skills. This sounds easy, but it's difficult to find. And let's say what we need: to be able to listen, to communicate, to understand, and to add to one's view, or not just to wait for the time to come for you to speak. So communication skills are important. A previous panel also noted the ability to work within a team. I think this is a skill which, when I was at university, was not promoted. Now I think that it's definitely required. Even if you're an analyst at a company, which is the most isolated job post, you're in an environment, you have internal clients. You need to communicate with someone to reach a result. So working within a team. And another thing that we focus on is thought. The one is analytical thinking and synthetic thinking, how I can analyze a concept and put it all back together in my mind. I often see a lot of people who have analytical skills, but then they don't know what to do with this analysis, what conclusions they can draw. This is something that they don't really know how to do. And I think that universities can perhaps provide a first stage of training in this at universities, because obviously businesses have to help them use this knowledge. And then there's convergent and divergent thinking. So how can see the big picture, the forest, So we've got skills like entrepreneurship, looking at the forest, that it's not just, I'm not just analyzing things, but I'm listening to consumer needs so I can launch a beer, for example, Mamos, like the one that's here, Patras based, analyzing consumer trends to see how this matches our company's strategy to launch a product that matches consumer needs. So convergent and divergent thinking are very important. Another thing that I would really like to see we would love University C developed. We want our young employees to be able to dream, and I don't know how universities can promote this and foster this, because you've grown up through continuous crisis, but when you enter the labor market, you need to be able to dream, to have your eyes open. And I'll give you a specific personal example, because I don't think that I was so inspired when I didn't start my career in such conditions, but my first degree is in law. So I come from a small city where you could only study to be a lawyer, a banking employee, a public employee, or a lawyer, or a doctor. So I didn't know what to do. I finished law school and I said, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Then I did an MBA, thinking that I would go towards banking in law. And this opened up a whole new world for me, this MBA. And what I was trying to do in the career days, I think you have this at university, I wanted to have a company and to say that I've done a master's in law and I want to go to companies. There was no company then that would want to call me for an interview. And I said, I really wanted to find a company. So what degree you want and how you have to open your eyes to find a company that you want, all this is going to be the rest of your life. This is very important. And I think that within universities that I study something does not necessarily mean that over the next few years I'm going to work on this. So we need to develop our soft skills to see what we want, see the market opportunities, and to dedicate ourselves to the sector we want.
You scared me, and you made me anxious. What you suggested, what is the need of the market, is a tough thing to get to. But since we are committed that what we want is for our children to be working to serious companies, that this will be done in the long run, it's something that will be met, I'm pretty sure. You talked about soft skills. Why do you need these modern entrepreneurial skills? I don't know that they are modern. I'm using the term to make it sound a different way, because entrepreneurial skills are diachronic. Why do you need them? You, the Athens Brewery, you will produce a nice new beer, or you shall upgrade your products. Why? Why do you need these entrepreneurial skills? It's a very good question, and I think that the reply is quite simple at the beginning. That is, we need that to be successful, because there is competition out there. As Athens Brewery right now, we might be company number 1 of brewery in Greece. Nevertheless, we don't just compete the beer companies. We compete anything that could be in the portfolio of a young person when going out there to have fun. It can be sodas, food, it can be alcohol, it can even be something based on technology. We need these new skills, which are necessary because people who come, not across all tiers, but when it comes to the graduates, we need people to think in the new way. To us, our strategy, apart from beer, which is our main activity, is what beyond beer means. That is, where are we going? What should we open up? This is where we need entrepreneurship. And allow me to tell you that this is a new development that we're having now. We need disciplined entrepreneurship. This is a skill we need to find. First time I've heard about it, said, come on the one hand, discipline, the left part of the brain, which is organized, structured, on the other hand, entrepreneurship, which has a notion of innovation, a notion of anarchy. Yes, yes. So how can we match these two? And our era has many dilemmas to face. I must opt for the short run benefit or for the long run. Should I see the needs of the consumer or guarantee my cost? So it is a fact that we live in between dilemmas in many sectors in our life. Through disciplined entrepreneurship, as we are developing it in Athens Brewery, it is how we can get the maximum from both worlds. So through these modern, let's say, skills, what we need to find is to always be a step further, read the needs of the market rather, and be able to reply to what society needs. Pretty good. I would like to ask you to accept our demand to learn, rather to pay a visit to our university. Yes, we'd be glad to. It's a very nice excursion. Yes, we would be more than happy to show to you our infrastructure, and let's see how we can cooperate in the future. Dean, or Rector, many months have elapsed. You have been re-elected as a Rector of the University of the Peloponnese. The notion of entrepreneurship and the culture of entrepreneurship, have you put it on the agenda of your pre-electoral commitments? Because I need to see whether in a university a candidate rector might say that I am committed in front of the university community that I will develop entrepreneurial culture within the university. Yes, this was high on the agenda. I have said so expressly, and I was insisting on that, not being pretty sure that they would do the best thing in the world, but it was a pretty good movement. But it is a fact that in the universities, for some reason that we can all think of, the notion of entrepreneurship has been demonized, and it has a negative tone. Either we like it or not. So the bet to us is how we can turn it into a positive aspect, following lots of effort, and still this is underway, this whole effort internally, but also externally. I believe that this can happen through experience only. We are saying things, but if this is not felt by our young students, if they don't see it, if they don't live it, either him or herself or anybody in their entourage, this will be of low value. So the big bet to us is to make our students, and the majority of students are young people, to live that difference, to experience that difference. It's not easy, you know, because many of our colleagues from the universities are not interested in that. They have no immediate win from that. If there is no benefit in between, we are not interested in something. So the issue is how we can turn this opportunity into something personal. Personal for the student to follow it, and then we can follow it even more intensely. There are improvements. One thing was the stage. The stage that in the old days, it was some time wasted, because students had some time passed in some municipalities, and the time was wasted. We're trying to change that, and we need students to go to the private sector, to private bodies, which indeed are doing some job, and this job would be useful at a later stage. Next thing, we want to use tools that gradually the state is implementing, and they are such tools. This is another vision, this is another view of the story. There are spin-offs, there are startups. For many, this is something that we have been listening to, but we're not doing it. This is what we need, this is what we want. We have the different efforts that are being implemented. We have the tech transfer agencies. We need to include to that effort students or graduates. What is even harder, though, and I believe that the most difficult is to persuade and convince professors, not students. It is how we can learn to think out of the box, outside and beyond our science. Since I have studied both in Greece and in the USA, we have the good things of both worlds. We have pretty good knowledge on the matter. When I had math, I had 40 classes only focusing on math in the bachelor degree. You cannot imagine the level of the math that we had. I'm not saying that it was useless, but it would be useful to have some classes on political science, on history, especially history. History can teach us many things, Communication classes, skills, what was uttered by the previous speakers. Because the world is changing, the paradigms are changing, our view is changing. It's not just about our science stricto sensu. And this is the next bet, this is the next challenge that in the strategic plan that we shall have as a university, we shall try, apart from the classical curriculum that is needed in our science, apart from that, we can also include what has been a part of the school curriculum, the counter course, that is classes that go beyond this specific science. It paves the way, it can teach many different ways so that we can truly change the paradigm. And the effort keeps on. Well, I will keep that. You said that we are going to find professors. You terrorized me. And the objective here is for me to terror you when we are on camera. I have many students here in this room, so please be gentle with me. But right now, you are the rector. So you have the political will and possibly the power. You were committed before the elections. Many months have elapsed. What have you done about the entrepreneurial culture in the University of the Peloponnese? Following much effort, we have finished the framework of the creation of spin-offs at the University of the Peloponnese. So, all of us, we can start thinking what are the possibilities to create spin-offs. That is how we can link what we learn with some entrepreneurial activities officially, with a normal creation of businesses, which means opportunities, which means risk, success, but potential failure as well. Believe me, this will be one of the indicators that will measure us as a limit. We've set the existence of some spin-offs, and I believe that in the next time period, we shall see these type of efforts. The other thing that we managed to do, after lots of effort, is that we managed to convince the region of the Peloponnese. The next step is to convince also the region of Western Greece to create a common structure along with the University of the Peloponnese, a structure to support innovation and entrepreneurship in every region where we are located, to have bodies that will come to the University of the Peloponnese, and then in cooperation with third parties and with the professors and the students to develop and improve their entrepreneurial plans. For instance, in Kalamata, we I see some people are smiling. You're from Kalamata, yes. In Kalamata, we have the famous olive oil. We have pretty good labs in the university to promote this type of techniques. But there is no link with local olive oil producers. Why? Because we were never interested in that as a university, because we had no profit. The same goes now. But I believe that in the midterm, bringing the student close to the professor and the producer so that they can improve what they have in terms of business, this will be a win-win story. The region of the Peloponnese, upon lots of effort, it took us quite some time, included in the regional program a generous budget, and they will give us this opportunity to develop. I believe that this will happen in the region of Western Greece as well. It is not something that stops here, though. It is not something that we switch on the button and lights go on. No, it takes effort. Our colleagues here will be invited to help, and everything will happen following a bottom-up approach. If the student feels that this is a win-win story, if they see something different, if they force us to become better. Our students have heard that. Shortly, there will be an in-person meeting in the spring school that is organized in the fourth year in a row in the framework of RJC, and entrepreneurship is a horizontal action. So you've heard about what the rector has said, ignore about Kalamata, and keep the promise that it will happen in Patras as well. Otherwise, we will lose many of this opportunity. Rector, thank you so much. Mr. Takos, we talked about internship. I believe that you were the star of that because there is internship program that we have as University of the Peloponnese with PwC. PwC is a company which is highly expert in the HR and consulting. If we came to you and if we told you that we have lessons of entrepreneurship and some of our students would like to come to PwC for something, I don't know, it could be internship, it could be a possible job, would this make you see students in a different view? What would be the assets that could create a training of this type in the students, and would you need them? The quick reply is it goes without saying. It's something that will make the difference when it comes to each student that would like to start his or her career through us. But let me elaborate on that. Let us take a step backwards. Some years ago, especially when it comes to internship, I came from London 3 years ago. In PwC, we hadn't started our effort to cooperate with universities and create the environment to have internship. But then, and possibly upon the trigger of the pandemic, we started to think how we can get closer to the universities, not just us, but the whole industry and competitors. Hybrid work helped a lot. We dedicated lots of time with many universities to be able to create agreements in order to develop that activity. But the main part is what type of skills do we need? This is the main question, which was also mentioned before. If you allow me to give you a different view on that, universities, Greek universities, are pretty good at creating people with deep technical knowledge. But nowadays, the model that we see, not just in Greece, but worldwide, is about people with skills having a T scheme, that is a deep technical knowledge, but at the same level, there must be a horizontal understanding about how this is linked with the remaining of the world. So what we need to find are people who shall be able to have the entrepreneurial mindset in order for them to link issues that might not seem easy to be linked at first glance. And they shall be able to find different ways to solve one problem. And these people should have an understanding that if you fail during the first or second time, this is a part of a procedure. So failure is a part of a procedure. Before, we talked about discipline entrepreneurship. There is a method, and the method is that indeed you must learn how to fail so that at the end you can find the proper solution. This is what we need. We need people who will go through that procedure, be curious enough, and then they should be able to manage failure as well, so that at a later stage they can bring up the right solution. Our profession is to solve problems about businesses that we have never encountered before. So how can you solve a problem that has never been encountered before? Through trying, through failing, until you reach the proper solution. So let me go back to my quick reply. Anything related to innovation, entrepreneurship, this is something that we are very fond of, and we need to look at it, especially when it comes to internship and stages. We need to look at it and examine that solution among students. In that way, we can see to what extent we can collaborate. Good. I will try to be a bit more offensive with you, because from Mrs. Drakopoulou and Mr. Arabadzis, they told us that you must do the one and the other. Now, as PwC, to follow a reverse order, when it comes to promoting entrepreneurial activities, especially amongst the youngsters and students, are there any specific incubation actions or business seeds or any mentoring actions? It goes without saying again. We are trying to do whatever you mentioned, and I would argue that as time passes by, we are giving more time and energy developing these type of actions. Something that we've done, and this is the case for other companies as well, it was that we brought ourselves closer to the academia. One way is to open agencies close to the universities, let's say in Patras. We have one in Ioannina now. We need to open a similar agency, similar office in Crete. We need to go everywhere to be close to universities. Thus, we shall be able to create this type of action. So we are doing some actions in Patras as well. There is a calendar with different actions for 2023, and gradually we are trying to renew that with different things. The agreement that we have signed with the university has been pretty helpful, and we discussed about it. It was not that easy to create this final agreement, but always we should try. If there are any problems when it comes to bureaucracy, we should overcome them, and I believe that already during the last months we have made some steps, and we have some more to take in the months to come. Anyway, I would say that we are quite open in new ideas. The fact that we will come to suggest some ideas to the university, this does not mean that we are not open in listening to the university. And this does not mean that we will not invest in something that we might not have thought of, but we would want to. Perfect. Let me thank you, because many times in our faculty we have used your example for some actions. I will note that the next School of Entrepreneurship will happen in the Bureau of PwC in Patras. We would be glad to. Okay, check. Mr. Georgiadis, we have many things in common, studies, other activities. So I will make it a bit more personal, knowing your curriculum, knowing the year of your graduation, the studies of an engineer. A question from one engineer to another. Throughout your pathway, throughout this course that started from Lenovo and then moved on quite high, in front of this career, did you ever see any lack of knowledge, business-wise, that you would like to have because you didn't get that in the university to move on at a quicker pace? that is to climb up the ladder that you have already done, but the difficult way? Let me reply to you through my experience. I was fortunate enough, and I had the opportunity to work during the years of the crisis. The IT market, but also the labor market in our country was a bit tougher. And I was lucky enough, and I cannot find any colleagues at similar age because I find people either 10 years older or 10 years younger. It is true that in my first job, the technical background of the school helped me to meet the technical needs of my labor. But I didn't know what happened, or I didn't know what could I do in aspects related to the market, to businesses, and how we can handle different clients, how we can promote products, etc. I was fortunate enough, and I'm still fortunate enough, to have brilliant colleagues. So the reply is yes and no. I would say that my studies didn't help me that much because back then we didn't have the logic of spin-offs or startups. Things were very different, but some colleagues helped me. And this was done on the job training to see some things the hard way. And then I should acknowledge that he even helped me off duty by having some private lessons. I was very fortunate when it comes to that part. Now, on the other hand, going into Cisco, into my actual job, Cisco for the last many years has a different approach. We have some undergraduate programs, that is, many out of the colleagues who are at the office in Greece, they come from these type of programs which give some space and knowledge as well as all the necessary tools so for that people could get updated either technically or in issues related to the market, work for 1 year and to have in a protected environment, and later on, according to what these people wish, they could be able to be absorbed by the local company. That is, if Greeks, they would come to Greece, they opt for that. But also there's a possibility to go abroad, and then their dreams could become true by finding a vacancy of engineer or become a salesperson, etc. So this is something important that at the beginning of my partnership I didn't have. By the way, there is a vacancy for undergraduate in our country. I'm saying so because I see many young faces here. It is a good opportunity, perhaps. On the other hand, working in a world which is a bit cruel, business-wise, companies, at least multinationals, have a specific framework that you have to follow. Of course, you can evolve, you can do things, but always rather in the framework of a business model, a business structure. What could set somebody apart following the business logic is the mindset and soft skills. For example, you must be resilient, you must be agile, you should focus on target, you must be committed on something, on what you're doing. And what is most important to me is that you should not be afraid and you must undertake a responsibility.
Okay, so from this, I'm going to get the takeaway message, and I'm going to turn it to a bit of an advert because, at the University of the Peloponnese, in the electricians department, we have electrical entrepreneurship courses. So I'd like to see more students there, because you heard Mr. Georgiadis, if he needed it or not. But since we're talking about courses, we have a collaboration as a university in the framework of the Cisco Academy we have. So the motto of Cisco Networking Academy is help develop students develop ICT skills for career opportunity, which sounds very techy. These courses, do they include any courses that train people to think like an entrepreneur, as a wannabe entrepreneur? I guess so, but why do you do this? So the Cisco networking apparently helps students develop ICT skills for career opportunities. Yes, we do have a set of courses on entrepreneurship. And this is the result. I mean, we have some courses that lead to certification, which have a technical content. Of course, the people who will graduate are more field engineers, more or less, most of them. So the course is oriented to get these people employed in the large companies of our sector, which does not mean that some of them do not want some of this knowledge to improve their work in their own environment, or people who would want to start something from scratch. So by combining the programs, which are more technical training programs, technological background, and the experience of the company and the leadership it can give, we have created this course. The company also has a culture which is kind of entrepreneurship focused, in the sense that Cisco, over all these years, has bought out, acquired various companies and startups. The startups along the American standard, so 500 people or more, and its products and services go through our sales circle. So we keep the entrepreneurs or the ideas generated by these people, and we develop them and we keep the people. So in general, we have a culture which favors a different way of thought and promotes it. Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Madas. At the University of the Peloponnese, we have a relationship with you at Deloitte, which started over a year ago. I think that this time last year, we started the Deloitte boot camp. And I was happy yesterday to see that at the boot camp, you have an employment rate of boot camp employees of 80%. For us, it was 100%. But in any case, we're satisfied, and you should be satisfied with this. So we're expecting the next boot camp. You have a position of high responsibility. So you're looking for students, looking for the basic entrepreneurial steps to follow to create their own startup as at Deloitte. This is a very good question, because it's one of the questions that I get when I get interviews. So I see young people or mid-level partners who ask, okay, I come to your company, and what do I do in consulting, technology, digital transformation? Will I write code? What am I going to do the day after? And the question I give them is that at Deloitte, you will come to run your own company. And by that I mean that the way we're structured as a company and the way we work is that you're responsible. I don't mean those who have just graduated university, but the rest. They're responsible for finding the idea, the opportunity, seeing how this idea can be developed, if it exists on the market, if there's competition, how this idea can be presented to potential clients, and if all goes well and the clients accept the idea, to see how we can implement the idea, how we can find the group to support the idea, the team that will run it, the financials, even the contracts. So in the end, the operating model is different from a traditional software house or IT company where you've got sales, account managers, delivery managers, where each of them has a small distinct role. In our case, in the end, one person has a responsibility, and obviously they have the whole benefit of success. So you've got end-to-end projects to run, which means I've got an idea for a new banking project, for example, a new banking service we could develop based on IT. How are we going to do this? Deloitte doesn't have other similar services abroad. Can I talk with partners abroad? And from the moment we find this, we will go to a bank, National Bank, Ethniki, Eurobank, whichever, will get questions. Can we answer those? In the end, when it's accepted, we need to do the financials. Will we make a profit? And all the other things required by each project. How will we deliver it? How will we build the team? How will we contact the clients? We talked about the soft skills, communication. We talked about working in a team. All these things are now critical elements, even for the most hardcore engineer. From the moment you've got clients, many times projects have been destroyed because someone sent a wrong email, not because they didn't write the code correctly, but because they sent a stupid email and someone got offended and the project stopped. So communication issues is very important. Sometimes quite often we hear about leadership as a skill. It's a critical skill because there are politics that you might experience them at the university, but definitely much more in the world of business. Team dynamics, if they don't see things the same way, what are you going to do? Conflict resolution. An entrepreneur has to have all these skills to build their own business. So if we can get all these skills in Deloitte and use them in our projects, the results will be much better for us and for our clients and for how we will develop in the company. So yes, we do want people who have developed this entrepreneurial mindset and will be able to bring this in the company, and we can develop this together. Very good. To help us, because, I work at a university and I try to teach lessons. And we are about to change our courses. We've put together an industrial council, as we call it, to get feedback from all of you. And if you allow me, I would like to have your names on our mentors list to change our curriculum, because a curriculum starts to age at the moment you started. This is the problem, especially when we're talking about engineering lessons. So what I need from you is, what courses can you think about associated with business mindset that you would like to see at a university that match with the deep technological specialization you have and we want at our university? What are the courses that you can think of that you would like to see a graduate coming with a transcript saying that at my department I followed these courses? I'll start with the obvious. Innovation, design thinking. So how we can create a product that will satisfy the needs of its recipients and users, shall we say. Market research, marketing in general. How do we look at the market to see its needs? So we've seen many products that are launched and soon fail because the market does not need them. Another thing has to do with strategy. And by strategy, I mean how to build a business plan, how to recognize competition, how to be able to see what steps you need to follow for your product to develop. Financials, obviously, meaning things like from capital needs that the company will need, how it can draw in capital, how quickly it'll burn the cash it's gathered. This is important. Overall, as we said before, team management, leadership, as we said. What else could I add to this? Yes, we've changed the entire curriculum. Okay. So let's start with half of these things and do them correctly, well, I do want to a little bit of self-criticism here. I think it's time for that. I think at the university we think we know everything, but because, as you saw, our rector is very different. I think he's proven that through what he said. I am going to issue an open call for you to come to teach what you're saying at our universities. Mr. Madas, I'd like to tell you that yesterday I found two ladies from HR and I found them tired, and I managed to convince them that we will have a Deloitte aid at your new offices in Patras. So the children who are studying here will visit Deloitte, and we want your commitment. It applies, and you know, commitments sometimes take a long time to go on paper, and we're a bit impatient. So I would like to ask a lad thing that doesn't have to do with us, with consulting, but as a skill that I think you need. Risk appetite, calculated risk appetite, because it's happened in my career to have I've been through quite a few companies, and a lot of times projects are delayed or fail because people are afraid of risk, especially when we have multi-membered committees. So I would give a tip here. Don't be afraid of risk, calculated risk, but risk. So if you do something, it doesn't mean that if it fails, everything is destroyed. Think about it and take calculated risk. And risk is an important factor to push things forward. Okay. To be honest, I thought that you were going to say fewer things about what's happening in reality. For me, this was extremely useful. I had a very good time. And when I was preparing for this, through our discussions beforehand, so I felt very comfortable to talk about this so openly. Thank you very much. It was a great discussion. I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much for your time, for your availability to be here. I'm going to hold you true to your commitments, starting with the commitments of the rector and your own. And I will be happy. You know, I'm checking on you, so I will be happy to see you in other places, together with the students at the university. Thank you very much.